Thing. I moved my monitor so that I didn't have to keep turning my neck so much. So the old system, I guess I had to turn more extremely like that. Now it's just to there. But now I realize you can't see the lights that I have. Hmm. We could. Well, first of all, should probably move this pillow. Okay. Well, that didn't really help. Second, I'm gonna move the light. And then after this, let's see. I don't have. I don't have another place to plug this in. No. All right. Well, this is a terrible way to start a stream. There. All right. Is that like super bright? I think it is. I need to figure out a better way to do this stuff. Okay. There. Like I said, that's gonna be terribly bright. Hey Jack. Hey Hideo. Hang on a second. Hang on. All right. Sorry, everything is disorganized right now. My wife needed to tell me that there's something that's gonna happen at about 12:30 today, and I gotta remember that. So 12:30, the door. Okay, yeah, that's super bright and obnoxious. And even if I turn that down, let me set it to the lowest. Yeah, when I set to the lowest, I think it's fine. Maybe I should just cap the brightness that people can set on that thing. Does that is it even noticeable? I guess so. I guess it's just once I set it back to max that it's gonna be a problem, right? Yeah, I don't know. We'll just leave it for now. I'll set this back to normal. Hey Alex, hey Hudson, hey Spurman. Okay. Yeah. So the reason I did all this, of course, is so that I could have less neck pain. It's been building for the last day or two, and obviously I don't want any pain as I stream. All right, I'm gonna do this again. We're going into clown school for programming here. All right, so where we left off yesterday, original pepper. Where we left off yesterday was scripting, and I need to get the new script UI to work. Let's take a look here. So I guess I fixed this via a hack. Oh, and I never checked that in. Okay, so the first thing we really have to do is check in the hack. EJ, I showed my wife your picture. Hey Echo. She thought it was funny. She didn't find it like super laugh out loud funny because I was telling her a bunch of stories from yesterday. There was a lot that happened yesterday. Okay, so let's go take a look at the code. Man, now I know why I had the monitors the way that I did. It was so that when I'm looking at this one, I don't have to turn my entire body. But man, I gotta find a better way to do this. I wonder if no, I don't know how else to do this. All right, missing semicolon. It's an easy fix. And then the rest of this is just a matter of checking in. Let's go take a look. Hey, Digite. I think this change is entirely unnecessary. What we can do is keep this comment here, but everything else isn't really needed. So let's just use this and use this. There. So now all we have is a comment. Dispose handles and clearing any listeners. Let me say this. This handles clearing any listeners. Hi Max. Have you ever considered writing unit tests, or does it not work that good on front end code? I'm not experienced. So on front end code, I think it'd be helpful. I'm not sure how I would do it exactly. And with UI, I'm not as concerned. I think there are definitely critical areas of the UI, but I think that in general, things like, let's say a delete button doesn't work or something on the UI, users will probably complain about that, and then I'll fix it. If something in the back end breaks, that's something I definitely want more tests for, and I do have some tests here. I have a bunch of tests that I wrote, and I really should write some more, but there's 380 right now that tests a whole bunch of different things. This is mostly back end stuff though. So if anything's broken on the back end, that I totally care about, and I want automated tests for that. Twitch is spotty. Hey, Mike. Blah. Hey, Wilder. Yeah. Back again with it. So this is super hacky, but it's the only easy way to update Blockly. The Blockly canvas to represent what's stored in XML. Since the render function doesn't actually use the XML in order to render. This will unmount/remount the component. Hey, Skynet. I still don't understand how you test stuff, but yeah. I mean, I can show you. So let's take a look at something like relatively simple here. So salvage test, for example, let's look at any of these. So it should not be able to deserialize a bad serialized salvage pack. So the way that this works is it targets a very particular UI and a very particular part of that one UI. Hey, Killer Croc. Yeah, I'm still alive. Oh, wow. Okay. I didn't realize someone even had a light token. Oh, assert Dennis. Huh. So, sorry. I just wanted to see how much that affected the camera, and it totally affects the camera, and you can actually also see it affect my keyboard as well here. Anyway, the way that this works is there's a deserialize function that I have in Salvage Pack, and this makes sure that if you try deserializing a bad one, that it won't just let it work. So a Salvage Pack might look something like this, and I'm just kind of making up a format here, but it says something like you have 1 of item 3 and 4 of item 2, let's say, or vice versa. It doesn't matter. And this is the format that we're accepting. Now let's say I change this so that I'm like, well, you also need rarity or something in here too. So we put a :5. Now this is going to break the deserialize function. So when I run this unit test, I'll be like, oh, whoops, I forgot to update a function. And that's how I'll know. So I'm not sure if that answers your question. Can I ask a marketing question? Yeah, sure. Skynet, you can ask whatever you want. So bright. Hey, there. Yeah. By the way, if any of these people show up to chat again, my light thing is now fixed, of course. So I need to give these people light tokens. So if you see any of these names, just let me know. Now we just need some steam. Do we have pink? Yeah, pink is on here. So selected script from dropdown. That comes from here. Selected script from dropdown. Hey, Rami. Yeah, I moved the lamp because I moved my monitors. And in moving my monitors, the camera is now pointing in a different part of the room. So I just moved it, I don't know, 5 minutes ago. Oh yeah, I forgot to update today. So you're not sending JSON back and forth? I am, between the client and the server. But that's one part of JSON. So there's something like this. Imagine if we said like salvage pack 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4 or something. So this is the serialized form so that I don't have to send something like lasers, or I don't know, salvage pack like this. Like ID lasers quantity 1. So if I had to do this, I honestly I could do this because it's going to be compressed anyway if it's needed to be. So I could do something like this as your salvage pack, but I could also represent it as a very easy to represent string. And when it gets saved in the database, I need to do something like this anyway, if something like this should get saved. So I'm developing a bot and it's like 80%. I just realized someone already made that bot. Should I continue? So Skynet, it depends on why you're making the bot. If it's so that you can sell it eventually, then I think you should come up with how your bot is different or what it'll do that users really want. Maybe it's just price that makes it different. And if you're developing it to learn or to just otherwise have your name out there, then yeah, I'd say you should still continue, especially if you're 80% done. You're welcome for the notifier, I guess. What, Walter? Are you talking about something on Reddit? Reddit. Wait, you didn't put the 26th recap video online. Walter. Not sure what you're talking about, but could you upload the newest recap video to Reddit? Okay, so selected script from dropdown. Yeah, we have this hacky code here. Other than that, I think that's pretty much it. We added in the drop-down menu here. And it's nice that it mostly works. I think create script is not doing anything from there, right? Create script. Oh, sorry. Yeah. This is totally wrong. Didn't my suggestion for today? Oh, yeah, you're right. Okay, and then I forgot to do it. I don't think I will. Or I think I will. I don't have anything else to do. Yeah, okay, cool, Skynet. And what's the bot, out of curiosity? Okay, so add com today. Adam is finishing up the scripting UI and then moving to the in-game UI. The in-game UI is going to require a decent amount of changes to the back end. Oh, whoops, we also have started putting in the day name, so there. Okay, there we go. It's a YouTube bot? Oh, cool. So yeah, on create script, this is totally broken. We're probably going to change this to on, like, what do I call this? Because there is a create script, but there's also like a start new script, I guess. Yeah, so this dot start new script dot bind this, and then we just need to write this function as a I didn't code this yet kind of thing. So we'll just put window.alert I did not code this yet. And let's try that out. Let's go to localhost 3000, connect, edit, click this. So this is the button that I'm talking about, new script right here. If I click this, it should say, yeah, I didn't code this yet. But if you click this from over here, new script, it actually does work. So it shouldn't be that hard to hook up, and that's what I'm going to do after this commit. So let's just run more linting pass over this, and then it's a matter of checking in. So right, I already cleaned all this up. This particularly hacky code though, process.next tick stuff, I don't like it. So what did this even do? What did this change do? Oh yeah, I fixed a bug. No, I didn't even fix a bug. Added the script library dropdown to the edit script page. Thanks, Walter. A lot of Twitch podcast downloaders, but there's only one real good one. Has improved to make yours better. Added this to the edit page, and there's a hack that I had to include here so that Blockly would update its canvas correctly. Adam, I'm trying to pull a large amount of data from a MySQL database and return it. Should you think this should work through a laddered object like this or a constructor? Laddered object. I am not totally sure what you're asking here. So if you need to return a large amount of data, there are a couple of things to consider, and this isn't exactly what you asked a question about, but one of them is that, let's say you needed gigabytes of data or something like that. The way things typically work is you say, okay, give me the first 10 results, then give me the next 10 results, then give me the next 10 results, and so on and so forth, so that you're not waiting for an entire gigabyte of stuff to download, let's say. How you do it in code is kind of dependent on what language and what database vendor you're using, and whether you have an ORM or not. So I'd probably leave that part up to you and just consider whether you want something similar to pagination. Okay, this is fine. So let's commit that. All right, that gives us, so that's done, I guess. So this is done. Where's this? Make sure you can make a new script. So what was this thing? Make sure you have to press update on a blueprint in order to assign a script to it. That doesn't seem to be the case right now. I'm pretty sure that's the case. Hey, Maldian. Okay, so if we have a script here, JS code, and we change this to, let's go rename this script. Let's call this Blockly. And let's give it a real script, despite that it doesn't really matter. I'll just drag this one onto here and we'll hit update. Okay, cool. Now I haven't hit update over here though. So when I hit cancel here and edit it again, good, I have JavaScript code on it. So that's perfect. That's what I expect to happen. If I do change to Blockly and hit update, it should be stored as Blockly. Perfect. Yeah, and clicking that does what you'd expect. Cool. So yeah, you just need to know that you have to make updates. Also, one of the polish things that I can do is don't enable update buttons until you've actually made a change. This is potentially dangerous unless done correctly, because it could prevent you from making a real change if I code it wrong. This is why having UI tests would be pretty nice. All right, anyway, that's done. So we can just mark that as finished. What happened here? Make sure you can make a new script from the, yeah, so this is not working right now, and we're going to make this work. So that is this button right here. This new script doesn't actually do anything. Well, obviously it doesn't do anything if it pops up a menu saying, I didn't code this yet, but yeah. Okay, so in order to get this to work, we've got to do roughly the same thing that we did when we got it to work on the other page, which, by the way, can you guys hear me okay? This microphone keeps rotating itself, and I think that even when it's rotated most, it's like this, and you can still hear me when it's like that, right? I wonder if any plosive sounds are more audible because of this pop filter not being in place. There's no real way for me to keep this steady. Well, anyway, let me know if you're having any audio issues. I don't think it should be very different. Sounds just fine. Okay, good. Cool. So make sure you can make a new script. Oh, also, one of the questions I had, yeah, Vexator, ask about Nest. I want to ask about something later, but once there are a few more people who might own this product. Okay, so where else did I do this? It was in the edit blueprint footer. There's a script library dropdown. And on create script would go into on create script here, which must have been used somewhere else as well, right? Edit blueprint. Man, searching through these files is sometimes pretty annoying. So set editing script to new script, and then just go into the editing script. So this is all I need to do. Set editing script to new script. Set editing script to new script is in this and this, but it's not in the script edit page. Where is the script edit page? There it is. So we just duplicate this all the way down to here, and we're done. Well, not really done, but we're about to be done. Let's try it. So here, all we need to do is say this.props.route.that. And then does that take in any sort of argument? No, it doesn't. Okay, good. So I think we're good. Let's try it out. Every time I watch you type, I want to type too. Hey, Timber. What else? Adam, can you add that your BRB command to take another argument? Yeah, people were asking about this yesterday. I will probably do it at some point. Okay, how about this? I'll take a look at what the code would be for me to change that. So Findster lunch BRB. Because the way that this works is not straightforward. When you get a lunch BRB, the way that it does this is it whispers, yeah, it whispers botlad this. I guess it could also include a number. Yeah, I could probably code it. But I don't know when. So no promises there. Hey again, Die. I don't know what to call you, actually. I don't know what I ever called you before. QW got hacked. And yeah, wooden potato wedges. You can post a link when your AC broke. But yeah. Oh, man. So we just moved, what now, a week and like 4 days ago or something like that. We just moved, and all of the rooms in this place are pretty cool except for this one in the evening. And I think it's my computer. So I have an AC unit over here, but I haven't been using it. I don't know if I should start to turn it on or not. Anyway, let's test this out. So we go into edit. So here's what we do. We're editing a script currently. So we have the Blockly script, and there's some stuff over here. And now when I click this new script, Okay, so it set this to unnamed and it probably updated the code. Yeah, it's got to change the canvas again. Alright. Whoa, what in the world did I just do? Oh yeah, I didn't mean to do that. What did wooden potato wedges just link in? Ah, I'm on their TV. Okay, I gotta save this because I always save people's images that they link in of their setups. Save wooden potato wedges setup. Okay. Hey, Luculus and Havald. All right, so we got to fix this in the same way that I fixed the last one. Let's go do this. Here's that hack. So refresh Blockly canvas. Is editing with Blockly needs to be set here, I suppose. But then we need this script here too. So this is where we're going to do this part. Hey, Smooth Dog. I see you're carrying some shiny jewelry. Yeah. Yeah, I started wearing this yesterday. I had it actually, if you look at the VODs from a long time ago, what is this? Yeah. Somewhere in here, you'll find that I did this back then too. It's back when I first got the light strips. Or was it day 19? Is that where I had these? Oh, this is actually at the second place that I lived in. So I've been in 3 different places for the sake of a 9-month stream. I started the stream and for I guess like 10 days I was in one place. Then I moved. And so it was before day 19 that I'm talking about. I don't know what it is. Maybe day 11? Was I in the old place still? No, this is the new place too. What? I only streamed for like 6 or 7 days in the first place. But yeah, day 2 was in the original place, but I didn't even have light strips there. Wow. Is Rainbow Adam an emote yet? Oh, I didn't add it. Oh man, I've got to do that. Yeah, I'll write that down. Add Adam Pride as an emote. Yeah, my bad. Oh, by the way, did you give it to me in the right dimensions for better Twitch TV? Because that would make it a lot easier for me to use. Okay, so refresh Blockly canvas. We're gonna have to do this here too. Just refresh Blockly canvas, and then we need script here, which we don't have. So we need to get the script. Oh man, this is script ID. I guess we need to know what script is selected in order to be able to get this. All right. Yeah. Oh wait, no. Do we? If you're editing a new script, we probably don't want it to update this. Well, we kind of do. Let's get whatever you're editing Blockly with now. So const is editing with Blockly equals. So where do we get this information from? This dot props dot workbench state dot. What are those? Do I know off the top of my head? I don't, but Better Twitch TV has a. Do they have a... Okay, I don't know. It's somewhere on this site. I think I have to connect my Twitch. I'm not going to do this while I'm streaming right now because I don't know what's going to show up. But, yeah, I unfortunately don't have them. Oh, yeah, EJ said 114 by 114. Thanks, EJ. Oh, okay, thanks, EJ. So editing with Blockly, here it is. So we do have this information. So we just need to set this to whatever it used to be. So whatever they're editing now, make sure, well, I shouldn't phrase things that way. Make sure that the new script uses whatever code style they're using for the old script. Now in the future, this will probably not be the case. We'll probably have a way for you to say, I want all of my new scripts to be in JavaScript, or I want all of my new scripts to be in Blockly. But for right now, since we don't have that, let's just go with whatever it was you're currently using. So set editing to new Script, refresh. Okay, cool. So let's try this. I think this should work. No, there's something missing. Right? Is there script dot? Yeah, this is still broken. Darn it. I think we do it this way. And then here we say if this dot props dot workbench state dot is editing with Blockly equals. So if you're, let me think about this. If you're already editing with Blockly and the new one is also is editing with Blockly, then we just do this. We do this hack. Otherwise, we just set this here. This is not the greatest idea, probably. If you're looking at Blockly, if you're already showing the Blockly canvas and you want to continue to show it, then we need to perform a hack in order to update the canvas. Otherwise, we just set this thing. Okay, so maybe this works, maybe it doesn't. Let's find out. So we go to edit, we click this. So we should be able to switch between these things still. Good, good. Let's make another Blockly script actually. So we're gonna test this out. That actually did work. So Blockly 2, let's make it just say move in random direction. So update. Okay, that definitely broke. So after making a new script, something else needs to happen here, and I don't know what it is. Make sure that you can create a new script, and when you press update, it saves it to the selected block. Here's my setup, missing the lonely third. Wait, haven't I seen this? Have I seen this? I don't know if I have this saved for you. Let me write this down. What is this, by the way? Oh, this is your audio volume, and what is that other dial? Is that a button? Huh. Is that a knife on your mouse pad? Wait, I gotta do this so the people in the stream can see. Is that? Yeah, I think so. Well, you got everything that matters in life. Money, a weapon, my stream, and a motivational picture. All right, so one of the other things I need to test here is when you are using the JS code and you click new script, it stays in JavaScript. Okay, perfect. So then the only part that's not working is the update part. And why is that the case? Adam Troll Pride? I'll probably just call it Adam Pride. Hey, Wooden Unicorn. Now we have two wooden people in chat. Wooden Potato Wedges and Wooden Unicorn. What are the odds of that happening? I do keep a knife on my mouse pad. You can never be too careful. Alright, so let's repro the bug, and then let's fix the bug. So we click this, we go to create new script, we put anything on here, it doesn't matter. We name the script, and we hit update. Oh, it's not the update button though. Oh, I know what's going wrong here. Oh, and that means the account server is probably failing or something, is it? Or is it updating that one? Wait, what? I don't know what this is attempting to do, but this is almost certainly because the button says update and not create when you, yeah. Where did you learn the code? Hey, Orphoria. So, Orphoria, I saw your Turing test. Oh, and hey, Kwa. I saw your Turing test on Siege Games yesterday. First of all, I'm appreciative that you preface those questions with, I'd like to ask you some unrelated questions. Second, though, you somehow determined that he's 2/3 a bot? What starts with G and ends in giveaway? I know what it is. It's exclamation point giveaway. I see one little eyesore. Should I re-upload it? If that pick passes your rigorous quality test, I'll let you use that last one. Oh, I didn't even... Sorry, I didn't look at it. All right, let me write this here. There. Always rigged. It's the rig away. Okay, so set is editing with Blockly. When you get into this, there's an update button here. Where is that? Is creating script. It's in this dot state. Yeah. So here's what we have to do. When we say start new script, we need to say this dot set state is creating script true. So change our update button into, well, change our own state basically. We decided together that he was a bot. Yeah, but if you ask me those questions, okay, you should run a Turing test on me then, because I think this is broken. I know I'm a human, although you guys don't. But try me out. See if I can pass your Turing test. Alright, so we're going to hit test here. And we're going to put fire lasers. Create. That work? Okay, that got set correctly. And I think this is working. So now can we look at our test script? Oh, nice. Perfect. So that was all it took. Now we're calling the correct function on creation. Oh, so great. He's so lifelike. I just have this clear oil that I'm drinking. Motor oil. All right, nice. This is great. So now the only other thing we have to do is disable the create button when you're already at the maximum number of scripts. His hair grows and everything. That would actually be really tough to do, I think. I never disproved your theory. Is it possible to disprove that theory, short of like recording myself 24 hours a day? Hi, Popcorn Show. Time to load up a translator here. Yep, that wasn't helpful. Okay, I'm gonna have to time you out. This is a largely English chat. And when you feel like using English, let me know. So make sure you can create a script. Make sure you're not allowed to create a script when you're at the max. Last and final fix. Okay, I'll just save this one here. So I'll get rid of this. And there you go. If you double click, it'll auto translate. It doesn't do that for me. Are you sure that's better Twitch TV and not some other Chrome extension you have? Did I just accidentally add in an S there? I think I did. Hang on, is this the right link anymore? I don't even know. Let's find out. Yeah, it is. Okay, great. Save. You have to activate it first? Okay. Oh. Yeah. I usually just paste it in to translate, but yeah, that would probably work better. Okay, so make sure you're not allowed to create a new script or a script when you're at the max. I don't know what the UI should show in that case. Like, we didn't account for that here. Let me expand this so you guys can see. There we go. Okay, so when you go to create new script, this is something that's just there. But if you're at the max, maybe it shows you a disabled. Yeah, that's what we'll do. We'll do that. So just don't show the button when you're at the max. Instead, show a disabled at max All right, this should be pretty easy. Okay, sorry, I'm just a little distracted for a second. So we're gonna make this into a function, I think, and we don't have to, although it'd be kind of easier, wouldn't it? But this add script thing, it may or may not exist. We could just disable it if you're at the max. Yeah, that's something we could do. How would I do that? Can I say disabled equals false here? I don't know if this will even work. Let's try that out. So this should have no changes because I said it's equal to false. So if I click new script, it should work. Then if I say disabled equals true, it shouldn't work. And if that's possible, then yeah, this will be super easy to do. If not, I'll have to, I mean, it's still easy to do. It's just I have to change the code a bit. Oh, good. It is easy. All right, good. So then instead of this, all you need to say is const at max scripts equals scripts is greater than or equal to, where's the maximum? And do you have a way to open all your Conemu tabs at once, all ready to go? Yeah, pretty much. So I wrote a script called run all, which it's just a very simple batch script. It starts the overseer, it starts the matchmaker, starts the account server, starts the game server. So this opens up 5 different tabs. And then I also made a watch all, which opens up like 8 different tabs for all of my watches. So yeah, that's why you always see all these command prompts open over here. The reason they're not in Conemu is because I rarely need to look at them. And I have a shortcut for bringing Conemu to the front. I doubt the Google API has timeouts for translate. Maybe it does. But what's weird is you're allowed to use their site as often as you want. And I guess it's so you don't write your own service. Okay, so at max scripts, we have this concept of the number of scripts you can have, and it's equal to 8. So let's just search the code for equal 8. Great, it doesn't show up. So I think it's probably a :8. There it is, max num scripts. However, this is saved in the database. Oh man, fine. No, how would I do this then? So problem, the constant I need is in the database constants file, which the client doesn't have access to. So solution number 1, put it in a file that both the database and the client can access. Solution number 2 is send the maximum number of scripts you can have from the account server to the client on login. I don't like that solution. And solution number 3 is just hard coded for now. It's hard coded for now. Well, okay, so for now let's do this. And then I'm going to change this before I check in to one of the better solutions, or maybe after I check in, something like that. We'll find out. Oh, watching the VOD. All right, so we edit this. If I make a whole bunch of new scripts, oh, this is disabled. Ooh, whoops, right, that's fine. So if I make a new script, I'm going to save this as just script 4. We hit create, cool. Now I go to script 5, create, script 6, and script 7. And now that button should be disabled, right? 1, 2, 3. Oh wait, no, I have 8 scripts that I need to make. There, now it should be disabled. Yeah, because you're at the maximum. Cool. Cool. So yeah, this menu shows all 8 of your scripts. You can at any point click between them if you want. You can edit any of them. Most of them are going to be, Ooh, that's a problem. Oh, it's actually not a problem. Oh, that's a bug that I never did anything about. Fine, bug. If you save an empty Blockly script, it will think it's a JavaScript script. Because you need at least one block on the canvas. We could fix this if we wanted by putting template XML in. We could also just warn you that it's an empty script. I don't know. We should do something about that guy, that bot. Can we re-enable the button with the inspect element? Oh, so it'll work if you click it that way. But the problem is it'll give you an error message that isn't supposed to be seen by real users. So you'll click this and it'll say something like, I don't know, internal server error when you try to save it. And you won't know how to fix that. But the reason you see that error is because you hacked the client in order to even get that error message. So that's why I don't really care if people change this element around. That's fine. The part that's not fine is if I didn't adjust for it on the back end. Okay, fine. Well, what's the... Oh yeah, thanks, Luculus. Yeah, I didn't make that. That was just built in, it's pretty nice. I like it. I think it's clear what's going on. All I wanted out of this thing was that when you press it and it's close to the bottom of the page, it doesn't try opening downward. And this one was smart enough to open upward in that case. It's probably just simple CSS, but they already built it in the library, so I thought, yep, looks good. Okay, so there's still a problem though, right? Oh yeah, that's the hard coding thing. So yeah, I gotta fix this bug. All right, this exists here. Does the database have access to anything else? Probably not. To do fix this file. What is this? The entire concept of this file is flawed, although I'm not going to fix it until a future commit. Instead of having a file of constants that's read by each migration, I should have them hard-coded in the migration itself, then store a table of these constants that would be read in by the server at startup. Okay, I suppose that's correct. But if that is the case, then that means that this does need to be sent to the client at startup. Which would mean this would get saved somewhere, and then it would need to get funneled over to this thing somehow. I guess it would get stored in Redux. No, Horforia, that's not... No, 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 no. I meant that one particular element. Because I do care if people hack Botland's client. Hey, Timscape. Yeah, okay, then I think the solution is this. Number 2, send the maximum number of scripts you can have from the account server to the client on login, then save it in Redux. I can't think of how else I'd do that. Doesn't mean I want to do it, but fine, let's go take a look at authenticate to account server. So when you do this, you fetch your token, check account validity. Neither of those makes any sense to put that there. Set login view as showing, get user details from account server. Generate and get rewards. Get user details. Yeah, probably here. I think that makes the most sense. Get user details. So let's go take a look at that function. Oh, we specify what fields we want. No, maybe that doesn't make sense then. Well, I'm 3/4 human. Okay, I am positive now the test is flawed. I mean, beep, beep, beep. All right, where else do we have this? Set bot coin, fetch bot base from server, fetch scripts. That's where we can do it probably, right? But we get just the scripts back. Oh, there's no easy way to do this. We could return it in there. Right, because maybe there's some metadata you need to know later. I mean, for right now, this is that metadata. Okay, so fine, let's take a look at that. Fetch script. We'll get a response back. Resp.body.script. Oh, actually, this will be dead simple to add. Oh, nice. Get scripts for user. So we're going to return scripts, and we're going to return the max number of scripts. Max num scripts is 8. Now let's format this line, and then let's not use the number 8 hard-coded here. So do we have database constants here at all? Oh, thank goodness. We do. This is an infrastructure thing. That's not correct. Database constants? Oh, yeah, that's not correct. What? Server constants? Oh, server constants. No, that's database though. What? Where is this constants file? No, I don't want to have to do this. I never get this file from here? Database/constants. No, I do. It's right there. DB constant. Ooh. Hey, Pettermaster. So DB constants dot max num scripts. Done. Okay, so now we restart the account server. And then this maximum number of scripts, we make sure to get here. So this is not just scripts anymore. In fact, anywhere that fetch scripts is done on the client is going to be wrong. And it's not done anywhere else, so that's okay. So then here we get resp.body.scripts. I think we just return resp.body. So this will contain scripts and max num scripts. All right, then over here, we go use that information. Script details. So we can say script equals script details dot script and max num scripts. And I know I could destructure this. I'm not going to do that. Then we need an action. Set max num scripts. This will be a dead simple action, but an action nonetheless. Export function set max num scripts. What was that? Alright, and over here we can go use this information. Whoop. Max num. Let's try that again. Max num scripts is set to, I guess, 0 by default. This is a number, of course. The maximum number of scripts that you're allowed to have. A bot can't be positive that the test is flawed because it doesn't understand what the test is without being able to pass the Turing test. If a bot can pass the Turing test, then the bot is effectively human and would be able to tell if the test is flawed. Claiming the test is flawed is flawed? I disagree with your final conclusion there, but I'm not gonna continue to talk about this. I feel like this is a Orforio rabbit hole. So let's just get back to this. Set max num scripts. We're gonna say return object.assign state max num scripts action of max num scripts. Perfect. All right, so now we just need to call this. Store.dispatch set max num scripts, Then we need that action, so we put this here. And then finally, the last part of this stupidly difficult puzzle is to put this here. This.props.workbench state.max num scripts. There we go. So let's try this out. We restarted the account server, right? I don't remember. Let's just restart it again. So now when you log in, there's definitely something moving outside. Who can take a man with lights around his neck seriously? Oh, it's going to get worse than this later today, Mike. You just wait. Wait a second. I've seen this picture before where you changed the text, didn't you? wow. Wooden potato wedges. That's actually pretty interesting. All right, so this is not disabled, right? You can click this. Yeah, that's bad. Same old picture? Oh, never mind. Why is the speech bubble so big then? It's just Horforia. So something's wrong. Let's go open up main. And let me sit up straight. Jeez, I don't know what's the matter with me. So let's open up main and let's go to fetch script. Oh, it's not a function that was defined here. So we need to check it out here. Okay, so let's put a breakpoint there. So script details dot. Oh, we don't have a maximum number of scripts here. What? What? I restarted the account server, right? Did I not save a file? No, I saved them all. Connect. Go into this function. What in the world happened with my code? Okay, that's super weird. What did happen here? What's going on? Fetch scripts doesn't even exist. I think this just got lazy and stopped loading my code. What happened? Okay, well, I don't have an answer for that. And then we get the script details back and... Okay, well, all scripts. We return scripts here. How is this any different from what I had before? Get scripts for user is what API? Users, user ID, scripts. And what am I calling into? Users, user ID, scripts. Can't see anything wrong with this. So let's put a debugger here, I guess. The last one, never seen it before. Hey, Wheatley. Can mods modify commands? I don't actually know. I could probably set it so they could, but I'm not sure if it's currently the case. Yeah, this isn't even getting hit. What is going on? Something's terribly wrong. If I refresh this page and hit connect, it broke in, but I can't see where I am in the code. This means that my source map must have screwed up. Either way, I should be able to get resp here. Yeah, resp.body. Just has scripts. What? How did that happen? I put something else in there, though. Okay. Pretty sure that's not correct. This is rebuilding. I'm just gonna have to start this again. Oh, it's adcom. I don't know if this works. I didn't change any code, so yeah, no, it doesn't work. All right, so now the question is, why is it not working? Is this code even getting hit right here? Console.log, hitting this code, db constants.maximum scripts. If this is undefined, that actually answers the question. I'm guessing that's what's happening right now. I gotta go back into this and then connect. Oh, don't care about that. Yeah, it is undefined. But how? How indeed? Did this file path change? No, that's not possible, right? Oh, is this default dot something? /database/constant. This file, it's called maxnum scripts. Now I could possibly be doing this any differently from here. Let's just stringify everything that's in db constants. This is not the object that I think it is, apparently. Hey, noob. Okay, thanks, Mike, for updating that command. Oh, look at that. This means something's horribly wrong. I know what it is. Oh, Oh, so you can't make changes to the database file and expect it to be included in the account server without doing a pre-deploy. Oh man, this is like the most roundabout thing. If I do gulp pre-deploy here, I think this is gonna work now. Yeah, that probably fixed it. Let's try this out. And now everything should just be totally fine. So we refresh the page, we hit connect, and now, yeah, we see the number 8 show up a bunch of times here. Okay, well, that solved that. I should really write that down in the code. Horforia, why don't you make an album of all those images? And that way we can just have one link there. Or why doesn't, I guess, someone make an album of those images? Doesn't need to be Horforia. Yeah, so I think we're good now, right? If I refresh the page and try this out. EJ. Yeah, this is working now. Okay, so we fixed it. So make sure that you can create a new script, and when you press update, it saves it to the selected bot. Yeah, that's done. Make sure you're not allowed to create a script when you're at max. Yep, that's done. So this is all done. Now we just have these bug fixes, and then we're pretty much done with the script stuff. There's an edit com? Oh, I didn't know that. I've been doing adcom again this whole time. I wonder if I have like 1 million database entries now in Phantom Bot. Oh well. So the account server tells you how many scripts you're allowed to have now. That way the UI can prevent you from creating more than that. Which, well, that's, I guess, fine. Whatever. Okay, script library dropdown. So now it'll be disabled when you have too many. Refresh Blockly canvas is being done. So you can now start a new script. Fixed a bug where you couldn't start a new script while already editing an existing script. And I guess we say this. That way the UI can prevent you from creating more than that. More than the max. Oh, did I code that wrong? Maybe I coded that wrong. Did I? No, I didn't. Okay. Also, the UI does indeed disable the create new script button. It doesn't, though. Yeah. I just thought of a bug. I'm pretty sure this is a bug, even though I haven't tested it yet. Bug. I think that if you're at the maximum number of scripts and you create a new blueprint entirely, that you'll be able to click the no script assigned button to make a new one. This thing does look ridiculous. Alright, here, let's run another giveaway. It'll look slightly less ridiculous if it's very brightly colored, right? Impa wins. Okay, is that good? Elbows at right angles, everybody. Yeah, there we go. Oh, hey, Impa is actually here. Nice. So I guess let's try this out. If I click new and then I click create new script, yeah, there's nothing stopping me from doing this. But then if I try hitting create, it's gonna fail. Yeah, internal server error. No empty script slots found. Okay, well, I gotta fix that bug too. So it's like 2 or 3 more bugs and then we can finally move back to like good game code. How many degrees is in a right angle? How many radians? Pi over 2. Missing semicolon. There we go. Okay, let's just scan over this code pretty quickly. Shouldn't take too long. Oh, let me copy paste this before I do that, because sometimes I end up hitting escape on the wrong dialogue, which I don't think is my fault, but I have no proof that it's not my fault. Refresh Blockly canvas. Yeah, I should go comment that. I'm going to just copy paste all this stuff because these comments were already written out and they probably belong at the function level, not at the implementation level. So this is super hacky. So the means by which I refresh the canvas is super hacky. You know, you got to give it up for DocBlocker for this. If you have a comment like hello, and then over here you have another comment and you join the two lines, oh no, it didn't do that. Wait, no, is it when you have this and you join the two lines? Yeah, so when you join a line that starts with a comment with another comment, it knows to get rid of the second comment's beginning. If that didn't make any sense, just don't worry about it. So this means the means by which I refresh the canvas is super hacky, but it's the only easy way to update it to represent what's stored in XML, since the render function doesn't actually use the XML in order to render. This will I abuse process.nextTick in order to mount/remount the component. So is editing with Blockly. How do I control that? I don't remember. Oh god, I'm like nuclear green now. I should probably move out of the way so you can actually see the other one in the room. Now I'm nuclear pink. So this is whether you should or should not be looking at the Blockly canvas. This should always be true, shouldn't it? Does it make any sense to not have that be true? Yeah. How are my colors? What do you have? They're all in color loop. They're not even... Hey, Zizla. I like this new colorful Adam. Hey, little me panda. Yeah, I hope. I think it's more fun to have things this way because I couldn't figure out how to lay out the lights in the room, and just wearing them is probably the best solution for right now. The cone light should be behind your bed. The problem is there's a bed behind there. So, well, I guess I could move the light behind my head. That way it looks like I have a halo. I'd be standing like this. Okay. Yeah, so let's get rid of these comments about it being super hacky because it's not written up there. All right, start new script. This is called when you try to create a new script while you're already editing one. There is one weird case that I don't think I accounted for and that I now cannot account for unless I log into a new account. How's that for the word account a million times? So we log in as Adam2. And if I go to create new script, so if I write like test here and I hit create new again, it just wipes out all my code, right? No, it doesn't even do that. Why? Is this doing anything? What's going on here? I don't even think this button does anything when you click it from here. But I don't know why. I think that's another bug. Bug, if you try creating a script from the drop down while you're already editing a new script, I don't think it does anything. And it shouldn't do anything, but it's kind of weird. Hey, Fatality. Okay, how about this? Yaki and Digite, I want you to play rock, paper, scissors over the internet, and whoever wins, we get a light token. This is the weirdest way of deciding this, because it's not very fair. A better way would have just been pick a number. And if it's closer to my number, then you win. Okay, they're trying it. Wheatley, you count down. This is too perfect. Okay, I think we're good here. So yeah, there's a couple of bugs. Still gonna have to fix those. Okay, Yaki wins. Yaki wins because Digite was playing rock, paper, scissors, what? No, it's not a draw. The whole point was it was supposed to be between Digite and Yaki. So now Yaki wins because Digite said what? There you go, Yaki. What is this answer? I know. I call a redo? No, there's no redo. That's it. It's done. All right, fine. Digite, I'll give you another chance later, but for right now, I'm gonna check this stuff in. And now it tells you how many scripts. Also, it does disable this. Fixed a bug where you couldn't start a new script while already editing an existing script. There still seems to be a bug around creating a script while working on a non-existent script. Okay, so if you, let's save that one actually. Let's try this one first. So you try creating a script while you're already editing a new script. I don't think it does anything. Hey, Judge Bacon. Next time, whisper at him with your choice, and then it'll be fair. Yeah, that would have been a much better way of doing things. BTTV ruins the link. You can just fix the link, right? Okay, so we gotta log in under this account again. Doesn't save any of this. I should just do this in not incognito mode. So when you go to create new script, if we type a name here and then we go to create, it sets us back to unnamed. So now I type another name here and I go to create, and now it just stops working. Why? Why indeed? That's really weird. Start new script. Is this even getting hit? Hey, Andoran. And hey, Asku. Wait, Yaki, you could have just condensed the link. Oh well, whatever. Good try. What, did he already use it? Well, now like everybody's trying to use it. Look at this. Is it even, if it's set to color loop, you guys have to turn it off first. That's the issue. All right, so let's try this out. I did Feels Bad Man and it didn't work. Well, other people are using it now. Oh, they haven't disabled color loop apparently. Oh well, sorry, Yaki. Okay, so we go to create new script, and if I change this to name and hit create new script again, this breaks in. Perfect. Okay, that's what I'd expect. And it resets everything. Now if I try this one more time, which just doesn't do anything, yeah, somehow this gets, clicking this does nothing now. How does that happen? It's not even triggering that. It's as though the library dropdown has no on create, which is impossible, right? Or maybe it's disabled because it thinks we're at the max. I don't know what's going on. Script library dropdown. Oh, you know what? This is the perfect time to use React to take a look at this, I think. Inspect, React. RC dropdown. There should be a script library dropdown somewhere. Ooh, it's kind of this. Where are the props for this, though? No, this isn't right. I moved the lamp because I switched where my monitors were. So script edit should have a script library drop down. Yeah, here it is. And what are the props of this? On create script. It's right here. No, that's not right. Why can't I see the props for this thing? Hey, Pro Sam. I thought I said hi. Maybe not. Okay. Yeah, I don't know the answer to this. I think what's going on is that... Oh, I could just put a breakpoint in the render function. I think this is disabled, but I can't tell that it's disabled. So let's put a breakpoint there and then just respawn it. That doesn't even work. What? I guess because it already exists in the DOM right now, even though it's not showing. Yeah, it does. But that still doesn't make any sense. State. How do I get this to... Man, I don't understand. Alright, I guess let's refresh the page and try again. Also, this stopped saving my account name into local storage. How did that happen? I think that when I got rid of the local storage changes, that I stopped saving the account name that you type in. It's still being loaded correctly, but it won't be saved. There's a bunch of problems right now. Okay, so this gets rendered here. Let's save a reference to this thing. So AAA equals this. There, done. Alright, and Tricky Train, thanks for following. So we go to create. Alright, this renders this again. So fine, AAA should still be that thing. And now when I go to, so if I were to type out some code here, whoops, change the render of the script library dropdown, seriously? Oh, because every time I modify this is changing the workbench state, even though it's not updating. Oh, that's actually probably a terrible idea. To make updates to the UI faster, I should implement a component should update function for most of my connected components. So for example, every time I modify CodeMirror, script library dropdown will be re-rendered because I don't check to see what state actually changed. This is an overarching problem that I'm gonna have here, but thankfully it's not terrible right now. The part that is bad, let's change the name of this. Yeah, so there, N, and we have a comment there. So now when I click new script, this is going to wipe that out, and then @max script shouldn't be true, right? @max script is false, yeah. So I just hit that. Yeah, it wiped out my code, it changed the name, and now for some reason this button just stops working. And that's the part I don't understand. AAA.props.workbenchstate. Yeah, max num scripts is 8. And the current number of scripts that I have is nothing. And yet it doesn't work. Is this disabled? I guess I could have just checked that. New script. Disabled equals false. What if I just get rid of disabled equals false completely? Well, it still doesn't work. Okay, wait, it's definitely not disabled because this is disabled and when you click it, it doesn't make the menu hide. But this does make the menu hide. So it's just not triggering the function it should be triggering. That's super weird. Like, super weird. Because this is just going to do... This is going to add script. That's the key over here. When we get to the add script thing. So, oh, maybe... Oh, let's check that out. Maybe that's what's broken. I did not think about that. Yeah, this isn't getting triggered at all. What? What is going on? Oh, looks like it never deselected. You're right. You're right, Endorn. There's a hidden state here that I tried. Oh man. Okay. Yeah. Good call. And I guess you guys can see that because for me it looks almost completely white. But if I lower the angle at which I'm looking at it, I can see the bluish color there now. I don't know if that's... Yeah. When Botland is publicly released, will you be removing all the features that you're using in the console for debugging? Yeah, I think so. I mean, more or less. Yeah, MVP, Endorn. Nice. Okay, I didn't realize this is even the thing. When you select a drop-down choice, it doesn't even give you the option to see if you selected the same one you had. So what do we have here? Oh, come on. Where are the functions that they have? Here are their examples. Simple. On select. Yeah, but where do they write anything else about on select here? They don't. So I gotta look through their library to figure out what it is. Man, come on. So node modules, RC dropdown. Where is RC dropdown? There it is. Lib index. On select is definitely not here. So I guess it's in dropdown.js. This comes from something else though. What? On select is never even used? Or is this? What is going on? Menu. Oh, it's menu. Where does menu come from? RC menu. Oh my god. RC menu, lib. Alright, who knows where we even get this from? Probably this one. On select. So there's on select, on click, on deselect, on destroy. Maybe it's on click that we want this? Or maybe we modify the on select function so that the prop is not considered selectable. I think that's the issue here. It's not considered selectable, so we just... Oh wait, does it? I don't know. Let's try just changing this quickly to on click. I don't think that's gonna work. But we might as well just test it out. So fine, add them to edit. Yeah, get rid of that. Okay, that works. Then what? We try it again. Does it still work? Okay, good so far. What happens when you click some random spot on this thing? Oh, okay. So we just had to change it to on click and not on select. So I'm going to say this right here, I guess, or somewhere. I'll just say note, we use on click instead of on select so that you can, I'll just say because onSelect only lets you choose a different element than what's currently selected. And we don't really care about what's currently selected. It's still bluish, is that correct? No, probably not, but I'm not going to worry about that yet. Because I don't really care what's selected in this thing, do I? Oh, wait, was the... What? Is it not blue by default? I don't remember if I made it blue or if that's something that the library is doing. No, yeah, it's not blue right now. So when you do click one of these things, it makes it blue. Okay. Yeah. All right, well, does that even fix the bug? I mean, there's this other bug here of what do you even expect to happen when you do that? So if I'm modifying, this bot has no script. So I click create new. Now I'm like, oh man, this is gonna be an awesome artillery script, and I've got some cool code selected for this. And then I click create new script. Like, it's gonna wipe all of that out. Yeah, now it's just gone. And now you're on an unnamed script. And that old one that you had, you never saved. Is that what you expect to happen? Is that not what you expect? Like, it could warn you in the future that, hey, you're going to make a new script and you haven't saved your current changes. But should this just be disabled if you're already working on a new script? And what happens if you trash the current script that you're working on? Like, if I write test here and then I trash this, then yeah, it doesn't exist. But this is still set to test at that point. That part's kind of weird. That's what you'd expect? Okay. Well, fine then. I think we're good. All right, nice. Yeah, warn players about it. That'll definitely have to happen, but that's not something I'm going to code yet. Because, yeah, warning you when you're about to lose something, I'm fine with that change. Like I said, I'm not going to do it yet because eventually we'll want some way of showing you these like modal pop-ups of are you sure you want to do this? And we just haven't come up with that yet. So when you're editing a brand new script and you choose create new script from the script dropdown, it will now create the new script. This didn't work before due to a bug where create new was already selected. So RC menu wasn't letting you select it again. You should take query pop-ups. Okay. All right, so that one's fixed. Let's go back to that. This. I think that when I got rid of local storage changes that I stopped saving the account name. Yeah, I think I did too. So let's go look up local storage. This set item, last used account, last used password, and checked EULA button. So what exactly? If I log in as Adam2 and then I look at local storage, oh, that was a big mistake. I should have typed this over here. Last used account is set to Adam. Yeah, so this isn't even working. Oh, what? How is that possible? What is last used account set to? Yeah, it's this. Is this not getting hit? At this point, we know for sure that your username and password must have been good, so we can persist them here. I don't know what's going on that's causing this to fail. Because this looks pretty straightforward to me, so maybe this just isn't getting hit. If I log in as Adam2 and I hit connect, okay, we're in this function. Now I go to local storage, and I want to set this to Adam2. So client constants dot last used. Oh, this doesn't exist. That's why. So it's setting undefined. So if I went to local storage dot undefined, yeah, this is going to be set to true probably. Yes, that's the problem. All right. So how did this become undefined? Do we not have client constants? Is it not part of that? Is it something else that I'm not doing correctly here? Public JavaScript constants, local storage keys. That's why. Well, I should probably take a look and make sure I did that everywhere then, huh? Yeah, looks like I did. That was the only place I hadn't done it. Let's go search for all the other ones too. Local storage keys, good, good, good. And then finally, good, good, and good. Yeah, okay, everything's good. I think I fixed it. So let's try this out again. And we should probably get rid of that debugger call that we had here. Okay, so now I connect as Adam2. And now if I refresh the page, it should say Adam2 up there. Yeah, perfect. Okay, well, yeah, I fixed that bug. Fixed a bug where I wasn't saving with the correct, where I was saving with an undefined key for local storage. So, yeah. Now that's it. I think that's enough about the bug. All right, so that's done. Now what do we have? So these don't sound very fun to work on. If you save an empty Blockly script, it will think it's a JavaScript script. So here's what we could do in that case. In reducer temp, we have some XML that I have here, just this. If I put this as your script, then we should be fine, but it's a very weird case that you might have. This is in scriptedit.js. Oh, I don't like this. Yeah, so it's here, creator update. So is editing with Blockly. Okay. So if is Blockly, what we need to do here is potentially make this. Excuse me. All right, let's do this. So if let Blockly XML equal undefined, if is Blockly, Blockly XML equals this.pops.blockly state.xml text. But if that doesn't exist, if not util.exist Blockly XML, then we need to set it to this placeholder text. And I don't really like that code, but let's at least try to see if this works. So first, I have not refreshed the client. So this is going to have the bug that I'm fixing right now. And I'll show you guys the bug. It's when you edit, so you've got a new script, and you want to save it as Blockly, but you want it to be empty. So this is going to be an empty script, and I hit create. When I go back to edit it, it's going to think that I had it in JavaScript because I just never put anything to Blockly. So now I'm going to refresh the page, and it should be fixed. So now we make a new bot. We go into here. We do exactly the same things I had before. Empty 2, I guess. And then we just hit create. Cool. So now when you go to edit it, it knows that it's Blockly. All right, good. Shouldn't you be setting it to the text if it is defined rather than before the check? What? Shouldn't you be setting it to the text if it's defined rather than before the check? So what this is doing is I'm saying if there was something that existed here, then we're not going to need to run this check. And if there wasn't something that existed here, then we want to make sure that the database knows that this was supposed to be Blockly. So we give it just an empty XML string. Which, now that I think about it, we could probably just say an open XML tag and a closing one. We probably don't need a namespace on it. But I don't think it really matters. And the other thing we can do here is just put this like this if we want. So that we don't end up thinking that a blank Blockly script should, so that we don't end up thinking, so we don't end up interpreting a blank Blockly script as a JavaScript script will use a default XML blob in case you saved an empty script. Okay, let's test that out. That should be fine. I don't expect any issues. So we go over to here, make a new blueprint, create a new script. We should have empty and empty 2. We're going to make empty 3, I guess. And we're going to save just blank Blockly. And now we go and edit it, and it knows that it's Blockly. Cool. So now let's also make sure that we can save this update, and we go back in and we have just an empty if statement here. So yeah, we're looking good. And if we were to check out the code for this, we'd see we have if false, do nothing. We can prettify this code. Not that that matters. And I can put in whatever I want here. So we can put in our Mr. Zap script and update. Cool. All right, when I finally do save it as JavaScript, it should have empty Blockly in it now. It does, and updating that still works. Yeah, perfect. All right, great. All of that's fine. Okay, so yeah, fixed the bug. So commit, when you save a, so fixed a bug where saving a blank Blockly script would later be interpreted as a like default JavaScript script. We now save an XML blob if your Blockly was undefined, but you press create or update. Okay, with an empty canvas. In fact, we probably could have started it as an empty canvas. Tricky Train says not to beat a dead horse, but I think he was trying to set it to default string and then do an if exists check on this.props. So the problem is if you, no, I guess that's not a problem. Yeah, I think that would work too. And that's not beating a dead horse, I think. Yeah. That way we start with this empty string or undefined, doesn't matter. Because if you aren't using Blockly, we're going to say that's undefined. Yeah, I think we can do that. I think you're right. So what I would need to do is change this to here. I basically just delete that. So let's get rid of that line. And then in setup React, I put this code. Where is it? I put this here. Hey, Avinus. Did Adam move? Yeah, I did. Yeah, there's a command for that. Oh, it's going to print out twice now. Oh well. Okay, so connect. So we're going to do the same thing I did before. And now it should work. This is going to be test. So we create this. It should know that it's Blockly. Perfect. We edit it as code. It should know that it's code. Perfect. And when we put in real Blockly here, it should know that it's real Blockly. Perfect. Oh, nice, Ivanus. How's the new place? Okay. Yeah, so I like this better. All right, I'll give points to ProSam and to Tricky Train. Thank you both. And then let's go fix this right here. So this code can look exactly how it used to look. But we need to copy paste this comment over to here. Yeah, that part's pretty necessary. Moveception. Eventually, if you're like, well, moving within a move somehow. So is Blockly. So I think this part, yeah, we can just copy paste what we had before. So the entire fix got relocated to just this action. Looks good. So fixed a bug where saving a blank Blockly script would later be interpreted as a default JavaScript script. We now save an XML blob if your Blockly was undefined, but you press create or update with an empty canvas. That's not entirely true. We now use a default XML blob for new scripts, for a default Blockly XML blob for new scripts, so that creating / updating a script with an empty canvas won't result in undefined XML. I think even if the AC was working, you probably still wouldn't want to clean, right? Maybe I'm just jumping to conclusions here, but I don't typically want to clean stuff. All right, I'm sorry. This probably does seem like I'm being repetitive here, but I do want to test this one more time because I have changed the code many times now. So final test. Do. All right. So yeah, we can save a blank canvas. We can save it as code. We can go back to here. We can save real stuff. Cool. Yeah, all that's working, and we can delete the script finally, and it's gone. Yep. Cool. Yep. Everything looks good. The 13531 is just, I was trying to come up with numbers forever ago, and I couldn't decide between 1, 3, and 5, so I just made a palindrome. But yeah, it's good to ask about that stuff. All right, so we have one bug left here. I guess 2 if you count these deprecation warnings in a library that I'm not even really in control of. But I think that if you're at the maximum number of scripts and you create a new blueprint entirely, that you'll be able to click, yeah, so this is true. So let's log in as Adam1 to prove this thing. So if you create a new blueprint, I'm already at the max number of scripts. You can only have 8. So I can't click this button, but I can click this button, create new script. So we need to disable that if you're at the max. So there's script library dropdown that already knows whether we're at the max number of scripts. And we're going to disable that button in script edit footer.js. No, edit blueprint footer. So yeah, we need to disable this button if at max scripts props workbench state. Now we have that, interestingly enough. So if you're at the maximum, then we just set this to disabled. Cool. Looks good. We probably tabbed this incorrectly. There. Okay, yeah, let's try that out. So now the only difference is that that button should be, oh, we broke it. Scripts doesn't exist. I have the Kirby Adventure music going through my head for some reason. I haven't even played Kirby Adventure in years. Okay, that's not correct. That's definitely not correct. So this is not at max scripts. This is like disable creation button equals. Do we have util here? Yeah, we do. We'll just say equals false. And then here we'll say if at max scripts disable creation button equals true. And then this should probably just be turned into, no, let's keep it as a variable. I think that's fine. Okay, then we use this down here for disabled. Where did it go? Where did it go? Where did it go? Here it is. Okay. Does the disabled attribute allow for booleans? So it does in React. Okay, so check it out. We can click this and we can edit the script. But if we go into a totally different blueprint, we can't hit create new script here because we're already at the max. So all you can do is pick a script and then edit that one if you want. So this is working pretty well. Adam, I'm trying to create this data thing and I want to generate a new object elements based on the channel's name. Is there a way to setting the, oh man, I can't read for some reason. All right. Is there a way of setting the object name as value of a variable? For example, I'm using .channel. I set res I, which holds the channel name. It fails to read the array. Is it possible I'm doing something completely wrong? Sorry if I'm explaining this. There's a parenthesis on the end of this. Is at max scripts a boolean? Yeah, it is. Okay, so whenever you're doing something like this, Digite, I suggest writing out what you think your data should look like. So you probably will want something like this, and whether or not you end up with this structure exactly is up to you, but I would probably do something like this. So ID or name or something like that would be like Adam13531, and then any other data that goes in here. So channel name, top word maybe, top word, whatever, Adam Troll, and any extra data here, data, whatever. And so your channels would look like this. You end up with something here. Soda pooping. Top word, something. So if this is the structure you want, then you have to think, okay, how do I actually access the channels here? And what's kind of annoying about this is that if it's an array, then for you to get a channel by a certain ID means that you need to do like for each, and then in here find the channel by ID. So what you probably want is for channels to be an object. So it would look like this. So now you have an object here, and instead you have ID of, or sorry, you have something like Adam13531 is the ID, and that goes to something like top word. And you do the same thing for any other channels. And now what's nice, so this way of doing this up here, now you could do something like channels Adam13531, and then just start getting something like the top word on it. So I don't think I've directly answered your question, but I hope this helps at least. And what this really comes down to is just model your data ahead of time to figure out what structure you want it to have. And that way you can figure out how you'll access things on it. And remember too, there are a couple of things to keep in mind. One, in JavaScript, every object key that you have is actually a string. So if you say A equals this and then A1 equals whatever, 1, this is the same as this. So yeah, all keys in JavaScript are going to be numbers, or sorry, strings. And then the other thing you need to keep in mind is that they may or may not be case sensitive. I don't actually remember this one. So A equals 5. Yeah, of course. Okay, so they're case sensitive, which means if you tried doing Adam13531 like this, then you should be doing it that way every time. So probably just run 2 lowercase on all your IDs. You can't get the name for the object. I don't know how to create an object with the value of the channel. So maybe this will help you out. But let's say you have a channel name here, Adam13531, and your channels were they were an empty object to begin with. You'd say channels, channel name equals, and then you'd have all your new data here. So whatever, top word, data, so top word, foo, data, bar. And now whenever you want to access the Adam13531 channel, you can just type that out here. Channels.Adam13531, there you go. So hopefully that helps out a bit. And then what else did I miss in chat? Okay, I think that's it. Yeah, no problem, Digite. Okay, yeah, so this is fixed. Let's check that in. When you're at the maximum number of scripts, you're now no longer able to create a new script from outside of the script library dropdown. Previously, this was possible by clicking the Create New Script button on a new blueprint. Now it's not. That's one of those edge case things that we may never have found, but thankfully I thought of it now. What that does likely mean is that there are more of those that are hidden in the code somewhere as bugs. So fix all of the RC deprecation warnings. This is the last thing standing in the way of me and working on the in-game UI. And honestly, this is really just not that important. There are these warnings up here. Require RC util is deprecated. Please require RC util /lib/xx. I'm just going to go look at RC dropdown and see if they have any issues for this stuff. So we'll click here. We'll go to their GitHub. Go to their issues. They have no deprecation things here. And these, for all I know, are something about deprecation. But I can't read that. So I guess we're not gonna worry about that. So RC util class set. So let's look up RC util maybe. Where does RC util come from? Hey Cottrell, how you doing? Common utils for React component? Oh, so it's the library's problem. Oh wait, no, this is written by the same person. Never mind. Issues. Missing peer dependency, deprecate shallow equal. Man, where's this coming from? It's probably in how they're using this. Oh, I don't want to have to fix this. Where do they include this thing? RC util. It's not even in here. It's probably an RC menu or something. Oh yeah, that's right, Cottrell. I forgot. You said you had you'd wanted to watch on Wednesday because you're getting braces. What is this? The chopsticks from yesterday. Okay. Yeah, how's your mouth feeling, Cottrell? I had braces a long time ago. Actually, I had them multiple times, I think. I don't know why. But it wasn't fun. It's actually not too bad until you get them adjusted. Then it sucks a lot for like a day. Because your mouth is really sore. Okay, so I don't think I need to worry about this. I think what I need to worry about is RC menu, which is probably what's using RC. Let's just cd into this folder and do a find stir on RC util. There it is. And apparently this is deprecated completely, so I'm not supposed to be doing this. Menu mix in submenu. Yeah, a little sore. It's bringing back bad memories for me. RC util /lib/xx. Is this my problem? I think this is my problem, but it's menu item. No, it's not. RC menu just doesn't do this correctly. So let's go look that up. Still better than having 5 teeth implants? Yeah, no, that does sound pretty bad. Are there issues for this about using deprecated code? Deprecation, deprecated. I want to file an issue then, but I don't care that much about these warnings. Yeah. Class set is deprecated. Use class names by require class names. Join classes is deprecated. Pure render mixin is deprecated. Oh, nice. Good job, Digite. Yeah. Nice. By the way, something else you might want to put in here, and I don't know if you want this or not, but top word, like that's great. You might want to also put in something like display name. So Adam13531, whenever I type in a chat message, it capitalizes the first A. So maybe you want that too. I'm just suggesting it. I have no idea where you're even displaying these things, so you might not want that. Okay. So fix all the RC deprecation warnings. These are coming from RC menu trying to use RC util in the wrong way. I don't think I'm going to worry about it for now. It's unfortunate. You know what? I have a bunch of other items here. Should I just do these now? Prevent users from typing script names that are too long. That's not a very difficult change. When you make a new script for an existing blueprint, check to see if it gets set in the database immediately. If so, then make sure the client updates Redux. Yeah, I'm not gonna worry about this. I think we need to move on to the in-game UI, which means we need to just design this a little bit. So I've shown you most of this, but here's the in-game UI. Yes, ignore the dance floor. There's going to be an arena, and it all kind of takes place on a tabletop if this were real life. So it could be something that looks like this. It could be something that looks like just a basket or something like that in the future. Who knows? But as for the UI component of this, you can click all of your different bots over here, and you can take a look at what they are. You can edit them through this UI. You're going to have to do all of that stuff. And then, oh, that goes to the wrong thing. And then you should be able to drag bots from here onto a queue that will eventually get deployed into the arena. So we just need to make sure that we have the components for all of these things in place. Boatland is going to be a rave. So what's the best way to approach this? And once we get cosmetics in, we're going to have to change everything too. That's gonna be all of what July's about, art. Which, before I forget, let me write a note here about when is new art coming in. Well, right now I can show you guys what we have. Let's do something first. Let's go to MMQ. We'll make it so that only one player is needed to join a game. That way it's much easier to just test this stuff out. So now let's close out of all of these things, because it's just easier to rerun everything than it is to selectively restart stuff. And I'll just run all again. Riolat, thanks for following. What are the odds that Botland is playable via Microsoft HoloLens on my desk? If they have a web browser built in, then 100%. I don't know. Well, probably 90% in that case. Might not be compatible. Adam, I spent 2 to 3 hours trying to get that working. I just ended up going to bed. Are you saying you got it working now and you're going to go to bed? Or is there still an issue? And Digitate, what you said earlier about doing 2 lowercase, that's good. That's correct. I would keep that. It's MS Edge? Okay. Well, it should work. You have most of the client-side code for the new bot types, right? Because of the colorizer thing? Yeah. Not really. Like I've got the foundation for it. It's probably going to take a week to hack that together, add in animations and stuff. Okay. So yeah, here's where we left off. You can join a game, but there's no way to deploy bots. Excuse me. So can you create blue scripts from within a game? Blueprints. The answer is no, because you can't pick hardware or cosmetic loadouts. You might be able to duplicate them though. And I guess all of this comes from Workbench State to begin with. Oh, thanks, Cottrell. So we could show you pictures here of all the bots that you have, just like in the Edit Blueprint UI. A lot of what I'm going to be doing today and on Friday is going to be reusing the components that I had, or converting them into reusable components. So I got to get this stuff showing over here, but only when you clicked this. And I guess you could always click something here and and that button will get pushed out. EJ is my favorite mod. So I think this is the first component we have to make then. This button that shows you all the blueprints that you have. I don't think this involves any really careful design yet, because it's just a button that pops open your blue script. Why do I keep saying that? Blueprints. Alright, so make the left bar that shows all blueprints that you own. And we need to be able to show and hide that. The showing and hiding part doesn't need to happen for a while, though. Okay, I gotta see who's doing with this with the lights. Oh, it's Judge Bacon. Okay. Oh, that poor strip behind me. Let's just take this off. Put this around my neck too. There. How much more colorful can things get here? Alright. I'm just gonna be a beacon of light over here. Aw, Judge Bacon set him back to light. Or dim, I mean. Nope. Nope. Alright. It's good. Lesser party animal. Okay, so we're going to show this over on the left side. Right now, we have this as what? The in-game UI somewhere. Here it is. So there's this Pixie component. So we're going to need the part on the left side is going to... How do we want to do this? We probably want that to slide in, and when you press edit, for maybe that to slide in too. So that's going to appear off screen. I can't press that button. So that means that this should probably always exist and it slides in as well. But what happens when you have the UI in this view? Where is it? Yeah, these slide in past that. But there's an issue when you click a bot too. Just got to make sure I'm covering all of these cases. So when you clicked a bot, I guess pressing this button would close this and then show you your blueprints. Okay, so that makes sense to me. Looks like something from Tron. Yeah, anyone. And then we also need this to be able to pop out to here, but potentially show one of these as a, like you're already editing this. All right, this will be a little bit tough then. So let's think of the requirements for this. It needs to be able to slide in as an attachment to the in-game edit blueprint. Well, there's in-game view blueprint. Is this the same as when you click something here? It's not, because that's already a deployed bot. Yeah. So in-game view blueprint, which is different from this. I wonder if I can add annotations to this. I probably can, right? Oh, nice. Okay. All right, so I should probably add in some notes here. How do I do this? Tools, fill and sign, redact. How do you just add text? Comment? Oh, that works pretty well. Okay. So let's write a comment up here. How do you... It's not a comment. Pencil? What? Just want to add a text box. Add text comment. Yeah, there we go. So test. So this is when I don't think annotating this PDF is a good idea. Let's just leave it as is. Adam, get these for the wall just behind you and wrap your lights on them. Okay, yeah, I guess I could do that. So it needs to be able to slide in as an attachment to in-game view blueprint. That is, I guess this. But then one of the icons, but then the selected icon turns into an edit blueprint button. I think that's reasonable. So then what would this look like entirely here? You click one of these things, click this, and then you can click edit over here, and you'll be editing it. So those things need to exist. So in-game blueprint needs to exist off the side of the screen, like how hardware inventory works. I should probably test that out too. So let's start with this left bar. What should we call this? It's this thing. Oh, and it needs to scroll too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, because you could have 8 blueprints. And if you do scroll this, then what happens exactly? I guess this bar is still going to have to scroll here. That could be a little bit weird. Make the left bar that shows all blueprints that you own. Make it scrollable vertically. Yeah. What do we call this? In-game. Oh, and then these need to be draggable as well? No, this UI can't work, I think. Because you can't drag onto this and be able to scroll this still. I think I'm going to have to talk to Jason about this. We could make it so that like dragging to the side will pull this thing out of there. But I don't like that. Or that as you drag, you're also scrolling. Shouldn't be too weird if you use like select or buying items. Hey DJ Shocker, thanks for following. Oh, what am I doing with these lights? No, I'm not sure. Not sure we want here. I at the very least need to write a note about how we're going to get this to work. Like you should be able to drag something from here. So if I were to, let's just draw this with a highlighter. If I drag from here down to here, then what should happen is I've added this bot into my queue. But the problem is that by dragging it anywhere in this direction, I'm going to just scroll this thing on the side. Now we could turn this scroll icon here into a button that you have to press, but then I think for touch users it's going to be pretty annoying to use. Or we could resize this so that this only ever fits your 8 blueprints and it just resizes them to fit the screen. That might be a better idea here. Check out Trello, they achieved what you're talking about. Well, with scrolling and with dragging. I don't know if I have a Trello. No, you have to sign in. Do they come up with a random name each time? They do, and they're all TV names. Yeah. Interesting. I would expect all 8 to be there. Yeah, then the problem becomes if we ever want to add in more. So I'm just going to write this as a note here. So let's say things to ask Jason. So when is a new arc coming in? One of the other things is when you're in a game, there's the left bar that can show your blueprints that are accessible to you. The way this is mocked up is as a scrollable panel, but you need to be able to drag icons from here onto the queue. So I'm thinking that instead of it being scrollable, we just resize the entire bar to always fit all 8 blueprints. Also, Chris Bite Chicken, thank you too for following. Hey Trump. Yeah, so I think we're going to make it so that all 8 are there no matter what. So let's try that out. And then what do I call these? What do I call them? Like in-game or bot icon bar. That's actually pretty good. Bot icon bar. I like that. Okay, so let's go to components and take a look at any components that we have right now that would probably match this. It doesn't even matter if they match it. I'll call this bot icon bar.js. So this turns into bot icon bar. Cool. We get rid of all of this stuff. And styles.bot icon bar. That's fine. We can add in a thing whether it's selected or not, I guess. I don't think that's really necessary, but we might want this later, so let's keep that. So we have a div here with the right CSS classes, and then we just have some stuff going down it. So let's put the stuff here as like div I or item 1, item 2. Okay, good. And yeah, Horforia, I could do something like that eventually. I just think it would involve some pretty heavy modification of a library that I'm using. Yeah, because there would be a DOM element that would only show in a very particular case. And I'd like to avoid that for now if possible. So we're going to stick with this for now. And then this is going to always take up, well, there should be an X here, I guess. But other than that, it should always take up the height of this thing. So, okay, let's try it out. So, bot icon bar. We're going to include this from the in-game UI. And we're going to put this just somewhere for now. I don't know where. Bot icon bar. Sure. Now let's go into our components that we have. So all.less, we're going to put bot icon bar here. Bot icon bar dot less. Bot icon bar. Let's set the background color to red. I'll keep a border on it. That's fine. Oh, and we got a lowercase that. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so let's try that out. We should also make games last infinitely long. That way we don't have to keep re-entering a game. Not that it's that tedious, but it's super easy to just set this to like 1300 minutes. There we go. Okay, and then let's restart the, well, we'd have to restart everything for that to take place. So, something already broke. Main is not defined. So it can't find bot icon bar? Oh, right, because of the order that I did things in. All right, let's just restart everything. Because if I set this, then I think everything should build fine. No, of course not. What happened here? Bot icon bar dot less. How did I screw this up? Bot icon bar dot less. Bot icon bar. That looks correct to me. What is wrong? What? Bot icon bar, yeah. Weird, and this is in the same place as I have bot icon, right? Yeah, it is. Did I type something wrong with this file name? I don't understand what I did. Oh, now it builds. Whatever, it must have been some ordering thing. All right, I'm gonna restart all this stuff again. That way we have the up-to-date game server, which is gonna make games last forever. So run all. Okay, so now when we join a game, we're there for a very long time. So here's this stuff. I think we're probably gonna put position absolute on here. That's probably not a good idea. Maybe it is. I don't know, let's try it. So I think I should sit down. Oh, swipe down handler. I forgot I even had that thing still. We can probably get rid of that. Get rid of the swipe down handler. So if we refresh the page and connect, yeah, so now this stuff is showing up over here in the footer. I don't like that. Position absolute. So it's absolutely positioned there. What if I said top 0px? Okay, but I gotta give this thing a height. I think that's gonna be a problem. Yeah, alright, so let's close out of that. So position absolute, top 0px. Will this even work? How did I do this with the hardware inventory stuff? Hardware inventory, that came from edit blueprint.js. So we have this styles.block1, block2, block3 to block4, and block5. I don't think these had position absolute though. Sliding section classes. Show block1, show block2. Auto, position absolute, block1 left, 33%. And slider content had position absolute. Oh no, maybe it will work. Also margin 5 because it bugs me through. Oh, that's polish stuff. I'll do that at some point. This is like not staying on me at all. Probably shouldn't have lights just totally wrapped around my neck. Hey Zintonic, thanks. So I want this to take up the full height that I have. Let's take a look and see what would happen if I just said height auto. Or 100%. Yeah, so I think the issue here is this is not needed. We need to have flex set on this, I think. Or whoops, no, on this thing. Height auto, 100%. Yeah, it's 100% of the page now. All right, so let's do flex auto. And then let's give the thing above this a way of setting this somehow. This has display flex, flex direction column. And this has flex auto. And then display flex, flex direction column. And then we put flex auto on these. I don't think this is going to work. Display block. Yeah, because this thing doesn't know what the height is. If I set the height to anything higher than this, it would probably work. Yeah, there we go. Item 1, item 2. University Man says, tips for someone looking into getting into coding. So do you know any coding right now? Because if you don't know any, I would say, I do have a bunch of tips. And, darn. All right, there. So I have a bunch of these. Let me see if I can find this note that I have on them. Yeah. So I haven't shared this out other than like on the stream right now. So there's no way for you to look at this online, like I said, other than right here. But I suggest like print screening this as I scroll through it, because a lot of it at first is just making sure you have the right expectations. And one of the important ones that a lot of people don't think about is this one, which is you don't go from not knowing coding to making like World of Warcraft in 2 months. That doesn't happen. So just make sure you're in this for the long haul, that kind of thing, or that you're having fun. That's all, those sorts of things. And then how to learn is just like, I haven't totally fleshed all this stuff out. But it's basically come up with a very small project for yourself after you've learned the basics and tackle that project. Then come up with a slightly larger project than that and tackle that project. Another mistake that a lot of people make is they say, okay, I made Hello World, so now I'm ready to go make Tetris or something. And if you are really dedicated, yeah, you could do something like that. But typically that will demotivate a lot of people. And then the rest of this, I think learning debugging pretty quickly is an important thing. So yeah, as for particular ways you can learn, if you check this out, University Madden. And hey, Next Era Gaming. Yeah, I think what you start with doesn't matter so much. I think you could learn Python, you could learn C++, you could learn assembly, any of those, and eventually become just as good a programmer as anybody else. So I don't think you should worry too much about the first language choice. I'm talking to University Madden at this point. Yeah, Next Era Gaming. I think a lot of people who are interested in games do the same sort of thing. Like, I'll start with a very big project, and then you have to tone it down afterward. Okay, so this is part of this parent, but because it's absolutely positioned, I can't get this to work how I want it to, can I? What if I said position relative here? So, top 50 pixels. Yeah, okay. So that's great, whatever. The thing I'm trying to figure out now is getting the height of this to be correct. I shouldn't have to specify a height parameter on it. And yet I do because of the absolute positioning, is that why? Whoop, now it disappeared. No problem, University Madden. Flexbox, absolute position. How to position inside Flexbox. The thing is, I want two elements on top of each other. I don't know how to do that without position absolute here. Maybe add flex 1 to it. Flex 1 to this, but I have flex auto. That's flex grow 1, flex shrink, and anything else that I might need there. Hard to tell without seeing the DOM. Ghost Pepper Dev. That sounds sad. I mean, that's coding though, so if you don't enjoy that, then maybe you just need a vacation for now. Oh wow. Good job, Enduring. I mean, nothing's stopping me from uploading this. I just haven't finished it, and I don't want people referring to an incomplete document, but that is still nice. Yeah, so the DOM here is basically just, I have a div in the background. Just imagine that that's a solid blue div. And I have a div here that I want to have sized based on kind of just the parent. What if I said height 100% here? Yeah, that's the height of everything. Why is that? Because I don't have... And thanks for following, University Madden. Did you say? Bot icon bar. Okay, so let's get rid of position absolute here and just see what happens when I do things this way. Although I have a feeling that in-game content is... No, it's just got a flex on it. So this is going to make the page look very different from how I want it to look. Yeah, in this. And now if I were to put a flex auto on this, or flex grow of 10 here, yeah, I don't know what I'm doing right now. Yeah, Ghost Pepper Dev, how many days have you been working without a vacation? Because if it's any more than 2 months, I'd say just go take a vacation. It might refresh your outlook on these things. And if not, maybe it's your job that you're working at or your coworkers or something else that you can probably change. Oh, man. So the bot icon bar, I guess then we need to put like class name equals styles dot. I think bot icon already exists in less somewhere, does it not? Yeah, it does. So we'll say bot icon bar icon. It's not the best name for something. Then I'll save this in here with flex auto. And then I guess this would need display flex, flex direction, column. Flex direction wasn't set on it in the DOM unless I had like manually set it. Yeah, so now I think this will work, and I think I need to set flex grow on this, but now I don't have the position absolute that I wanted. And I've got to figure that out. Flex grow 10. Man, this does something like super weird here. The div is sized correctly. These things apparently aren't. Bot bar icon was never picked up. Oh no, it was. Never mind. Flex direction, yeah. I was thinking, when do you program a game like 1 year and you do it all the time? How do you get money for food or something like that? So it all depends on the person. In my particular case, my wife has a job with an income, and so that's how we're getting money for food and everything. The game was paid for with savings. Well, was paid for. It's not finished yet, so I can't say it was totally paid for. All right, let's put this back on position absolute because figuring this out with position relative doesn't matter in the least, I think. Or maybe it does because I'll know that I have, I don't know. Or we could just set a width here. Hey, Super Red. There is one other way I could possibly do this. I could have this thing figure out the height of this component and then set it. But I think that would be tough because it would have to be the same height as what this has. I'd probably run into weird issues there. Maybe not. Maybe it's not so bad. Preset your post CSS auto fixer. Do not include all those flex settings. Browser's last 2 versions. I'll write that down. I could go change this now and then just not check it in yet. So where's auto prefixer? So CSS nano. So I need to put this here. Oh, Bobo, thanks for hosting. Yeah, the WebKit box stuff is no longer needed. How will you handle different languages in the game? So I'm not going to actually take care of that yet. At some point, I'll come back to that, and then, yeah, I'll write a localization layer on top of all of this. So now we shouldn't have the extra cruft there. Yeah, we don't. But that doesn't really help me still. I have to figure this out. I think it might, like I said, it might just boil down to having a height on here. And then setting this height to whatever it is this other component is set to. Would that work though? What if I had scrolled items here? No, I'm not going to have it scroll. So fine, style equals height, this dot props dot height. We can pass in a height to it and do things this way. How do we do this? I guess it's this dot state bot icon bar height equals something that we haven't figured out yet. And then in here we can just say this dot state dot whatever. And when the component is mounted, this won't work. This definitely won't work. What am I doing? This dot set state. Like this might work once, but then it'll break when I resize the page. So yeah, this is set like more or less correctly. It's probably the border that's pushing things off by a little bit. But then as I resize this, it's not going to get any smaller. So I need to do this every time this updates. Is there a way to do a console log from the bot? No, there isn't, Realat. If you're having any issues, you should just ask me for now. But a lot of stuff is not in the game that will eventually be clarified. So I'm guessing, yeah, you're in the game. Yeah. So something you can do, if you press Control K or type /kill into in-game chat, it'll kill all of your bots. So if you want to go fix your bots, you can do that. So if I deploy a bunch of stuff that is, no, I don't have any useful bots here. Let's just deploy this Ultra Killer script. And let's give it this thing. Sure, fine. So I deploy my bots. When this is done, there's no checking what code they have, unfortunately. There's no way to see any output from them other than what they're doing in the arena. And Alex says use component will mount. Logging from the bot is actually pretty helpful for if you ever are wondering, wait, why is my bot doing what it's doing? But because all the code's running on the server, any console.logs would have to be sent back to you. And that's possible, but it's just not something I've done, and I'm not sure if I want to do it for the game yet. It was in the prototype that I had for the game. Okay, so React life cycle. I can never say that for some reason. There's component will mount. I actually don't need that. What I need is component. Actually, I just need a window resize handler, right? Window dot star resize. So we can put this here. But even this, I don't think is a great idea. And then I need to remove this handler also. So this dot resize handler, resize handler, is this dot resize handler dot find this. So we put this here, and then on component will unmount, we remove that, and then we make the resize handler. And I guess that's where we could just do this, assuming this thing had mounted already. Let's try that out. And I don't think this is a great solution, but it'll probably work. Yeah. Yeah, so that works like well enough. Oh, you know one of the issues we run into here though? It's that if you resize this to be really small, you'd have to fit 8 bot icons in just this area here, rather than having it be scrollable. I think we just make it scrollable. Yeah, I don't think we should resize it. Put this here. Actually, I decided against this since it would look bad on small when the window is a small height. I'll just say with short windows. Okay, so getting this to both scroll and allow you to drag and drop, I think that's going to be a little bit annoying to do. But hey, the resize part's working at least. The only issue I'm having here is that this div is 800 pixels tall, and I think the parent is only, yeah, it's only 798. So I think it's taking borders into account, and it shouldn't be, or vice versa. It's not taking borders into account, and it should be. So we're going to say here this dot resize handler. That way we can have this set state call from here, and we can get the height with padding and everything. Is there a better way to do this? No, I'll just do this here. What am I doing? So in-game.js, resize handler, put a breakpoint there. So when we resize this horizontally, it'll break in, and now we should get a number here somewhere that's, so this dot refs dot client, this dot refs dot game dot client height. This should be 798. It is. Okay. So when we set the height of our component, what we need to figure out is, does it have a border? Can you do that? Border. Now you got to get style.border. Oh man. Border width. Yeah, and in this particular case, it's nothing. But in this particular case, ref equals. Yeah, let's try this again. Webpack does a lot of stuff, but yes, in the end, it's mostly bundling up your code. But it can run a lot of transformations on it, so you could transpile the code, you could minify it, you do a lot of different things with it. You can cut out any production code or development code that you might want to. This dot refs dot bot icon bar dot style dot border height. Is this? Can't read border height of undefined. What? This doesn't even exist. Is it wrapped? No. What's going on here? Style is undefined. Is this because it hasn't been... What is going on right now? Weird, and it's not undefined. Oh, right, because I put it on... That's why. This should be on the div inside of there. So there's no easy way to do this, is there? There's another reason why it's not a great idea to do this. I would need to put a function in here like get height that returns like this dot style. Wait, no, I don't want it to get height. I want like get border height. And then I put a ref on this thing This is bad. This .refs.main.style.border height. This is ridiculous. How do you get your render functions to return HTML code? You almost got me. All right, so let's take a look. Shouldn't it be border width? Well, they should be the same value actually. Check the render method of this. Nan is an invalid value for the height. Oops. So does this even exist? And does this return 2? It doesn't. But the function itself is defined, right? Get border height. Yeah, here. So show function definition. We can put a breakpoint there, and then we can try this again. Or it should break in here. So this.refs.main.style. Border width doesn't even. Border top, border style. I know this thing has a border on it. Hey, Bukhar. Border top. What is going on here? Oh, I see what you're saying about border width. Oh, I get it, noob. Yeah, I think you're probably right about that. But this is just totally not set. And it has a CSS class here that should give it a border because it's right here, border 1px solid black. I wonder what happens if I just try getting border from here. I don't know. Hey, some people. Man. Well, this is a really minor problem anyway. I don't know if I should worry about this part yet. I don't like how I'm doing the sizing of this. And this is all the precursor to actually writing the code that I wanted to write today. So we could put border width here, I guess. Okay, let's take a look. No problem. Welcome back, Bukhar. Okay, so what do we have here? Does this evaluate to something? No. So border width is still set to nothing. Are any of these things set? None of them are. Does it even have the right style on it? It has a border right there. Why can't I get the style of this thing? Like, it's... What? It's right there. All right, HTML, get border width of element. The bottom part will be transparent. Yeah. So, Donick, I think everybody would play in that case. If you have to do 2 minutes of work to get $7 worth of stuff, that's what, like 20 something times the minimum wage in most states. Offset width. They belong to the element, not style. Well, sure, I guess I can get offset width, but that doesn't really help me. Unless I can also get style.width. Okay, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know about this. I don't think I'm going to worry about this either. I don't think this is a valuable thing to do here. We'll just say return 0 from this. Can't figure out the real value here. How do you run the JS in Sublime? So I don't. What happens is every time I save a file, Webpack has a watch running on my hard drive. So any file that changes, like let's say I wrote console.log hi here. Watch what happens in the left window when I press save. So it rebuilds and it publishes a new bundled file. So I'm not running Sublime from here. All I'm doing is building it and then bundling it. And then when I go back into my browser, it pulls the newest bundle file off of my hard drive and renders it in the web browser. Well, it doesn't render JavaScript, but it runs it. Okay, so now whatever, we're gonna have this off by 2 pixels. I don't really care because we can fix that later. The important part is I guess I need to make this scrollable and draggable. And that means making a custom drag handler that's only going to activate when you drag to the right or when you drag out of this thing. And otherwise scrolls. I think it's gonna be obnoxious. I have too many libraries at play right now. Yeah. So I don't know if we're going to worry about that because that's a UI implementation detail. Hey, Lulong. Okay, well, whatever. Let's go back to here. Close out of these things. So we manage the height of the bot icon bar ourselves so that seems painful to have to log in every time you make CSS changes. I haven't thought about adding React Hot Loader too much, mostly because I wanted certain changes to be explicit. Like I have to refresh the browser. Although, yeah, I do have to reconnect. You're right. So I don't know. I should think about it. I'll copy paste that in. No, but these configuration things are also usually pretty helpful. And how do you get it to do that? I needed to do that. So you should look up a tutorial on Webpack and JavaScript, I think. It's not that I'm unwilling to help. It's that I feel like there's enough there where it would be probably pretty long for me to explain it. Yeah, Digite. Every time I say to my wife, like, hey, check out the work I did today, and then I show her whatever, I log into Botland and I'm like, oh yeah, so today was mostly just getting this drop down to work. She's not usually too impressed. But when I show her everything that's changed in the last few weeks, then she's like, yeah, okay, that does look like a lot of work. Okay, so bot icons in queue will eventually go here. Make it scrollable vertically. So I guess I'll do that part now, which means that this will have a height that's set for the outermost div, but then the content itself might have a larger height, which means we can't use a flexbox for this. So I need to go get rid of that code. So let's get rid of this and this and this. Now that means we need to size these. No, wait. No. Darn it. We put this on dot bot icon bar scrollable. So now these properties go here, I guess. All right. So there's going to be this div that's sized according to the height that we got there. Then there's a div in here where we say class name equals styles dot that. And since that's a flex box, I think these things should be, no, we need to give it a height though. Do we? I'm not sure how this is going to work. Ow. My leg. There's this prong coming out of my chair that I just slammed my leg against. Shouldn't be hurting myself while I'm sitting down. Okay. Why am I not in a game? Oh yeah, because I logged in as the wrong account. Yeah, rip leg. And then I want to make it... I do not like struggling with this stuff. So we could say overflow y scroll. So this can't have... Yeah, no, it needs to be this that has this. Let's try this out. Okay, cool. So now what if we made one of these items take up like way more space than it's currently taking up? Yeah, so this, if we just put height like 1200 pixels, now we can scroll this thing. Okay. Well, yeah, I'll probably put auto on in the end. I just want to make sure this worked for right now. Auto will make it so that the scroll bars only show up when there's actually content to scroll. So this part we can save. This I'm going to put some styles on here. Background color red. We put that there. Okay, so we have a red and a blue one. I want these to be sized based on how much space they're. I don't know. Doesn't always need to scroll. Yeah, that's correct. So if I put height 1200 pixels here, that'll be fine. So if these turned into different components, I guess bot icon components, but not exactly this, and we have a bunch of what on something here, props dot is selected and props dot bay dot name. Okay, let's test this just to see if this works. MCS Mike, what are you doing? I see you typing test repeatedly into chat. So we want bot icons here too. Import bot icon from bot icon. So let's use these instead. Class name equals styles.bot icon bar icon. And we need to pass in a bay that just has a name, test. Let's try that. He's triggering his bot? Oh, I must have missed that. Okay, cool. And clicking this does, of course, nothing because there's no onSelect function. But if we put enough of those in there, and in fact, if I change the style on that too, can I do that? Background color green. Let's try that out. That doesn't work. I don't know why that doesn't work. Oh, it's an image, that's why. But there should be something behind the image. I guess we can't do that. Right, okay, good. So let's just get rid of that. So then if we put a bunch of these in here. Also, are the names not showing up? Yeah, I guess they wouldn't. Why necklace? Okay. Let's take a look at that. Okay, so we can scroll this. That part's totally fine. And I want them to be sized based on how much space. No, I guess there's no problem then, huh? I can just size these images. Yeah, almost 24 hours. I know, it's amazing how long some people have been in here. It's pretty great. Yeah, now that we've gotten this working, we can set scroll back to auto. All right, so connect. Oh, interesting. These have a flex property on them, so it's not sizing that correctly. This is a weird game of chess. I think once we get to the, man, I need to be able to load this on a phone or an iPad. I think that might be the next thing to get working here. figure out, and I already have a section here for this. I broke the game on the iPad a long time ago. I gotta figure that out. So I'll go grab an iPad. I'm also gonna use the bathroom really fast. Yeah, I'll be back. Figure out how to take these things off. God. Alright, I'll just leave these on my desk for now. There. That way if someone does change the lights while I'm gone, it'll do that. Alright, yeah, I'll be right back. Okay. Where's your light token then, huh? I'll give you a light token. Token digite. There. Okay. So I want to try to connect to this on my iPad, which means I need to get my IP address. 192.168.1.8. 192. There. Oh, there's some dirt on the screen. I just like rubbed it into the screen. Okay, so what eventually happens here is I think the page loads, but I think that it doesn't let me log in. Well, either way, it's not even loading right now. I'll just put this here. We can see when that happens. Whoa, that like greatly changes the lighting on the camera. Huh? But it's not even loading. I wonder if it's getting... Let's try this. If I hit refresh over here... Oh, no, there it goes. Darn it. I shouldn't have hit... It's getting pixie.js. And what, that's taking forever? Why is this taking so long? Wait, why is it even trying to do that? Shouldn't that be... I don't understand. It's getting stuck on one file, and that one file can't be more than like a megabyte. So, and it's all on my local network. 192.168.1.8. Right, so did it start a new one of these or no? 11:40:07. What are the number of seconds here? That's 11:41, so that was a long time ago. Huh. It's not even attempting to get this? Okay, let's take a look. Is this even accessible for my own thing here? If I go to 192.168.1.8.3000. Yeah, okay. So it works for my computer. But for some reason my iPad is just not loading anything. Oh, there it goes. Okay, so it has loaded the main page with login. Alright, so we're going to type in Adam and then password. And it's going to prevent me from logging in, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, so it says this. An error message about possible causes. The network is offline, origin is not allowed, the page is being unloaded, etc. So let's see, does the account server even get anything there? If I hit connect, no, it's not working. I don't know why. And it didn't used to be this way. Hey again, Mike. Server.js, when you log in, what are you doing exactly? You're calling fetch token. Which calls tokens.post. Post to token. Where is this? There it is. Create token and throttle if not super user. Oh no, you gotta be kidding me. I just never set up the cores. Oh man, okay. I don't know when I deleted this. That's actually a major problem. All I need to do is that and then restart this and I think everything should work totally fine. Hey Shub. Hideo says, are you using Chrome on iPad? Why not test with Safari, which 99% of the time we use on this device? I don't know. I just happen to be using Chrome here. Okay, so I gotta wait for this thing to start up again. This is an iPad 2 and it's like incredibly slow. So let's make sure that I did this change correctly. So /tokens. Yeah, I think this should be it. Nothing's accessible on this iPad. Nothing's even running on it. Let me just close everything in my backstack here. It's too slow to even do that. Okay. So now I gotta type in my login information again. So Adam and password. And we hit connect. And it still says it's not working. I wonder if there's some other route that I forgot here. Is this printing out anything about getting a token? No. And if I try logging in on my own computer, what happens there? So if I go to localhost and connect as Adam3 and hit connect, yeah, it'll print out a bunch of stuff here. Checking credentials, etc., etc. So Bukhar, sorry, I don't usually answer personal questions. So I haven't shared like my wife's job, some of my past jobs, I guess. Can you check your lights when you get a chance and see what information came through? Oh, you tried using a light that doesn't exist. So I used to have 4 lights, now I only have 3. Oh man. So the very first thing that's done is fetch token, which means we need the new client being fetched from this thing, and it might be cached. That could be the problem here. It could be. But yeah, the first thing we try doing is fetch token. Let's have it just do a window.alert success after that. And also let's have it say fetching token. Okay, yeah, let me refresh this on the iPad now. No problem, Bukar. You can always ask those questions. Yeah, so my goal here was, after doing this, I should be able to test scrollability on the iPad. Maybe you should try incognito or clearing the web cache. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Either way, this is just so incredibly slow that it takes so long to even load the page once. And I don't know why it takes a long time. It really shouldn't. But let me try connecting again. We'll know if it's caching because I'll see an alert on here. Wish I could show you guys this. Yeah, it says fetching token, and then it says it didn't work. Okay, so we know that it's definitely coming from there and that this isn't totally caching everything. So when it says fetching token, so this is the part that's not working. Yeah, we're just trying to post this URL. All right, let's go into the server. Set up options route. Is this not working correctly? We allow get, patch, delete, and post. I wonder how we could figure out what headers the iPad is sending so that this isn't being allowed. Because when I hit connect over here, the error message that I'm getting is this. Request has been terminated. Possible causes, the network is offline. Origin is not allowed by access control allow origin. The page is being unloaded, etc. Okay. So what do I need to do to get that to work though? The origin maybe? Maybe it is that part. But then why wouldn't it work when I... No, maybe we could try it this way. Create token. If I hit send here, this definitely works. And if I instead change this to 192.168.1.8, except for I'm doing this from the same computer. I guess I would need to test this from my laptop or something. But it should be allowing any origin. In fact, I believe there's a cores server.js cores. Yeah, resify cores origin star. So I know for sure it's not offline. I know that the origin is set to allow from star. I can't access this API. I wonder if I can do anything else here. Like, what if I just went to 192.168.1.8 and then whatever the account server is running on, which I don't actually know that port, but account server run.cmd is running on port 8082. So if I go to 8082, what happens here? Infra hello. Okay, let's see if I can access that from my iPad. 192.168.8082. There. Okay, that works. Try browserstack.com/start and use the iPad thingy. Install the BrowserStack plugin to access from the cloud iPad, your local host, and you use DevTools, the inspector stuff. Is there, wait, what? Okay, so hang on. This is the stuff that I think I should probably be looking into at some point. Mobile Chrome debugger. I didn't realize I could even do that. I thought you needed a Mac for that. Also, how is this even working? Hang on, let me look into something really fast. If I go into this, there is hello printing out here, handle ping, and this is done from /handle ping. We don't ever even expose that via course. Evolved. Huh. Strange. So post doesn't work, but git does. I wonder if there's any other thing that I can get that I could test out here that doesn't involve authentication. Maybe it's that a certain library isn't working on iPad, or there's a polyfill that I need or something. Anyway, let's see. How do I use this? Remote debugging for Android with Screencast. Wait, but Esku, this doesn't work with an iPad, does it? I don't have an Android tablet. So my hunches right now are either iPad doesn't support post, which wouldn't make any sense. I'm sure it does. Or I need a polyfill or something. Or I need a polyfill or something. Or who knows what. Could be any number of things going wrong here. You can use an emulator for Android. Yeah, but it would be running on my own computer. And I think, well, yeah, maybe that would help. I should consider that at some point. Why would this fail? I guess I should write these hunches in here. So there's this, or there's maybe I can't set header information or something correctly. So can you see the iPad trying to connect on the server? No, I can't. So when I press the connect button here, yeah, nothing prints out. It just says request has been terminated. So this is very, very likely a CORS thing. And yeah, I'm sure the iPad supports post. I mean, it would have to for all of the web to work. Patch is something slightly different there, but there is a polyfill that I had. Could you get the headers from every person who connects and print? I'm not sure. That's actually a good idea. I'm not sure if I can do that. I would probably need to modify something here. Let's go take a look at Restify. That way, yeah, maybe I can see what headers there are. Although there's an options route that I'm going to need for this because of how Chrome works. But that should already be done when I say set up options route. Here. This.server.ops route. Let's just print something out here. Someone fetched ops route. Let's do that. Maybe something in your client is set is hard coded to connect to localhost instead of the real IP. Yeah, it could be that. I don't think so. But yeah, that is possible. I should write that down. I'm maybe not trying to connect to the correct account server. Maybe it's trying on localhost instead of the IP. Actually, Esku, that's a pretty good suggestion. Let me see how does the client figure out where to connect? In botland local. Man, that would be a really silly thing if I did that. Created a REST client whose root URL. Okay, yeah, I think that is the problem. Okay, let's just search for localhost. So where do we decide to connect to that thing? Account server and JavaScript main, localhost, botland app login. It should be coming from main somewhere. I do own a laptop, and yeah, so account server REST client address. Where is this pulled from? I think it's taken from the DOM, and then something renders this into the DOM. I think I know what it is. I think it's just something renders this pug. What? There's a gulp file that's doing this. Where's that? Client watch. What is this? Another module. I don't care about that. Aha, here it is. It's called Pug Watch. That's what's breaking here. Oh man, Esku. This is so bad. I'm still confused. How do you know all this? Well, Wooden Unicorn. So there aren't very many problems that this can be. So when I try connecting from my iPad, I'm seeing a message that says this. And since I know for sure this is working from my own computer, I know that it's either my iPad's connecting to the wrong thing or that my iPad's trying to do something that my computer's not trying to do. And in this case, I think it's just trying to connect to the wrong URL. Because here we have, yeah, localhost is hard-coded here. Okay, that's a million points to ESCO. All right. So in order to fix this, we can just set this for right now to 192.168.1.8. I really got to make sure to set this back. So now we just rerun this. But what is this called? Watch all runs gulp watch. That's what I need to do. So yeah, okay. So solution, update. What was that file that I had? It must have been one of the gulp files. Where did it go? Did I close it? Where did it go? What in the world just happened? Where did that file go? Oh, there it is. Gulp file. Okay, yeah. So modify this. Copy file path. So update this so that REST server host address points at the right IP address and not localhost. Then rerun gulp watch from the client directory. It's scary when he hands out points before actually checking if it was fixed. And note it down to change it back. I'm not too concerned about changing it back later because I'll see it as a modification in Git. But right now, all I'm waiting for, and I can tell you if it's successful eventually, but all I'm waiting for is for my page to get refreshed. This is like, do you see the loading icon at the upper right there, or upper left, or wherever that is for you guys? It's just not stopping. Just trying to load a single page. If you don't have a Mac, you can also use JS Console. If you want, you type listen and it'll give you a script to inject, which will start a remote debug session on your device. What? I'll have to check that out. Okay, the page loaded, so let's try it out. And you guys will know if this worked by looking right over there. So if anything prints out on my screen when I do this, then we know that everything's great. And then I should be able to use Botland for my iPad again, which will be very nice. So I'm typing my password now and I'm hitting connect. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Okay, so let's see. Hey, check it out. And it knows that I'm in a game. Although, what's that pop up? Could not connect to the server. Perhaps it's offline. Okay, that last part was a little bit weird. Everything else worked, though. So let's get rid of the... Oh, what happened there? This thing we're going to get rid of. Client, main. We're going to get rid of the window.alerts that I had put in. So this one we can get rid of. And this. I wonder why I can't connect to the game though. Can I do this on my desktop if I connect here? Connect. Yes, that works. So the iPad should have been told about a game server and then it should be able to connect to it, but it couldn't. But actually, this is the whole thing I wanted to test out over here. It's going to be really hard to show you guys this because I have to like, yeah, there. So check it out. This scrolls just fine. We need to eventually add in drag handlers and make sure that it also scrolls there. But the bigger problem is that I can't even join the game. Also, I got to turn my ringer on my phone. We have someone coming over at 12:30, I think, and I've got to be there to answer the door and apparently write a check. That's why they're coming over. We owe money for something. So yeah, so refreshes take something like 1 entire minute on this. I don't understand why. I'm going to just leave this here for now and we can figure out when that refreshes. There. So when you no longer see blue at the top of my iPad. Oh, there. That actually didn't take so long. Hey, Bovoken. So I'm going to hit connect. And it says could not connect to the server. Perhaps it is offline. Okay, I know what this could be something totally reasonable now that I think about it. So what we do is we get user details from the account server. So all of this stuff's working, and the matchmaker queue status is also working because it puts us into a game. But then something is failing after that. In game. MMQ produced game. Disconnect pusher. Make a socket interface to the IP address that we got. So if we turn this into a window.alert, I know I should just set up remote debugging and everything. But then it'll print out the IP address and port. Actually, wait a second. I gotta make sure this isn't a bad thing. It didn't even work. MMQ produced game. No, it's because you're already in a game. Oh yeah, okay, good. So that does work. I think I know. I think this is trying to connect to localhost again. So I think this is not an issue. Because if I were to go look at the administrative server over here and say get game server instances, yeah, it knows that the game server IP address is 127.0.0.1. So this can't work on my iPad. That's the only problem. Okay, good. So the only issue is that I can't join games from my iPad if they're hosted locally, because the overseer is going to read the IP address as 127.0.0.1. Now I could fix that too. Now that I think about it, I could just say IP address equals 192.168.1.8. All right, run the server on the iPad. Yeah, I can't do that. I think this will work. I also think it's kind of pointless, at least right now, to test if this works, because this is not what I'm necessarily. I don't need to do this. So to work around that issue, just change MMQ produced game to always give the IP of my desktop computer. Okay, so we should write this down in actual notes for somewhere else. In DevOps, maybe? Testing from iPad? I'm going to make a page in here for right now. Testing from devices, iPad, phone. So I'm going to hit connect, and we should not see any errors here. It worked. Okay, I'm connected. There are no problems. I should be able to do things like zoom in here. Yep, nice. I can pan the arena around. I can drag this thing up and down if I can figure out where my finger is. Oh, come on. Yeah, well, it works. I don't know what I was dragging by. Wow, this is pretty great. Why do you use this keyboard? It's I'm mostly using it because it's not as loud as my other keyboard, but it happens to be an ergonomic keyboard. I'm going to try all this from my phone, by the way, and I'll show you this, assuming it works. Well, actually, we can show it to you right now. I just have to hide the top of the screen in case I get notifications that you're not supposed to see. Or I could get a phone call, actually. All right, well, I guess that's the problem with showing you this. Either way, I typed in the wrong IP address, so it can't load. Okay, so let's see. We should see a login screen show up. Come on. You can do a page. Okay, we're having trouble displaying the page. Yeah, Windows Phone. I don't like it either. All right. Why are we having trouble displaying the page? Oh, am I not on Wi-Fi? I'm not. What? It should auto connect to my home Wi-Fi. That's weird. Why would this not be on Wi-Fi? It's sitting on my desk. Your phone can't connect to the Wi-Fi network. What? No phone. You're wrong. Okay, well, let's write this down while this thing is failing to connect. So, problem, connecting to my desktop computer from a device will use localhost as the server in many places. So iPad, for example, will get an error like this. Where's the error? This thing. Oh, I've connected to the Wi-Fi since I moved, yeah. And it's not giving me a reason why it can't connect. And I have full signal strength and everything. Your phone can't connect. All right, well, I can restart my phone and test this out. Or I could just... I'll just do this later. I don't know why. My computer's connected to Wi-Fi. Anyway, problem, and then the solution is here. So update the called file so the rest address points to the right thing. Then we're going to go, yep, cool. And then to be able to join games, change always get the IP on my desktop computer. The reason you have to do this is because the overseer thinks the IP address is 127.0.0.1. Okay, cool. All right, nice. All right, so that was mostly thanks to Esco. Yeah, so solution, everything had been pointing at localhost and not my desktop computer. So yeah, scrollability on the iPad, it works automatically. I could scroll the vertical div. Oh, hey Zilly. I guess your stream just ended. Well, thanks for the host. And welcome, denizens of Zilly's chat. So this worked. I guess the big question now is, oh man, come on. Can't connect to a game server there. I gotta go fix this. So it's either test on my own machine or, wait, no, why did that fail? Do I have a window.alert there still? Hey, coffee kills. Okay, right here. That should be fine. We could actually put this right before that. Let's try that out. Yeah, that didn't work. Something's wrong here. Maybe it's this. There's another module with an equal name when case is ignored. This can lead to unexpected behavior when compiling on a file system. Other case semantic. Rename module. There's another module with an equal name when case is ignored. Bot icon? I don't understand. I should only have one of these. Yeah, here. That's it, right? Yeah, that is it. Where's your fancy jewelry go? It's right here on the desk for right now. I could wear it again. I'm gonna get going to lunch, I think, when this person comes over though. Then after lunch I think I'll come back and wear this. I'm not sure why it's complaining about this file. Let's go take a look at bot icon itself to see if anything is happening in here that might be wrong. No, it's just bot icon. That's it. I don't have any. Wait, unless. Okay, there's. Man. The only thing I can think of is that some new code that I typed here. It has to be that. It has to be something new is creating this as a problem. I need to figure out what. So we're not going to check in that stuff. That's all nonsense. In-game.js has bot icon bar. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. So there are only 3 other files this could possibly be. In-game.html. What is this? Okay, I accidentally made an HTML file out of that. Oh, that might actually be the issue. Is that the issue? No. We're at the lunch. Huh. Yeah, I'm not sure why this is happening. What if I got rid of that entirely? What if I just comment all of this out? It's gonna fail. So if I say export default bot icon, no, this won't work no matter what. It's just gonna give me an error in that case, right? Oh, it's actually telling me this. There are 2 different bot icons in this folder somehow. How did that even happen? There aren't, though. What? Did I capitalize this somewhere? Oh, no. Oh, right there. Oh, no. All right. It's good that Webpack tells me about that. Yeah. All right, that problem's fixed. Ugh. Okay, so where I left off, I wanted to make this UI, but I wanted to figure out, ignore that bug. I wanted to figure out how this will eventually look. Like, the issue is that, so on desktop you can just use the scroll wheel, that's fine. And then drag can be used solely to drag things from here down to this bottom bar. Because you need to be able to take things from here over to the bar. Great. On mobile, since you also use drag to move this, to scroll the panel, I guess I could do a couple things. We could try to make this draggable and then just put enough of a margin between them where it's not super weird when you do this. It's not a great idea. Because like in this UI, for example, it's only this area right here that you'd be able to click to drag. I don't know what we want to do here. Oh, and I don't want to get caught up on implementation details. I guess one thing we know for sure is that these icons will be draggable. It's just a matter of where do they go. And then hooking everything up. There's a lot of work to do here. Press and hold to drag to the bottom. Yeah, we could do something like that. You know what? I'm gonna message Jason really quickly. Maybe he can answer this. I don't know if he's at work or not. So let me type this on here and then just copy paste it in. So it was mostly this thing. So hey Jason, when you're in a game, there's the left bar that can show your blueprints that are accessible to you. The way this is mocked up is as a scrollable panel, but you need to be able to drag icons from here into the queue. How were you imagining that it would work so that you could perform both actions? So let me ask this. There. All right. Yeah, there we go. Well, and this is holding me up a little bit at least. And Dorn says, what do you use to communicate with the others? Mail, some chat program? We use Slack. And that's another product I'm actually pretty happy with. I think it does a good job. Man, I don't know what we're going to do here. And I guess there's no problem as long as you don't need to scroll. All right, let's just make them draggable. I think that's the best thing. And we can just test out what this is like on iPad. So that's fine. So make it scrollable vertically. I guess that part's done. And then try out, make the icons draggable and see what it's like to use this on an iPad. How's it all going? It's going mostly fine. I ran into a gigantic issue earlier, like weeks ago, where everything stopped working on my iPad. And thanks to Esku, we found out that I'd put something like connect to IP address in the code, and IP address was set to localhost. So it was trying to connect to the iPad, which was certainly not running any servers. And he suggested, wait, are you sure it's connecting to the right destination? And I said, no, I am not. And then we fixed that. So that bug is fixed. Now what I'm worried about is a more UI question of just, you've got this panel over here. This is scrollable, so you can see the scroll bar down here. And on mobile, you want to be able to just drag your finger to scroll this. But you also, all of these themselves are drag targets that you should be able to move into this queue area down here. Also, I don't need a highlighter here. I just want a pencil or something. Yeah, there we go. IP address contains iPad. That it does. What did I miss here? Is this to-do marking out of the box in Sublime? No, it's a plugin. It's called Plain Text. And I think Zilly linked that in. What else did I miss? What happens if you put -1? I'm not sure what you mean there by putting -1. Pro ELO drawing program. Hey, Olo. Pro Olo drawing program. So make the icons draggable. Let's go figure out how I did this in the hardware inventory. I think I just assigned a class of draggable to these. There's something about create item. Where is this? Create hardware inv item. Yeah. Gift SQ Max saved integer. I don't think it's worth that much, but it is very, very helpful. So yeah, we have this ref draggable, and class name should have draggable hardware. Yeah. So what we're gonna do instead is, I guess, give it a new class and somehow make this draggable. How do I even do that? Oh, add drag listeners and all this garbage. All right, fine. Oh, let's do it. So bot icon bar. We have all of this stuff, and what is it? When component did mount add drag listeners? Yeah. So let's put this here. Will it be possible to play against an NPC? Eventually, yes, Arath. But I don't think it'll be possible at first. And the reason why is because for matches to count, so for example, let's say every time you played against an NPC, you got, 5 in-game currency. That would have to take place on the infrastructure in the cloud, and then it's taking up resources for one player to play a game. So they might be able to take place offline and count for nothing. Did you see that message about Android emulators? I would highly recommend getting an Android emulator, which is much easier to debug mobile. Yeah, I'm going to look into that. And by the way, what emulators do you guys suggest? Because I read about this a while ago when there was a Hearthstone promotion for getting a pack or something if you played on an Android emulator. And I forgot all the names of them. This was last year. Anyway, add drag listeners. Let's go put this in here. And do we need this on drag move? Yes, we do. So let's copy paste all this in. We're not going to keep all this code there. I'm going to just hack this together for now. So interaction, pointer is down. Get the clone the element, start drag on it. Maybe we will keep all of this here. Drag, move, drag, end. Just Android SDK. Oh, all right. See you for now, Zilly. Android SDK. I'll just use Android SDK. We'll start with that. Good to hear. I'd buy this on iPad and play it offline against NPCs during commute. So Arath, I don't think that's going to be possible for a couple of reasons. Well, one is it's a free-to-play game, so you wouldn't ever need to buy it. But two is in order for you to be able to play offline, we need to connect to get your account because there's a whole set of experiences. The short answer is we can't do it. Yeah, I don't think it'll be doable. What we might do is if you connected before, this is still questionable. No, I don't think we're gonna be able to do that. Like pure offline single player mode. There are too many complications. You can have the Arath special edition. Okay, fine, we can do that. So we're gonna make things draggable based on their class name, I think. So what was it? Draggable hardware. That doesn't even show up in here. Why do I have... Yeah, it doesn't show up in here. So it's tagging for the thing that's going to receive the drag, so the drop target. So then how do we make something draggable? Drag move listener. Oh, it was on the inventory item itself. So this... Oh, ref. Got it. Got it. Okay, so then we're going to make all of these things refs, I guess. So this won't work that well, will it? .refs.draggable. Well, we can make one of these draggable and test it out. Might as well do that. There. Oh, Jenny motion, that was the thing. Or Gen Y motion or whatever it is. That was the other one. Or that. I remember the name because people were suggesting that one too. Okay, so here goes. We should be able to drag one of these icons. Is it the first or the last? It's neither. Alright, what am I doing wrong? Is there any errors? No, just those warnings from before. So I made ref draggable on this one. And then when we add drag listeners... Oh, we don't ever add these. I never copy pasted. Whoops. This isn't even the right place. I'm like screwing up something fierce right now. I better get my head back in the game. There. Yeah, I screwed that up. Interact is not defined. That's an easy problem to fix. And done. Can we drag any of these now? Still no? Okay, well, then let's just go into this. Bot icon bar, component did mount. Put a breakpoint here, refresh the page. Okay, so add drag listener. Let's go into this function. We make an interactable on the draggable that we have. Yes, which is a bot icon. Oh, you can't do that, can you? This needs to be on a HTML element. Oh, man. I botched all of this. Yeah. So, fine. Let's just make these images, maybe. Go into bot icon. Go to the image that we have. Draggable false. Fine. Okay, there we go. Anubis says, what is program? I don't know if you're talking about, yeah, Botland, the game that I'm making, or the program that I'm typing into. Oh, get quantity owned doesn't exist. Prevent the user from dragging an item that they don't own. Yeah, we just get rid of that. This .props.itemdata.id. I think we're going to get rid of that too. Interactable. You need to download more RAM. And no, noob for lunch, draggable equals true is on being able to drag the image element. So this is actually fine. This is how I expect things to work. So what you should be able to do is drag this from here all the way down to here, and you'll put it into your queue. So the real UI looks like this, right? So what we're really doing here is we're taking this, we're bringing it down to here, and it's going to add a new circle here with a bot. And yeah, let's try that out. So the problem that I was doing this all for to figure out if this is really an issue is, can you easily scroll this still? Okay. So I'm going to try this on an iPad now. Wow, it's lagging even on the lock screen. There's nothing happening on the lock screen other than like a few numbers, a delete button. All right, so I'm going to refresh this page. Why is drag and drop necessary? Why not just click it? Because by clicking it, you open up another menu. So if I click, oh, how do I stop doing this thing? If I click this thing, hang on a second. I think that guy might be here who I need to meet. No. They're not. So yeah, by clicking this, sorry, I got sidetracked there. By clicking this, what you're doing is you're opening up the details for that bot. Okay, so I'm still waiting for this iPad to finish reloading the page. Oh, it's finally working now. I didn't touch anything you guys saw, so that was the refresh from before. It hasn't even, oh snap, something wrong while displaying this web page. Why are load times this long? There's no reason for this. Figure out why load times are so ridiculously long on iPad. Maintenance guy again? No. Yeah, when this person does come over, I'm going to have to just abruptly leave my computer for some amount of time. So I'll probably put up a BRB screen for like 10 minutes. I can't test this if the iPad isn't going to cooperate with me. All I wanted to see is if I make these things draggable. This isn't loading though. I'll put this on the keyboard camera still so you guys can see it. No, it's not really visible, is it? Oh, there it goes. Okay, so I'm going to connect. Oh, cool. So check it out. So we got that bot image up there that isn't white highlighted. So let's see. I should be able to drag that. Yup. And I should be able to scroll this dialog. Not very easy. That's for sure. And thanks for the follow, Emson. Yeah, alright. Well, then what do I do here? What we could do is try to like alter dragging so that when you go outside of this, it pulls a bot image out, and when you go down, it scrolls the window. But, and actually that's currently how this should work. If you scroll down to, no, it doesn't work that way. What? It should work that way. Huh. It's not scrolling the container. I wonder if it's because I set scroll to false. Auto scroll, I mean? No. Auto scroll true. Let's try that. No, that doesn't work either. What's weird is that this is the behavior in the hardware inventory, and I couldn't even turn that off, and I wanted to turn it off. If I try dragging this down to here, it does scroll this bar at the bottom. You see that? But I can't get that to work over here for some reason. Because that's another solution that would be like not great, but at least okay. I don't know. I don't think I really worry about it for right now. We just come up with a solution later. And I say for now that, yeah, it's just broken. I see someone downstairs. I don't know if they went to the wrong place. Yeah, it's not usable. Turn off the horizontal scroll should fix that. Overflow X hidden. No, it doesn't work. Oh, it's scrolling the entire page. Also, that's super weird. And I better not be able to do that in the hardware inventory, can I? No, it doesn't work there. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not going to worry about this too much. Just get rid of auto scroll. It's not usable. All right. Well, we can theme this bar with what it needs to be. And then we can eventually have it be pushed out when you click something here. So put a bunch of bot icons in the bar. When you probably make a reducer for in-game blueprints. They're not really in-game blueprints though, but there is some in-game stuff that we want here. No, I don't want to make a reducer for that. So when you click an icon in the bar, slide the bar to the right and show the blueprint for the selected bot. So that's this, and also change it to an edit button. Slide the bar to the right and show the blueprint for the selected bot. Change the icon into an edit button. Is there anything else I need to do there? There needs to be a way to close this. I guess clicking any of this area would do that. Yeah, because there's no easy way to close this right now. You can close this though. You know what? I should probably just go get lunch because there's going to be someone coming over here in the next like half hour anyway. There's some PRs on Dragula for that, but not yet implemented. So I'm not using Dragula anymore. I'm using Interact. I don't think I want to go back to Dragula. I think Interact works pretty well. All right, yeah, I'll go get lunch, and that way I can be here for when this person shows up. Then when I come back, I'll work on the rest of this stuff. So, yeah. Okay, well, thank you guys for watching so far. I have about 4.5 hours left in the stream, so when I do come back, I'll be here for about 3 hours and 45 minutes of that time. So yeah, take care, everyone, and I will see you guys later. Okay, I'm back. Okay, let's read lunch. Lunch chat. Oh, I can turn my phone off. Hang on a sec. In fact, I wanted to restart my phone because I couldn't connect to Wi-Fi. So let's do that too. There, done. All right. It'll never reach 0. Yeah. All right. Also, Mike, quit spamming Boatland. I'm telling you this for the future. Don't spam commands while I'm gone. I'll paste this into here for later in case Mike's not here right now. I envision that. Anchovies. Yeah, early lunch today. It's actually on time lunch today, and it was late all those other days. Did he go to meet the man? Yeah, the guy showed up during lunchtime too. Okay. Cool. All right. Well, you know what this means. Now that I'm back for a decent amount of time, we got to gear up. We got to gear up, everybody. We got to Failfish Central this thing. I'm just gonna swing this around my neck a few times. There we go. There. Great. Serious coding, guys. Serious coding. Okay. So yeah, put a bunch of bot icons in the bar. When you click an icon in the bar, slide to the right. Yeah. All right, cool. Both cameras moved. This camera shouldn't have moved. Also, yeah, whatever. Ghost. A ghost did it. A wizard did it. How long have you been streaming, Adam? I've gotten to the start of Unit 3 in Python and Code Academy. Thank you for the link. If you mean today, how long have I been streaming? There's an uptime command. If you mean in general, how long have I been streaming? It's about 9.5 months at this point. But yeah, as of today, it's been 4 hours, 15 minutes. But yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying it, T. Wilson. That's really good. Okay, so this bot icon bar, that's where we're going to use bot icons, but they're not going to look like this, I guess. This shows up in the blueprints footer. What is that in the top left of the keyboard cam? That's the microphone stand. And I, unfortunately, since I moved my monitors, I can't position this in such a way that I can... Anyway, it's going to be there. Excuse me. Okay. So then each of these items will need to be draggable. And do we need to show anything other than just a picture here? I don't think so. So in-game bot icon maybe? No, bot icons go everywhere. I kind of want to put both classes into here because I don't see these being reusable components. Yeah, I could do that. I don't like that idea though. And I don't want to save something called bot icon bar icon. That icon would exist here twice. I could just make multiple different bot icons. Because really, what are these? They're images. They potentially have a name. Yeah, when you select it, something happens. But the theming is going to be different too. Let me see. They might eventually have a gear as well. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to I'm gonna just make a new class. We're just gonna call it something ridiculous for right now. Bot icon bar icon. This is the worst. What are you gonna do? These are icons that show up in the bot icon bar. It's the worst name I could have come up with for a class. Ear set microphone. Whoa, this is expensive. What? $455? I don't even totally understand what I'm looking at right now. Ear set? Yeah, I don't understand. Man, if they just showed a picture of somebody using it. Play video. Oh, I see. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Plus, there's no pop filter for something like that, although maybe they have it sort of built in somehow. I don't know. I'm probably not gonna buy a new mic at this point. Okay, so get border height. I guess we don't care about this. On drag move, all this stuff we probably do care about. So the actual icon itself is going to be something like this. We're going to have a div. We don't need, actually we could put ref draggable here. And then style, class name, I don't know, let's just leave this stuff off for now. And then it's gonna have an image in it at the very least. So this will not be that kind of draggable. The rest of this is fine. I know you warned about the price. The world's most expensive, you said. Yeah. Okay, so when this component mounts, we're going to add the drag listeners. We should put this closer to the render function, I feel. All right, and the drag listeners for now, we'll just, of course, make this draggable. So let's go into bot icon bar. Let's include bot icon bar icon. And then let's put these things into here. So now instead of any of these, we're just going to put a bunch of these in. There. Okay, so let's try that out. I gotta connect to Atom1, connect. Okay, so now we have a bunch of draggable images here, and we want this to be scrollable, but it's not. Or maybe it is, but it's just, yeah, it is. Never mind. Okay, yeah. So we want to make it so that this thing here, bot icon bar, so bot icon bar dot less, this needs an overflow x of hidden. It should always be sized such that there is enough space for that. But it doesn't have that now. Maybe, oh, because of the scroll bar this is happening. Wonder how I would fix that. So this is the one that's scrolling, not this. So this needs to be big enough. If we said like display flex direction row, and then here we gave this a flex auto, that doesn't work. Oh man. Yeah, what I want to do here is I want to make this, okay, there's one way I can kind of fix this. I can set this back to scroll. Oh, thanks for the host, Fade. How's it going? Yeah, and then this takes up the right amount of space. I guess I want it to be sized as the, no, I don't even want that to happen. I don't know, let's just set this to auto. Not worry about it. Yeah, it's fine for now. Hey, Kukuruku. Okay, so this is proper dragging for the, wait, what's going on? Yeah. This is proper dragging. Shouldn't it be column for vertical? So no, what I was trying to do is something slightly different, but it didn't work anyway. Okay, so this works for now, and you need to be able to click these to select them. So on click, what did I write over here? Put a bunch of bot icons in the bar, sure. Then eventually we're going to need to pull real bot information from the workbench state. Again with the LED necklace. Oh, I see. Yeah. I mean, it's not just a light necklace, it's a controllable light necklace. There. So when you click an icon in the bar, slide the bar to the right and show the blueprint for the selected bot. So we need the same sort of thing that I had in the bot icons originally, which was an on click for this. So let's go take this over to this. So we're basically just going to put an on click, this dot selected item, sure. Then we'll make Botland a mutated Atom. Someone with 4 arms. And not this part of the body. I mean 4 arms. I'll be here all day, folks. So this dot selected item dot bind this. We don't actually have something for this here. Or at least we shouldn't. What did this do? On select. Oh, we passed in an ID. Okay, we do need that to happen then, huh? Alright, so we'll put this here. So props.onSelect. That's something that the bot icon bar passes to us. I'm going to start to lay this out correctly. Let's just close everything else. 2 arms, man. Yeah, so selected item calls onSelect. So whenever you call onSelect for any of these things, it's going to be this dot. Where does the state even get stored? So there's the blueprints footer. Pedro, thanks for following. Yeah, thank you. Let me think about this. So when you clicked a... How does this work? Let's load up another page here. Atom 2. So yeah, it was this page. What is this? This is the blueprints page, and it's the blueprints footer. When you click the bot here, it selected it. Where does that happen? On select equals this dot selected item, and that said set selected bot bay for blueprints. That way, if you ever navigated away from the screen, it could be there. I think in-game can store all of this state for you. Yeah. Hey Severin, how's it going? How do I want to do this? In-game.js. We could store state in here for this, or I could just put it into Redux. The problem with putting it into Redux is that if I do it too soon, it makes it just, there's too much boilerplate code. So I guess one of the things I can do here is say which, yeah, fine. Bot bay, or bot bar icon selected is null. Or blueprint selected. How would you do this in a game exactly? You're clicking these are your blueprints. And when you click it, you've got it selected. When you go to edit, you still have it selected. And if you were to click any of these other ones, you'd start selecting those. Okay. Hello, beginner. How you doing? Okay, so this should be the ID though. Bot bar, we could say selected bot bar icon selected ID. Sure, that's fine. Okay, good. So then in here, when we make this, we can pass in what the selected ID is. And then we need to modify that, of course. So this dot state dot. And when you choose an icon, we, I guess, say selected bot bar icon. This dot selected bot bar icon dot find this. And we pass in the blueprint ID, the bay ID, I guess. Doesn't really matter. Okay, so then in the in the bar, we pass in this. Cool. And then we need to give it an ID for now. So let's just say ID equals, oh no, we can't call it that. We have to say like bay ID equals 1. And then increment all of these things. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So then in here, what we do is we say this dot set state. This thing gets set to bay ID. And then whenever one of these is selected, we pass. Let's format this. We say is selected equals. Oh, I can't do this in an easy way, can I? Let's just force one of them to be selected then. No, we can't do that either. Nope, nope, nope. There's no easy way to do this. Okay, fine. So then we should make an array of this stuff. The radiation, it's happening. Oh, congrats, Severin. Got my basic C# certificate. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah. Adam, you're burning. Wait, Wilson, did you actually get to control the lights? Because there were a bunch of people who followed yesterday who I don't think got to, and I wrote down their names here. Oh yeah, you were one of them. Yeah, I'm going to give you a token manually right now. There you go. Because there were a bunch of people who I don't think got to actually use it. And then if any of these other people are in chat, are they? Let's see. I should make these alphabetical. There. That way I can just scroll through. Okay, so that person's not, that person's not, that person's not. No, no, and no. So no one else is in chat from yesterday. Oh, you just used it? Wait, what? No, you only... Yeah, you only thought you used it. So I have a bunch of data. Uh-oh. Oh no, I can't show you now. Hang on a second. What happened here? Yeah, okay, take a look. It only looks like you used it. Someone is attempting to use a token that doesn't exist, or they specified the wrong user. So you tried using the link from yesterday, but it was actually Pedro who was controlling the lights. So I just gave you another one that now you can use. But the first thing you need to do with it is turn off color loop. And yeah, Digitate, you did win one. Okay. So we're gonna make a fake array of these, like blueprints. Let's just make an array of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It is kind of funny. This is like when I would play video games with someone who's, about my age, and then I play someone who's way younger and who's bad at the game. We would just leave their controller unplugged and tell them, "Oh no, you're playing. You're totally playing," and that way I could play with the person I wanted to play with. I don't think that's as mean as it probably sounds because the little kid still felt included. But to Wilson, that's totally how I feel right now with this. I didn't troll him, no. He had the token from yesterday and tried using it, and that was totally reasonable that he said, "Oh yeah, stuff's changing. It must be me doing that." It's just funny. Alright, so how do we do this? I'm the only one who finds this funny. That's cool. You had me going. Definitely thought it was me. I didn't have you going. I didn't do anything to make you think that was you. That was all you. I'm not trying to troll anybody. This is all just a total misunderstanding. A funny misunderstanding. Okay, so now we can get rid of all of these things. Clean up this UI a bit, and then just put an is selected equals this dot props dot this equals blueprint. We can put bay ID here. Is that I'm being a bully? No, Chipilly, I'm not. Wait, the colors can be changed individually? Yeah, they can be. Yeah, it looks like a huge mess right now though, because I have them all interweaved right now. Interleaved. This is green, but when you put it up against the pink, it looks white. Yeah, T. Wilson. Yeah, I see. Yeah. All right, well, I did give you another token, and actually that might have been you who just changed them. No, it's Digite. But you can use the new one, assuming you got the Whisper. You just have to use it before the end of today. So is selected isn't being used here. Let's do something very simple. If it is selected, we'll say selected bot icon bar icon. God, I hate this name. I'm going to have to rename this. So bot bar less. Where is this bot icon bar? We can just say, I don't know, background color red. No, the background color is already red. Blue. That might work. Let's try that out. It might work. I don't actually. This dot props on select. This dot props bay.id. Okay, that needs to change. So that needs to change to bay ID, which is right here. Yeah, and eventually that'll be different. Aren't those light bulbs starting to get hot? Nope. I say as I light on fire. Oh, cool. Okay, so now you can select these. And when you select them, something needs to happen, of course. Actually, it's kind of annoying to select them because if you move even just a pixel, you end up dragging. I could probably change that. I bet there's an option for it. Documentation. Okay, so how do I install dragability on this? Add drag listeners. So there's this concept of manual start. Let's just search for that. Manual start. Okay, so there's snap, restrict, inertia, auto scroll. Oh, there's an axis. Word. What if I set axis to just X here? What happens? I have no idea what happens because that clearly didn't do anything. What? What does axis do? I set it to X and I don't see any like... Yeah, doesn't seem to be a difference. Hey, Joff. Yeah, new fashion thing. Okay, I don't know what this is used for, but maybe one of these other things will be helpful. Oh, they describe it here. The axis in which the first movement must be in for the drag sequence to start. After the movement in that axis, the action can move in both the X and Y axes. Okay. Axis X is horizontal, not vertical. No, I know. So when I set it to X, if I try dragging vertically, it shouldn't work, but it is working. When I drag horizontally, it works, but I expect that to work. Resize axis. Yeah, none of this helps. I want it also to, what's this? Change restriction settings. Oh, this might be what I want. No, it's not what I want. I don't want it to be considered a drag until after it's moved a certain number of pixels. Yeah, this isn't helpful. What is max? Okay, yeah, this isn't good. So where's they have an FAQ somewhere. Manual start option to disable the default start sequence. Then in a hold event listener, start a new interaction. If you're having problems with default browser behavior like scrolling context menus, have a look at prevent default method. Okay, well, this will probably be pretty helpful if I ever get into that. So let's put this here. I could have it work based on holding plus dragging. Clone target, remove, change, drag handle, revert, undo, touch, drag drivers. No, none of that stuff. So all I wanted this to do was not start dragging unless you've moved far enough away. Do they have any of that already? Because it'd be easier to just look at an example. No, they don't. Okay, great. Well, then let's just figure out how they do this. Is there an on start or something I can use here? So I don't know what this axis is doing. If it looks like it was just completely ignored. Let's go take a look at the code and figure out how they meant for this to work. Start axis and lock axis. So if I just specify axis though, okay, well they have code to work on this, but they call them here as lock axis. Don't restrict to one axis, move in any direction. The action, okay, so I needed to set start axis to X, and then that'll work, I think. Except for this is going to be like pixel precise movement here. No, it's still, okay, I don't know. I don't know if this is doing that. Hey Genzilli, you in bed now? Max per element. Yeah, we don't have any of this stuff. Okay, then let me take a look at where we start this. Event. So let's take a look at this information. In fact, let's, how do we do this? Yeah, let's just break into here. I don't need to restart this to do this. Let's just inspect this and go over to, whoa, what was that dialogue I just opened? I didn't know you could do this. What? So if I want to go to the elements panel, I can do that from the, wow. Well, I just found that out. Control Shift P. Huh. Zilly, you know, as soon as I said it, I'm like, better just act nonchalant. No one will comment on it. But no, it's Twitch chat, and everybody comments on everything. So fine. I don't care if you're in bed. I was just trying to make conversation with you. There, how does it feel? Okay, so we're going to put a breakpoint here, and we're going to see what didn't look right. On drag move. This is, I'm not even dragging right now. What's going on? Oh, it's only if the pointer is down. So let's put it here. Okay, there. Now it'll break in when we do this, and we'll be able to see maybe how far we moved. I'm here to comment on everything. I know that, Surfing Ninjas. You've certainly proven that time and time again. So can we get the X and Y of this thing? We probably can. Maybe how far we've moved. Event.interaction. Dot cur coords. Dot page and dot client. Okay, and what is there, like start chords? Oh, there are start chords. Oh, so we can figure out how far we dragged, and if the distance is high enough, then this won't be hard at all. Yeah, this shouldn't be too bad. And no, I'm on the throne. Okay. Well, we tried to take an interest, chat. But now I just have to ignore everybody for the rest of the time that I'm streaming. How'd you get that idea for the game? So about almost 6 years ago now, I was playing Diablo 2, and there were a whole bunch of bots. I should really just make a command out of this. But there were a whole bunch of bots playing the game, and they're almost necessary because of how boring the grind in Diablo 2 gets at the end. You just like play the same couple of bosses over and over and over. So people develop bots to just join a game, teleport exactly to where they need to be, kill the boss, get all the best loot, and then do the same thing over and over and over. And then they'd sell the items for real life money. They'd probably sell the characters at some point. And I thought, okay, this really sucks because these people are ruining the game for non-botters. It's throwing the economy off. Everything is just totally different. So I thought, what if you made a game where botting was the main way of interacting with it? Chrome dev tool tips and tricks. Okay, I'll have to read this later. Read this. I made all those changes with my mouse. Okay, so I'm pretty sure they've got some like, what else? Do they have an offset or something that I can figure out? Pointer delta dot page dot client. Whoops, pointer delta dot client. These aren't correct, are they? If the current chords are at x44, and the start chords were at x42, then that is not a change of 1. There might be something better here. Like, I don't know what I'm supposed to be using exactly, but I know that they at least have close enough to what I want, right? Drag event, drag pointer, down pointer. This is where you pressed it. Get client XY. There's no distance of how far you've moved. I can compute that myself, that's fine. I just want to see, yeah, pointer delta is not what I expected, I guess. We could just print that out the whole time though. Maybe it'll be close enough. Yeah, because I don't see good enough delta outside of that. And yeah, go V's. So let's keep track of all of these things. So we have start chords, we have cur chords, and we have pointer delta. So we're going to copy paste all of these. So cur chords, start chords, and pointer delta. Yeah, and Zilly, you're probably right, which is why I'm about to print this off. Start offset, is that what I want? Let's go take a look. Start offset. No, this is not quite it, but good idea, best form. Okay, so pointer delta, let's just log that. That way we can get rid of, where does this thing go? Yeah, we'll just log this. Console.log interaction.pointer delta. Let's just stringify it. Interaction.pointer delta. And then let's return from this so it doesn't start a drag. Digite, you want to look into joins for that. Okay, so let's take a look here. We're going to turn off the breakpoint that we have, and actually all of them. Good. And we're going to try dragging this, and we should see how far we've dragged it. No, we don't. Because for some reason this is only printing out once. Why is that? Oh, once we're already interacting, I guess that's what's happening here. The first time it prints, we're gonna set that to true. So let's try this out. If I put a conditional breakpoint here for interacting, is that getting hit? No, it's not getting hit. What? So why wouldn't this print more than once? That must mean that the pointer's not down? Well, let's just put a breakpoint here. Yeah, it's not going to get more than once. So that means one of these things is false. Okay, so pointer is down is true. Let's add a watch for this. So that's false. So both of these are false, so we're going to return. So I'm just going to hit play here. And then it just stops breaking in. I guess because it's not considered. Oh, there we go. Oh, so it's only while you're inside of this element. But then something else is wrong here. No, I'm not sure. I tried joins, but I failed heavily. I'll retry. So this is on drag move. Is there an on drag move listener? There's on end. There's manual start. We should figure out how to use manual start better probably. If this is changed to true, then drag, resize, and gesture actions will have to be started with a call to interaction start, as the usual ones will not start an action. And that's what I'm supposed to do here. Wait, what? You guys talking about me? Yeah, I'm married. So you are technically correct. I don't have a girlfriend. So I don't expect this to be getting hit only once. Let's just take a look. Console.log interaction.pointer is down. And then interaction.interacting. Is there any proof? No, there's no proof. Oh, I started the wrong thing. Oh well. Okay, so now let's try it. Now we should see a whole bunch of things print out over here. Yeah, so it says false, false every time we do this. And it turns into true, false. So pointer is down. I don't understand what's going on right now. I don't know why this is so difficult for me to... Okay, no, it is false, false at that point. So it's only on the very first event that it considers the pointer to be down. Let's clear this. Oh, okay. So we wanted the pointer to have been down at some point. I wonder if there's an option for us to get that. At least he should wear a ring. Can you not see the ring in my... Twitch chat never ceases to amaze me. Okay, so what I want is I want to click here, I want to drag, and then I want to see what happens now. So interaction.pointer is down is going to be false. Yeah, but all I want to know is, was the pointer ever clicked? Pointer hold? I'm not guessing that. Yeah, there's a mouse event here. I don't understand. This is considered a mouse move at this point, and only pointers down only is set once and then gets cleared off. Let's take a look through their GitHub and see if we can find something about this. Pointer is down. So pointer down, set pointer is down to true, and then where do they set this to false? That's the constructor, so that doesn't count. Yeah, and stop, they set it to false, but that's... I guess in the interaction itself, I could set... Okay, yeah, I could kind of hack this. All right, let's see. This might be a terrible idea. Hardware invite. How do I do this here? Because I just start adding random things in here. Event.interactable. But that's probably going to be... Oh, the interaction is not the interactable. What is this? I put this in the element itself or something. Options. Yeah. Hey, Phil. Okay, so here's how we can kind of trick this. And I don't think this is a great idea, but it's a start at least. If interaction.pointer is down, then interaction.pointer was ever down equals interaction.pointer is down. No, we wanna or equal this. So right, wait, can I do that? A equals false, B equals true. A or B. Can I do that? No. Okay. But I can do that, and then I guess set it to not A or B. Yeah, which is a bad idea. I should just do this. Yeah. So what's undefined or true? It should be true. Yeah, it is true. So what am I doing today? Yeah, I'm working on the in-game UI right now. I'm trying to get this section complete. So over here, you should be able to show all of the bots or all the blueprints that you have, and then you should be able to click one and see any data or edit it if you want. So getting all of that to work is what I'm trying to do. And I'm starting small here. We're not trying to complete it all today, I think. So pointer was ever down. Now what I want is if the pointer was ever down, if or interaction.interacting, then we return. Okay, so now what we should get is this will print out no matter what as long as the mouse is held down. Let's try it out. So we're going to get rid of that breakpoint. Cool, go over to the console, try it out. Is it working? Okay, it is working, but the pointer delta is not helping me at all whatsoever. So we can't use pointer delta, I guess. Oh, I see what pointer delta is. It's just a direction. So these are axes. So when you go up first or if you go diagonally, they keep track of, yeah, okay, so we can't use that. So pointer delta is always going to have x and y be either -1, 0, or 1 to represent the axis of change. Okay, so what we really want then is one of these other things, cur chords and start chords. Let's go use that. And there's both client and page on that, I believe. So let's take cur chords.page and cur chords.client. I don't know which one of these I want exactly. It's probably like if I move this over to here, then it would differ. No, they're the same. Maybe it's because this... Why is this not scrolling to the bottom automatically? Now it is. Wait, what? I don't think this is going to work the way I want it to. I think this is stuck on true now. Pointer was ever down. I think I understand why they do this now. So then when I stop this on end, drag end listener, it's not even a drag end listener though. This is annoying. Drag end listener. Here, if I put a breakpoint there, does it get hit every time you stop doing this? No, it doesn't. Okay, well, I'm not sure what to do. I wanted a way to only start dragging if you moved it a certain distance away. But after pointer was down, or pointer is down, it gets reset. That's when you stop the event though. Okay, let's look at their issues. Maybe someone's asked about this. Drag distance. No one apparently talked about this. What if we just put distance here? Yeah, that does not. Drag start maybe. I really shouldn't be checking issues. It would be like if there was a wiki or something. Set event, drag and gesture, action, start drag on hold line and touch devices. Did they actually come up with a solution for this? Huh. Wow. Aw, best form. Usually I'm doing a little bit more here, but right now I'm a little bit stuck. The pointer needs to be held down for an interaction to start. You can fake that by manually creating and triggering a mouse down. Ooh, I don't think I want to do that. Yeah, no, I don't want to do that. Are you saying that you're working on that game for 6 years now? In a sense, kind of. I started working on the very original Botland when I had the idea. This is not good looking code or good looking game by any means, but here was the very first, just a prototype that I did in a week or two. So you had these workers here. It was more the concept of like an RTS, and you can go into this script view and tell them what to do. So I could say like move right, move up, if whatever, if carrying minerals. How do you even do this? If carrying minerals equals true, then you could say like move down, something like that, and then maybe pick up. So I could save this, and then move right, move up, pick up, move right, move up, pick up, move up, move right, pick up. So let me change the script so that it actually goes to minerals. Let's do move left. Move left. We can cut this stuff and paste it here. And then say move down. Oh, that's not gonna work. No, stop moving. Okay, well anyway, this was the original idea. And it's not great by any means. I never finished it. There's a mini map. There was some music I started to make for it. That's about it. Yes, Evan, you're making more money than I am every month. I'm making $0 a month. All right. Delay option for drag and resize. Resizable. Hold duration is time in milliseconds. If you mean that you don't get event.rect. I wonder if I can do that. This is, let's look at the draggable and figure out, can I set that or no? Draggable options. What are the options that we have here? What do these things do? Go to line 4010? No. Doesn't even describe all the things that I have. I wonder, do they say this in their documentation? Interactables, draggable, resize edges. That's not what I want. I'll figure this out somehow. If not, I'll just post one of these things. No, this isn't exactly what I want. There's 2 more pages, but I don't think this is it either. Drag and drop, duplicate, snapping, snap programmatically, adding a delay on drag. Like, this is close to what I want. I think as we go through these, though, we're going further back in time. Gesture sensitivity, actually, that's pretty close. Move tolerance. Okay, do they have anything in here at all about... I guess I could search for delay or sensitivity or a tolerance. I'm trying to figure this out. So, get icons to only be draggable when you drag them out of the bar. It would also make it easier to click draggable items if you didn't drag them when you move the cursor by a single pixel. So tolerance, sensitivity, delay, distance. These are the kinds of things that I'm thinking of for this, but I don't know whether they have it. They don't have that. They have a tolerance somewhere in the code. Change tolerance. Hey, they have examples for this? Yeah, but this was this the example that I saw on their main page? No. Apparently they've got more. Where are their other examples though? There's a tolerance slider somewhere. I don't see a tolerance slider anywhere. So that must mean they have other examples that I don't have. Did I ever clone this? Code, JavaScript, Interact, no. Desktop, Dell. Huh, I never did clone this. Okay, let's clone it and see if we can run the examples. Did they tell you how to run them here? See the above code in action here. Double tap to clear the canvas. This is not what I wanted. Where's their... How do their examples work? Okay, let's just download this whole repo. Git clone this. Hey, you got InvisionNet. Okay, so now we have this. Let's see if any of the examples work, or if we can just run them directly. Can we? Drop zones. Oops. Drag me. None of these work. Something's wrong here. The examples aren't even working. Error file not found. Interact/dist/interact. Oh, so I need to build this first? Or what? I don't know. They have a Babel RC though. Do they have a package.json? Yeah. Do they have a build script? There it is. Okay, let's just run that. npm build. Did it work? Do I have a dist folder? I don't have any new folders. Do I have interact.js somewhere? It's in source. Is there something around your neck? Is there? The answer is yes, there is. OMG, amazing. It's called style. Alright, it's straw poll time. Should add him. call it Thug Life. Yeah, I could just copy paste interact into this thing. That's probably the best idea because I can't come up with a better way for this. Where is interact.js? Oh, I'm in the wrong folder. Here it is. So we can take that from the dist folder here. Okay, and now when we try using any of these examples, they all fail because it's trying to find dist/interact. And since that doesn't exist, we can't use it. So we just make a dist and we make interact and we're done. All right, hang on. Let me do something really fast. Are you ready, guys? It's kicking up a notch time. We gotta have something to match these blue lights. All right. We kicked it up a notch. All right, so how are we gonna do this? We should just be able to refresh this. Yeah, now we can start dragging these things. Perfect. Okay, this is not totally what I wanted, but we'll see. I wouldn't be able to keep a straight face with this. All right, let's go look at the other examples that we have. EJ's first reaction, oh gosh. That's it. Just trying to blend in, guys. What can I say? In fact, here, let's kick it up one more notch. We'll turn color loop on here. There. We can now see your monitor. Yeah. Through your shades. Yeah. Totally serious stream, guys. All right, I'd appreciate it if you keep chat on topic right now. Pointer move tolerance. So this is what I wanted to... Oh, wait a sec. I think this is what I want. Yeah, I think this is what I want. Pointer move tolerance. Huh. When someone asks why this game is taking so long to develop, show them today's stream. Yeah, we'll do. Okay, so there is pointer move tolerance. I just couldn't figure this out before. So where do we have that? Interact.pointer move tolerance. So we get an interact. I can just set this over here. Wait, can I do that? Interact dot. It is actually kind of hard to read my code, but it's worth destroying my vision. All right, I'm gonna try this in here then. So this dot interactable, we've got this. I'm gonna put a breakpoint here, and we're gonna see if we can set the pointer move tolerance just for this particular one. It might be possible. Okay, so this dot interactable dot set point. No, we can't do that. Set options. Do they have pointer move tolerance here? Return to sets the distance the pointer must be moved before an action sequence occurs. This also affects tolerance for tap events. What, is this a global variable or what though? They certainly didn't make this easy to work with. Pointer move tolerance. I want to figure out if this is global or local to the thing that we have here. What is this called? Oh, it's a function. Here it is. interaction dot pointer move tolerance equals value. Where are they getting this interaction from, though? DJ Adam. So interact has this function. Yeah, there it is. And I can just set it here, but that sets it for everything. Man, I don't want to do that. Now what? When I try dragging this? Oh, whatever. I've completely screwed up everything here. I guess let's set this back to normal. So I'll put this here. We'll get rid of this. Now I should be able to drag these images around again. Yeah, I can. So now let's change interact. So we're going to do this in component did mount. And we'll just say global.aaa equals interact. Yeah, that way I can test to see whether this is going to work. AAA dot pointer move tolerance 100. So now I can't just drag this immediately. I have to drag it 100 pixels away first. No, it doesn't even work now. I gotta admit, this is pretty annoying. Because I don't think it should be this hard to come up with this. Is this working now? Yeah, okay, so this is working. It's just got to be within this container. So now if I move it just 1 pixel away, that's fine. I need to move it 50 pixels away for it to start the drag. So what I want to do is figure out how they coded this so that I could eventually write my own. Alright. I know what you think of me now, EJ. So I'll just run a giveaway. And if you win, I'll just take it away from you. T Wilson's getting a lot of wins here. We're just trying to program on this stream. EJ's trying to wet blanket here. This is how Adam develops his game now. I'm mostly just clowning around. You just did this? Oh, the sloth laugh. I told my wife about that last night. She thought it was funny. So I want to see how they coded this. I'm like thoroughly annoyed with this library right now. And I don't even think this is supposed to be very difficult. I'm sure this is just my fault at this point. Here it is. So they set pointer move tolerance to some new value here. They must use this somewhere. Then return this. Can this be set per thing? Broland. Elgo says, are you funded? No, this is all out of pocket. Huh. So this isn't used here at all. Let's go just look at JavaScript. There are only 3 files, and it's not that one, so it has to be this one. Yeah, here it is. So why do they call it hypot? Wouldn't it just be distance? Register movement greater than pointer move tolerance. So where is this? This is in pointer move. If pointer is down and not this pointer was moved, pointer is moved equals that the distance is greater than that. So I want to have my own function here for setting this. I want to say pointer was moved after you've moved far enough to the right side. Uh-oh, we lost the blue. We gotta set it back. Light 7. There we go. What expenses are involved in making a game? Servers, team? So the biggest ones for Botland so far have been just the human resources of designers, artists. There's some involved with lawyers and accounting and all of that. That was relatively minor. Like starting a business, I went through a lawyer to do that. It did cost what I'd say is a decent amount of money, but what most business people would probably say, like, it's just a business cost, right? So there was that, and then eventually, yes, it will be servers. And after that, assuming Botland's successful, it'll be hiring more developers, etc., etc. Don't kill the vibe. Oh, sorry. Let's go back to programming. It's not simulation, so they have pointer move here. I could always extend the entire library and just write my own thing here, but I bet there's a better way to do this. I bet it's like, let's go back to here. So they have restrict, change restriction settings for drag, see toxin restriction. Drags, resizes, and gestures can be restricted to a certain area. By default, restricting is relative to the pointer coordinates. Yeah, this isn't exactly what I want to do. Put on a tank top. I want it racked. Just before the end of a drag or resize. Event is fixed. An extra action move event is restricted and fired. I'm not sure. I think I just look into this later. Like, I bet this is possible, but this is those things. One of the things that would take me like 2 hours just to get working. And I don't know about you bros, but I don't have time for that right now. We got bigger things to do. So I'll just write down what I've learned here, which is that pointer move tolerance is effective, and we'll just have to look into something different later. So bot icon bar. I'm setting it here, right? Okay, so I tried doing this before setting up my drag listener. It mostly works, but there are some issues. So one, the cursor changes before you hit the tolerance distance. Two, it's only changing a single number in the code. So I may eventually need to change that code so that it detects whether I've moved far enough to the side before it considers it to be a drag. And three, I'm not sure if this is a singleton property which would affect all of interact.js, or it's just for the interactable that I make. Is there a mic on the keyboard or something? It's close enough to the keyboard where it's picking that up. I challenge you to a bro down. All right, I accept, EJ. Oh, man. My eyes are just going to bleed out of my head later. I'm going to fall asleep at 6 p.m. today. Yeah, so here are the findings that I have on this. I guess I'll just put this over to here for right now since there's no way this is actually done. I'll have to cancel this for now. Am I standing? Yeah, I am. So when you click an icon in the bar, slide the bar to the right and show the blueprint for the selected bot. Well, that's something we can at least work on here. I guess I'll... Do I have this working? Just close out of all that other stuff. So I click this, yeah, and I can drag it too, although it's dragging the background as well. I'll eventually need to get rid of that. Anyway, when you click this, it should slide everything to the right, just like we see in this UI when you click this. So let's do this the same way I did it on the hardware screen. Does it help you work? It helps me not have as many problems with my back. I think just moving more has helped out a lot. Yeah, so the way I did this over here is when you click edit, you can slide windows in and out of the page. I want to do that same thing so that over here, when you click one of these, it'll do something like this and slide in this sidebar. Now there need to be 2 bars to the sides. This is going to be the same block stuff that I had as before. This should closely follow what I've done for, what's it called? Edit Blueprint? Blueprint Editor. Yeah, Edit Blueprint. So this, we keep track of what's showing. We do something based on, thanks for following, Kevin. So Kevin and anyone else who's new to chat, the people who follow me will get a link from Botlad. That link is so that you can control these lights, which is why I look like such a doofus right now. We're doing what chat has dubbed programming. I'm doing what I call destroying my vision for the next however many years of my life. So we're going to need this, and whether or not we're showing something. Sliding section classes. Show block 1. Oh, so this is a translate, if I recall correctly. The only thing is we're only translating that. This shouldn't be so bad. Let's take a look at show block 1. Yeah, it's just a transform. And I guess the reason this worked is because I was taking up exactly 1/3 of the screen for all this stuff. But then again, Alagwin from a while ago had given me a solution that would use Flexbox for this. So I could do things that way. You've always looked like a doofus. Coming from you, Surfing Ninjas, that doesn't mean anything. Is JS the future? I don't know. I think the future is going to be languages that compile into JavaScript and then eventually languages that compile directly to WebAssembly. So do I want to do this the Flexbox way? Because what I'm worried about here is that this UI, I guess we could just give it a width. It's not a problem. All right. Extend slider content. Slider content has bottom 0, display flex, position absolute, flex 1, top 0 with 33%. And then I believe I wrote this down here. Yeah, there was a solution using just the flex box here. I don't know. If we say this is always like 20% of the page, I think that's fine. And then when you click edit, it can pop out something else for another 20% of the page. All right, I'll take these off. Ooh. All right, I can see again. I'm not sure which solution I want to use. Div far left. Flex grow. Image has a width there. And then all they do is they change the flex grow from 0 to 1 and the opacity. And it'll transition that stuff. Was I wearing my actual glasses underneath? You'll never know. Yeah, I'm not sure which way I want to do this. So I think I'm just going to do it one of the ways, and we can always switch it later. So let's do this. Content position relative. I think we're going to need that position relative, and I think it's going to need to be on whatever is containing everything here. So we'll put all of this into a div. So let's take a look at all the different UIs that can pop out of this thing. So we have the bar over here, we have the hardware loadout, and we have the hardware inventory. So there are those 3 things. Is there anything else? Oh, there's also this. This might make things really annoying. Because if you're on this screen and you want to edit the script, it may not be a simple matter of just sliding that over. Unless this comes from the side maybe, but it'd need to be, couldn't be part of a flex box. I don't know. I don't know how I'm going to do this. Thankfully, there's only these 2 pages to worry about. It boils down to, do I want this to animate in too, and I guess just not be present, so that when you click something like this, no, that's not even correct. Click this, you'll have a script added. Okay, imagine if you click this button here and it brings you to the next page here. What would that look like? It would look weird. Probably automatically transition. And it's not something we'd planned for though. Sliding that out and then transitioning maybe? No, I don't know. Okay, yeah, let's go to the edit blueprint page right here. So we have sliding section classes. This will have edit blueprint content, which was only really needed for its probably position relative. So I'll do something like that too. I'll say this here: class name equals styles dot in-game sliding sections. In-game page less. Kukuriku. So we're going to put position relative on this. And then whether we have it showing the first block or not, we'll have to take a look over here. So show block 1, show block 5. So we'll call this instead something like show in-game, what is it? This thing, show in-game hardware block. Something like that. Let's just try that. And then what else will we have here? Show in-game, maybe full hardware. So if these are additive, I guess we'd do this. Otherwise, we'd have something like this here. Okay, and then over in-game, we want to give this the right class based on what's showing. So we could do this here. In-game sliding section. And then take these 2 classes and put one here and put the other here. Alright, then the sliding section classes go over here. Possibly, yeah, we're going to need the styles on all these blocks now. I don't like this. So this is going to be in-game slider content. And then these will inherit from them. And we only have 2 blocks for right now. And we're going to call them the in-game hardware block and the in-game hardware inventory block. Okay, so left for the inventory is going to be negative 66.6%. And then I think this might work. There's going to need to be some div over here. So inventory content here. And then this would be the hardware loadout here. And we give them each the right class name. And that's it. Now we need a way of letting you show different things here. We could just put or global dot. Now you can only show one or the other, right? Or you could have both showing, I guess. Let's do things this way. So that way I can set this in the console and that should change everything. No, it won't re-render though. What am I talking about? We should put a button in here that controls this. So if you click the first one, if bay ID equals 0, there is no 0 though, is there? Exit bot bar icon in game. Bay ID. Bay ID is 1. Yeah. So if you click the first one, what we'll do is we'll say this dot set state show hardware inventory true. Show hardware loadout false. Let's swap those. Okay, so there we go. And then if you say it's 2, let's also swap these again. Actually didn't work. Why did that not work? There we go. Nice, Birdman. And then we just got to start these off as, I guess, both false. There. Okay, let's take a look. Mr. Wizard said, if I want to learn how to code for potential job opportunities, where do I start? Java? I don't think it matters where you start. I think that if you eventually, if you know enough where you'd have learned what you need to learn for a job opportunity, then you'll eventually end up learning probably multiple languages. So I suggest starting with Python just because it's a good starting point. And really, you could start with assembly if you wanted to. You could start with Java. Any of those things are fine. But so that you don't get stuck trying to figure out which one's best, just start with any of them. And then you can figure it out afterward. So this is now positioned incorrectly. I think it's because these things need a display flex and they don't have it. Oh, they do have it. Oh, why did that happen? All right, let's take a look. So there should be a div, yeah, here. And these should have display flex, yeah. Huh. So that should be off screen, but then why is this located here? Because this should still have position absolute, right? There it is. Yeah, it is position absolute. It's positioned... Huh. Positioned beneath that. Because this content was relative. We can't do that. Yeah, we can't do that. We got to change the position on this thing so that it's not relative. And then I've got to click these bots. It's not going to work. Oh, this is definitely not going to work. Oh, man. Alright, how do I get this to have the right position that I wanted? This is what has position relative. Yeah, we got to get rid of that. So it's not this slider content, it's this. But if it's not relative, then like maybe this could still work. That's the hope, at least. Oh, that sort of did something. So clicking these now makes this go berserk. So what's happening is when I click that first one, we're setting show hardware loadout to true. And then if that, oh, I never used these here. Then how is this moving anything? Those classes shouldn't have been correct. Am I standing up? Yeah, I am. All right, that's actually almost working. Like, the divs are in the wrong places. I think they need position absolute on them too. They have that actually. It's just that they have a top of 0. What? What is happening here? Align content, align items. Is there no top? Vertical align top? Yeah, I don't think that matters. I think what matters is that this isn't positioned way down here. Its bottom is set to 0 and its top is set to 0. Should also make Learn.js. I don't have a good link for that though. Like maybe Codecademy is good. I should really just try it out. I should go through those before I'm vouching for these as good tutorials. Exposition absolute. Slider content. 33%. Alright, I gotta figure out how to get this positioned in the right spot. So if I were to hide this back here by, I guess, just selecting nothing. No, that doesn't work. Let's fix this. So we're going to set both of these to false by default. There's going to be a mess to clean up everything once I'm done. But so now I can click this, I can scroll down to one of these other ones and click that, and it reverts back to normal. I'm not sure why this gets pushed in weird directions. I guess because there's no class on this to begin with. Yeah, let me go take a look at that. Edit blueprint. What did that do? Class name equals styles.block1. So this always exists here. And what did I do here? Oh, it always has those too. I don't know. Hey, Derpy Whale. Oh, also that right click to drag thing is still happening. Not that I really care about that. So alright, this is positioned just fine right up until I click this and then it gets thrown out of whack. So let's figure out what's causing that to happen. It's this having a transform translate x of 33.3%. No, but that doesn't do anything. How long have I been programming? I have this command. Huh. There's nothing else that gets added to this other than this. Show in-game hardware block. So that must be what's causing this problem then. Yeah, it gives me a transform and translate on the entire div, which should be what I want. Let's get rid of that and put it on in-game content. I don't think that's correct. No, sliding section classes. No, it's the one beneath this. This isn't good. In-game sliding sections. I guess because there's no class there that I don't need to do that. So it should be the div that's right beneath this. Transform translate x. Yes, that's what's causing this to happen. But why is that pushing it down the page too? What if I said translate 33.3% 0%? Yeah, weird. There we go. Setting translate y back to 0% I guess kind of works. How long have I been programming? And thanks, Kat. What do you enjoy in programming? I think there are a lot of interesting problems. I mean, even this, for example, I've been spending, I think, too much time focusing on this right now. But solving problems like this feels pretty good. Just gotta figure out what I'm doing here. Okay, so then here's what I'm thinking. When I log in over here, like I got this dialog working here because everything was positioned relatively. But if I wanted all of this to be absolute all of a sudden, it would probably screw up the entire page. So let's try that out. Edit blueprint content. We just said position absolute top. It's already very screwed up. Yeah. So I could try the Flexbox solution for this. That thing that I was pointing out here. This is... Well. Wait, why is this not working? Yeah, there it goes. That's weird. Oh yeah, so when you click this, it'll slide in from the side, and this uses a Flexbox. And it looks good. And it's not that much to do here, I guess. One of the things I wonder about is what if you... So like, let's get rid of this. Run with JS. So what if I put all of this inside of a div that had a position of absolute? Because if that works, then we're fine. We're like more than fine, actually. So inner content, where's that? We just said here position absolute top 100 pixels, left 100 pixels. Yeah, that breaks everything. I wonder if there's some other way to accomplish this. Two co-located items, or elements, I guess. Div on another. How to overlay one div over another div. Position relative, position absolute. See, I don't think this is a great idea for me to use because I lose all of the sizing capabilities here. Yeah, everyone's suggesting position absolute. I wonder if there's any other way to do this. The problem here is that I'm using position absolute, which I believe is going to break all of my sizing or relative positioning. And there should be a way to not have that happen. I wonder if I add another div inside of here. So what if I did do this? Style equals position relative. And I put all of this tabbed in one level more. I don't think this is going to help. Should probably give these things IDs as well. ID equals relative div. ID equals sliding div. I'm basically making no progress at this point. Like, this is just not helpful. So we have the relative div here. I don't think we can do something like this, because just by putting position relative, everything's going to exist beneath that. Although this itself actually does have a width. I wonder if we could somehow accomplish this then with vertical align top. And put this maybe on everything here? Vertical align top? No. Despite not having a height on either of these divs, it's being pushed beneath where the game is. Alright, so what if I got rid of this div then? Or moved it down there? Maybe I absolutely position the game instead? Okay, so that's now, everything's working totally fine somehow. How did that even work? And what in the world? What? I don't get it. I just don't get it. Like, this is what I wanted to happen, but I don't know why it's working. In-game content has display block. Yeah, how? How? So there's a sliding div, there's a relative one. What if I got rid of the relative positioning on this? Does not matter one bit, huh? So we don't even need this. So I can just change this to useless div and put no styling on this. Right? Yeah, everything still works the same way it did. Also, we could transition it better than that. Edit the content so that in here, anything that's in a sliding section has this. I don't know if it belongs there or not, but we can try it out. Yeah. So this will slide content around for us. How does this work? I don't understand how putting the game content here actually did this. All it has is flex auto. How is that not getting... Wait, sliding section div. Does that have... Game sliding section? And I guess those have position absolute, and that's why this is working? Maybe that was it that whole time. You put your absolutely positioned divs before all the other stuff. And give them a z-index, and then we're good. Okay, well, whatever. It's working, so fine. So now, instead of this, what we want is, we want this div, actually both of these, whoops, I don't want that. So these are in-game hardware block, etc. So let's put a background color of red here, or purple. Try this out. Yeah, that's how I feel right now. Okay, so I don't see a background color of purple there. It apparently has it. And I think the reason why is because... No, I actually have no idea as to why. It has no height. Why does it have no height? How could a div not have a height? Probably because this top and bottom stuff here. Bottom set to 0. Yeah, now it's correct. But I would want that to take up the whole page. So I guess I need to set the height of that too, dynamically. I could do it. It's just tedious. I could do something like this. style equals height. There. Now it'll take up the whole page. And we can set that other one to a certain color too. Try top 100%. No, I think because it's absolutely positioned that none of that's going to work. Because it doesn't know where my content ends. But I can just set the height fine, so there. Why the hashtag in the title makes me not want to watch the stream. So that's because of how creative works. Back when it was in game development, you didn't have to do something like that. But now that it's in creative, Twitch creative. Now the only way to find streams is to go to the tags that you have. Where is it? Close out of this. Where are the tags? Oh, whoa, they changed this completely. So yeah, for me to show up in game dev, I had to put the hashtag in my title. That's the only way. And then you click game dev and you should be able to see me somewhere on here. Yeah, there I am. Man, I'm like really bothered by this right now. Just because of how annoying it is to do this. And I feel like there are going to be a lot of little issues here. So there, now we won't get warnings about this stuff at least. So what we could do is put... what we could do is put the actual content here and then content here as well too. And Hodor, thanks for following. Hey Adam, how will you market Botland? So I mean the stream is part of it. I'm also spending money on a Facebook ad campaign right now for getting people to the stream really. And then there will be a whole lot of just media blitzing, reaching out to YouTubers and streamers and everything else. But I think what's nice is I don't want to market the beta at all. So we'll see who comes in and who wants to play and who finds what fun. The beta is not going to be very different from release. So I think we'll get a good idea of who wants to play Botland. At least without any marketing. Change the name of your bot during a game. And yeah, I think clicking anywhere over here should let you close this. I'm going to need to detect that somehow. I wonder if I can do that. Because there are a whole bunch of mouse handlers for... I think the camera has one. So like mouse wheel handler, pan handler. Where does this stuff get used? On pen. Okay, so the Pixie component itself has it. So what we could do here is maybe put a div or put an onClick in here. OnClick equals this dot test game click dot bind this. So we don't really care where you clicked, but anywhere that you click, we're going to set both of these things to false. And we don't stop propagation. So let's try that. So now if you were to try to pan the camera, it would, yeah, okay. So now you have a way of closing this by just clicking over here. But if you were to click over here, this doesn't, oh, wait a second, one. Yeah, okay, yeah, that works. So yeah, clicking this, zooming in, panning around, whatever else you want to do, that'll now stop that. I mean, that's not bad. Yeah, not bad. When did you start streaming your work? I mean, about Botland development process? progress. So yeah, a lot of that information is actually in the info of my stream. It was September 8th, I believe, of last year. It's been about, like I said, 9.5 months. And that was day one of Botland development, and it was basically day one of my stream. I had streamed for like a couple of hours before that for my own clone of Twitch Plays Pokemon. I got like 11 viewers total, not even concurrent. And had, I think, 0 followers from that. So yeah, the stream was basically born about 9 months ago. Yeah, so, okay, cool. We did this, I guess. Then change the icon into an edit icon. That can be done too. So we could either show the icon or we could show like an edit for that. Or we could change what this looks like based on what's selected. The issue right now is there's just like a ton of stuff to do here to support this. And I don't know why I'm so hesitant about just diving in. I really shouldn't be. I think it's because my code is in such a bad state right now. Like, where do I even begin? I guess populate this with real data at least. Maybe that's not a bad idea. So this is done. Pull real bot information. So your first lines were written on stream? Yeah. Well, I had a prototype for the game. I spent about 7 months on that. That was not done on the stream. And very little of that code made it into the final game. But yeah, if you want to look at the VODs from the very beginning, basically, you can click at this playlist. I'm missing day 1 and then days 3 through 10, and day 2 only has 50 minutes on it anyway. But if you want to check out any other day, I usually spend the time every week to upload all of my VODs to YouTube. I don't think anybody clicks through any of these, but they're there. Well, yeah, Hodor, that's good. And I don't mind ever explaining something if you want to ask any questions. So pull real bot information from the workbench state. Of all the things I can do, this doesn't actually sound like it should be that hard. So we got to pass this into here. Yeah, so this doesn't have its own state. So let's pass in all the different bays that you have. And we'll put this here. So we'll say bays equals this dot props dot workbench state. We don't have workbench state? No, we don't. So we're going to pass this in here. So props dot workbench state dot, and I think it's just called bays. Yeah. So now instead of this, we can say this dot props dot bays dot map bay. So this will be bay dot bay ID, and then we'll just pass in the bay directly in case it needs any other information from there. On selected bay.id. There should be ID. And there's something else I need to change potentially. No, not yet at least. Pure Photon says I actually do click on them. Oh, cool. Huh. Okay. And so here we'll get a bay. So we have an ID. I guess we say this.props.bay.id. Have you ever considered a PO box? For what? Because no, I haven't really. But I'm not sure why I would need one. Alright, so we can get rid of this. Okay, let's try it out. So now it should pull in the real bots that I have configured on the server, which is a total of, I don't even remember how many. Well, it broke anyway. And Zesty, thanks for following. This.props.bays.map is not a function. Yeah, that's right, it's not. So const bays as array equals _values, this.props.bays. In fact, that's all we should be passing in anyway. Why do I even worry about this? We don't need their IDs in any other form than that. So we can just say underscore dot values here. To send you more lights. Okay, check it out. So now we have 4 actual bays that I configured. That's interesting. That's actually really interesting. So the reason I actually broke this because I had it set to if bay ID equals 1 or if it equals 2. There is no bay ID equals 2 on this thing. And either way, I shouldn't have been using something like this to begin with. So what I should do here is make an onClick function that handles this correctly. So set flyouts number. We'll just do things this way. We'll say if number equals 1, if number equals 2, and then set flyouts. We'll just make a couple of buttons over here in this bar. Actually, should they be in the bar? I guess they should be. Or they could be... There's no other place they could really be unless I just make them on a random part of the page like this. Button on click equals this dot props dot or this dot set flyouts dot bind this comma 0. So we'll call this something like hide all. Then we make 1 and 2 here. This is something like show first and show both. And then we need to put these buttons somewhere. So let's put them. Position absolute, top. Let's do this times 30. Left. Or we'll set the right to 0. There we go. Let's do that. Yeah, so now we have these buttons over here, and these work. I mean, eventually, this is not how you're going to interact with this, but at least for now, there's a way to do this. And that way, clicking these doesn't screw anything up. All right. Well, this is at least a little closer to what we want, layout-wise. There's still a lot of problems. And you need to have some way of hiding this too. But we can add that later. Okay, so pull real bot information, change the icon into an edit icon, edit button. So that's like when you click one of these, it should show the first one. Unless, wait, what? What if you were already, excuse me, if you're on this page, well, let's start at the beginning. So if you're on this page and you click one of these, it flies out with an edit button. Perfect, great. Now, if you clicked another one of these, I would expect it to show you that stuff too. But once you've clicked edit here, now when you click one of these, you might have made changes to this one. So I guess I'd expect you to be editing any of those too. Yeah, I guess you should always be able to switch. Okay, that's not bad. I think the real thing to do right now, though, is to clean up the code. Clean up the code. Check in. So then it's change the icon into an edit button. When you press, so how about this? When you click an icon, show the hardware loadout if showing nothing. If already showing something, just update the current loadouts for the selected bot. Okay. If showing just the hardware loadout, change the bot, change the, what do I call this? Bot icon, bar icon. That's part of what I'm going to change. Rename bot icon, bar icon. Like this should be something like blueprint selector, something like that. Magician Stun says, what's around Adam's neck? Yeah, it's just an LED strip. The people who follow can change the colors of it if they want. So just showing the hardware loadout, change the blueprint. Change the icon. Change the icon into an edit button. Difficult credentials, Jafili. Difficult credentials. So then once you have the edit icon, so then clicking the edit button on the icon should show the hardware inventory. So at that point we get to here. And that's when we just need to fill in all of this content. And there's going to be a lot of refactoring to do and just a lot of work. Now, this stream isn't ending anytime soon. It's going to be at least another 2 hours. But I will say this, tomorrow I'm not streaming. I may start to tackle some of this stuff since it's just not very interesting work. I don't think you guys will be missing too much by doing it, by not seeing it. And also, I'll just be able to play music and hammer out whatever I feel like at that point. And Avixator, HR is human resources. So they're the people in a company who deal with hiring, firing, like usually any sort of disciplinary problems, sometimes promotions. Yeah, so clean up the code. All right, let's do that. I don't know if this is necessary, to be honest. It probably is. And I'm surprised I never had it. Tokens. Yeah. This may not be necessary. Okay, well, we're going to leave that there. And I'm going to check this in on its own because that's the only thing that's in the account server. So let's click none here. I'm not positive whether this actually matters, but I hadn't set up an options route for the /tokens APIs. So it may not have worked. No, that doesn't make any sense. Oh, it's definitely working. I don't think this is totally necessary. I'll just leave that comment in. Sure. Law Beginner says, I'm so happy I got my first chat application working with multiple clients. Nice. That's really good. It always feels good when you finish writing something and it works. Always. Okay, and then this is a bug fix I should check in. Fixing a minor bug where I was including a file with capital letters in the name despite that it's lowercase on the file system. Okay, Electro World says, hey everyone, I know the basics of Java. Can someone tell me where or how can I learn game programming as well? So yeah, you can find a particular library that will let you do graphics in Java, and there are a lot of them actually. But I think in general, no, yeah, maybe that's what you want to pursue next. Because I was going to say you could start to work on games without even having graphics necessarily, but no, you should probably look into something like libgdx, yeah. Okay, so at the very least, we've cut out a couple of these files, and these things we don't need to check in at all. But then there's this stuff, where everything changed. So let's go back to ingame.js and try to clean up as much of this as I can. So resize handler, yeah. So that we can position it absolutely on the screen. This is which bay you've selected. I used LWJGL. That's what I was using for another iteration of Botland. An iteration that I've never shown you guys. This is which bay you've selected This is the ID of the bay that you selected. That you have selected. Yeah, I think it's fine. Comparing to your first shared movie, you're a JS guru now. I've been using JavaScript for I think 2.5 or 3 years already at the point that I made that first Botland video. In fact, now that someone was asking me about this yesterday and my game server was completely down, but if you want, you can check out one of the games I made in JavaScript at first. I made this with one other person. It's like totally playable. It's a complete game. This particular one is open source. You play by putting units down on these little spawners here, and then they go off and get into battles and pick up items and stuff. And it's sort of like a reverse tower defense kind of thing. Can I do something with points? Yeah, but not much. Okay. So if true, we'll show the hardware inventory. This is possibly not a good idea because you can have the hardware inventory showing. You can have the hardware loadout showing. There are what, 3 states? Now what are all the states? So there's nothing showing. There's just the loadout showing. There's loadout and inventory, and there's just the script editor. Right? Right. Is that correct? So we have nothing showing. We have just your loadout showing. We have the loadout and the inventory, and then we have just the script editor. Yeah. And since that's the case, representing these with booleans or not is probably not a great idea. I'm probably not going to include a gamble function. I think it spams chat a lot. So show hardware inventory. Yeah, I don't like having to manage the state for all of this stuff, I guess. We could make an enumeration right up here that controls this for now. Maybe just something like const panels showing equals none hardware loadout and inventory, and finally the script editor. Did you earn money from reverse tower defense? No. Nor did I do anything to try to earn money from it. I announced it on Reddit at one point. My traffic spiked for like a day to 600 views, I think, and then it went down to 60 views, and then it went down to basically 0. And that was it. I never pasted it in any other Reddit thread after that or did anything to market it. There's no way to pay money through the game. It's just totally free. Okay, so we'll do things this way, I think. So panels showing equals panels showing dot none. Which panels are showing? Check out the enum. Just type this uses. Okay, so we're gonna call this an enum, which I've done before. Yeah, and I guess I use this number. Did I capitalize it? I capitalized it there. Probably shouldn't have done that. In fact, that's the only place I've done this. Huh. I guess I'll capitalize it here too then. How are you going to earn money with Botland? There's a monetization document that I made. I'll show you that. Yeah, it's just in-game purchases because it's going to be a free-to-play game. So, which particular panels can show with respect to blueprints? I guess I shouldn't just call this panels showing. I guess I'll call this blueprint panels visible. It's not great, but it's not bad. So we'll do that, and then we can get rid of these things. So now show hardware loadout, etc. None of that's needed. we can just say this is blueprints panel visible dot none. And then in here, we're just going to show the loadout. And in here, we're going to show loadout and inventory. And then that should be that. Then when you do this thing too, test game click, yeah, you're going to need to change that. And what else do we have? Hey, Cottrell. So if, actually I guess we could just switch on this. This dot state dot blueprint panels visible. Case none, we don't do anything. I have no idea what I like to use for tabbing for switch cases because I so rarely use them in JavaScript. So we have a few of these. We have hardware loadout. This is going to give us this. We have inventory. It's going to give us this. And then we have script editor, and we don't have anything for that yet. So the other place I use switches a lot in this code. Yeah, I guess I tab in the break and any code underneath it. So let's just search for all of our cases and tab these next lines in. Cool. What switch means? It's the same as most other languages. So let's say you had const option equals 3. You might have switch option, something like case 1, console.log, you have 1 of something, break. You know, 2 could be this or this. This is not the right syntax. Hang on a second. There. So you could do something like this, console.log, like, I don't know, I recognize the option. I think this is easier to just show by example. So what you might have this do is something like what I'm doing here, of course, which is in the case that no options are visible, no panels are visible, don't do anything. In the case that just the loadout's visible, well, show the loadout. In the case that both are visible, show that too. So that's how this works. Yeah, it's case and Visual Basic, yep. So we can get rid of this. And now this show hardware inventory stuff should be gone. Okay, so let's try it out. It should be exactly the same as it was before. Yeah, so I can click these things. I can say show first, show both, and hide all. And we can go between any of these combinations. Cool. Yeah. However, that is still not good enough for this code, I think. Yeah, resize handler. I don't really need that there. Add and remove. That part's fine. Set selected bot bar icon. This is called when you select a bay. This is the number. Set flyouts. This is a bad name now. Set blueprint panels visible. And this is not necessarily a number at this point. This is no, fine, it can be a number. That's okay for now. We can change that later. This is just a debug function for now. Number. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't. What code editor am I using? It's Sublime. Test game click. So this is like clicked game area. And eventually we probably want a confirmation for this. We don't need that yet. Okay, so get classes. So we have this sliding div. We don't need IDs for this stuff. We don't need this useless div because it's not used for anything. Hence the name useless. We don't need this. These buttons are just debug buttons. We can remove them eventually. Bot icon bar. Do we even use this as a ref? Yes, we do. But not for any particular reason yet. Same thing, ref's game. I think we should probably call that game area or something like that. There. This thing should be, now that I think about it, yeah, we don't need a ref there. We're going to tell it what the height is, and it's going to figure out the rest of it itself. Plus, that function doesn't do anything for right now. What did I used to say? Bot icon bar. Ref equals bot icon bar. So let's get rid of that, and then let's go into the bot icon bar, and let's change the whole get border height to just be nothing. Okay. Yeah, so this is much better. I don't think it's perfect or anything. So this is called when you click an area that isn't any of the UI. This is called when you click somewhere in the game area. Yeah. We intentionally don't stop propagation on events here, even if it results in an action. And I'm not sure what you might expect when you do something like that. Like right now, the way that this works is if something is showing over here and you want to zoom in on this and then like pan around. So when I start to pan around, I'm going to click and hold. And when I start to drag, it actually doesn't do anything. It's when I let go of the dragging that it does that. That's probably not expected then. So it's not on click, it's on mouse down that I want to do that. So it's not click to game area. Is there an on mouse down? Or on, oh, it wouldn't just be on mouse down though. It would also be on touch down or whatever it's called. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how this works on an iPad. Let me go find my iPad. Found it. Okay. So I'm going to let this just refresh because this iPad is terrible and takes forever. Or we could just look up the different events, React events on mouse down. Is there something else on... Oh, these are mouse events. Where are the touch events? On touch start, maybe? Yeah, we probably just have to do that too. Okay, great, cool. So let's see if this works over here. I'm going to connect. I know you guys can't really see the iPad. You'll eventually see the, a small view of what you've seen over here. So if I tap this show both, they slide out. If I tap anywhere over here, it doesn't work. And I think it's because I need to refresh the page again. Because I think that what's happening is I didn't get my on touch start there. So when I mouse down on this area, because I'm not using a mouse, it's not doing anything. But this one works, right? Yeah. Okay, well, we'll let the iPad kind of catch up. We'll figure it out in a sec. Simulation server, we don't care about that. All we care about that, I guess. But we want to come up with better names for these things. Oh, good. Okay, so the iPad has refreshed. Let's take a look now. All right, have we fixed it? Tap. Yep, cool. Okay, that works. So yeah, now, whoa, sorry. I don't know how loud that was. Sorry if that blew out anybody's ears. Okay, so now when you tap the remaining area over here, it does close that. So I can show it. Come on. It's super hard to press buttons on an iPad. I can select these things if I want. I can drag them. Probably can't see that because my finger's in the way. And then I can tap this area over here and it all hides itself. So that's working pretty well. And honestly, it doesn't look that bad on an iPad. Like, sure, the game isn't being played right now, but you can still control it. You can zoom in, whatever else you need to do. Should be pretty usable. And then converting it into an app should be just a matter of getting the code to run and not, hey, let's come up with a brand new UI for everything. So in-game.less. So we have the concept of these things. What broadcasting software are you using? It's OBS. So open broadcast something. What's it called? What is it called? Open broadcaster software, yeah. So show in-game hardware block. I don't want to call it that. I want to call it show in-game hardware loadout. Yeah. There we go. So that's done. I also don't want the name that I had over here. Show in-game hardware inventory block. So that'd be changed to hardware inventory. Nah, that's fine. Are you using legacy? I'm using legacy. Okay, cool. So that's done. So now where are we on this? Slider content. We have display flex. Is that even needed? I have a pretty good feeling that it's not needed. Let's take a look. Yeah, it's not needed. At least I don't think so. Let's comment it out and figure out if it is needed. So we cut out that and we cut out that. Because the content itself is going to be... It might be, but it would be up to the elements themselves to set that, I think. I don't think it's needed for what I have here. Let's check it out. Yeah, I don't think there's any reason to have it. We can always add it back in if it's needed. But I don't think it's good to keep things there that aren't needed. Okay, good. So the rest of this is fine. Now, what does this mean? This means that you'll have 66% of the screen taken up with these pink and purple blocks, and then a very tiny amount of the screen taken up with this. So that probably works out to be like 75%. So you have about 25% of the screen left to view the arena. I think that's reasonable. We can always change that. And yeah, Noob, there are a lot of things like that. I just don't know how well they work. But I will need to look into that at some point. So now I want to rename this terrible, terrible class name, bot icon bar. So that was supposed to be this thing. But I think we should call it blueprint selector instead. Or maybe in-game blueprints. Yeah, I think blueprint selector is better. So let's rename this. Darn, it's not going to be that easy to rename things, is it? So we got to get rid of this. Let's put this over here. Classes can just be this, there. Well, let me come up with the names for both of these things. So if we have blueprint selector, and then we have like, I guess blueprint selector icon. Yeah, I think that's reasonable. Blueprint selector icon. Yeah, that's better. So let's do that. So we're going to search for this exact casing all over the code base. Yeah, good. Okay, and we're going to replace it with blueprint selector. So that's going to replace some of these. But then the other problem is that this file is named wrong, so we need to call it blueprint selector.js. We then need to write a comment because it's not obvious what this is doing. So we say this is the in-game bar that shows up that lets you pick which blueprint you want to view/edit. Okay, now that we've done that, we need to delete bot icon bar. We should probably not be heavy-handed with this. I'm going to delete it anyway because I have a recycle bin. Heavy hands. All right. So then bot icon bar should be removed here. This is now called blueprint selector. All right, so let's try that. All I've done is rename a class, so nothing should be any different. But the whole point is just let's make sure it works, and it looks like it's working just fine. Yeah, everything's fine. Okay, so now let's rename the other thing, which is going to be blueprint selector icon. So it's right now called bot bar icon, bot icon bar icon. So these are icons that show up for the blueprint selector. So yeah, let's search for this and replace it with. Then we need to replace all of the less CSS classes. What is this for? That shouldn't be needed. Yeah, it's not. Okay, so we gotta search for this now. Blueprint selector icon.js and delete the other one that was named after it. Good. And is that it? Yep, other than styles. Okay, cool. So let's do this. Bot icon bar. We gotta rename this too. I don't like doing this. Selected blueprint selector icon. It's kind of a weird name. So bot icon bar is going to be changing to blueprint selector dot less. And then we delete this. Just minor refactoring stuff. And then the only thing left to do is anywhere that we see bot icon bar, we gotta just remove those. So this, for example, where does this even come from? Right here. Okay, looks good. So let's go change those now too. Cool. So this is actually just game height. Game area height. That's all we really need. Hey, Remy. Why is the first 0 to 7 getting hit before the function? This is almost definitely an asynchronous code thing. Yeah. I am nearly positive that you have a callback, but you expect it to get hit before it's... Yep, it is. Okay, so I see this happen a lot with people who are writing asynchronous code for, well, not maybe the first time, but this code is synchronous. Let me write this here. So this is synchronous code, which means that after you're done with this line of code, you will see whatever changes that line of code is going to make. This is a promise. So this is async. You can expect any async code to complete at some point in the future, which is why you're getting these console.logs eventually, but you're not getting them when you think you should. So the reason why is because getWordList is an asynchronous function. So when you call then on it, it's whenever this thing finishes, that's when it's going to do the thing that you told it to here. So if you wanted everything to print out as just one block, you'd have to put the console.log, just the fixes, move this console.log down to here basically. And then you'll have these print out one right next to the other. And the order that happens in could be that the 7th one finishes before the 5th one, and then the 4th one, and then the 3rd one, and then it could be anything. Well, yeah. Also, well, I can explain promises a little bit more to you, but what you might want to look into is this function, get top word for channel table object. This calls a lot of asynchronous functions because it's calling an asynchronous function in a for loop. You might want to collect up all of these promises that it returns and then wait for them all to complete. Oh, it's applying them all to only I number 8. That has to do with whatever it's called, like lexical binding. Are you making a function in here? Yeah, it's because... Wait, where are you using I? Where are you using I? I see you logging it here. But you're saying get word list temp var 1. So I'm not totally sure. But anyway, you can't use I inside of this as you might expect. So let me show you something. So let's say you had this. For var I equals 0, I is less than 10, I plus plus. And you have some function in here. Function foo. And you say console.log I. Actually, would this even show this off? I don't think this would. No, hang on. Let me. I had an example for this whenever I wanted to teach someone about this concept. Let me find it. Yeah, here we go. Okay, so I found this from my notes, and I can paste this online for you, Digite. So what it looks like the function should do is print 0, hello, 1, there, 2, how are you, whatever. Yeah, so we got this. So to fix the above, you need to capture I correctly in the closure. You can do this by swapping out which lines are commented in the for loop. So I'm going to just paste this online. It's not formatted the best, but it's like close enough. You can tell what's going on at least. And this should teach you a little bit about closures at least. Not a ton, but it'll at least demonstrate the problem you're having. And by the way, this is one of the reasons why in ES6 arrow functions are pretty helpful, because arrow functions should also solve the problem. Okay, so these things are fixed. I am going to change that background color from pink to just anything else. Let's just find a color that's not necessarily pink. Only because I already have a pink bar at the bottom there. So let's just, boop, there. We're stopping with green, yellow. Okay. I still don't know why they came up with all these like default colors, green, yellow. Who even defines this? All right, so then webpack config. I'm not going to check that in yet. This I'm not going to check in either. And then these things oh no, that's wrong now. They need to be blueprint selector icon in that. Okay, so this is the in-game bar that shows up that lets you pick which blueprint you want to view or edit. Hey Lepko. I meant to ask you, could I get the plugin you made for Sublime to swap words? Yeah, so I'll have to upload that. I should really put it on GitHub, but I should do it in such a way that you can just install it from Sublime. And I should probably just make it better. Okay, so in the meantime, since I don't plan on doing really any of that stuff anytime soon, let me just upload it for you. It's just a single Python file. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'll put this online. I'll have it expire in a week. So if you want it, you can just use it. I don't think there's anything in there that yeah. Okay, so there you go. I try to keep it up to date for myself, which is why I should be doing this on a GitHub project, because every time I edit it, first of all, this whole process of putting in an opposite and it's like in twice is a bad idea. But yeah, anytime I edit this, I just add new stuff. And actually, one of the other things I wanted to add was header and footer here. So for those of you who want to see what this does, it is on my blog. This is what I do if I have something like var testbool equals true or console.log before you get success, like go up and then left. I don't know. There's things that you type sometimes. This isn't even necessarily programming related, where you're like, oh, whoops, instead of true, I want that to be false. And this should have been after you get failure, go down and then right. And so you can change all of these things by just selecting them and then pressing the Alt-R key for me. So I found this very useful. So if I ever have something typed out like header foo, and I said, oh, whoops, that should have been a footer, then I just reverse it and I'm done. So I think this is super useful. And no, Rami, I don't. I'm excited. Yeah. You heard the Python has dictionaries, which is like ES6 maps, but a bit better. Yeah, I am. I just didn't use them for that for some reason. But people can just extend the code. You can make that be a plugin online. I'd like some credit if you do that, but that's it. Then you can own it if you want. So blueprint selector. Yeah, here's where things are just not done. And I'll write this here for now. A lot of this code is copy pasted from hardware inv item. Both classes should be refactored so that I don't need to duplicate this. Either way, this doesn't even totally work yet. Oh, cool, Hideo. Yeah, the only reason I wanted it originally is because of how frequently I wanted to change the word true to false. And by the way, I don't know if you know this, but it keeps casing. So if you change capitalized true, it goes to false. And if you have it in camel case, it tries to maintain it as well as it can, at least. So if you type something like this, I don't think it's going to work. Yeah, it just makes it lowercase. So it won't try to maintain that you had, you know, the first two as caps and then the rest weren't. But when do you ever run into that situation? And if so, then just fix the casing yourself afterward. And you can have it work with multiple cursors too. Start a drag interaction targeting a clone. Okay, that's fine. This is fine, I guess. That's fine too. Again, lots of duplicated code here from hardware inv item. So all I do is install it, is add a folder to the packages and add it to the settings of package control. I actually don't even know if you have to do that. I think you just put it inside your packages folder and then you add a hotkey for it. I think that's all you have to do. So in my case, it was putting this. Oh, unrecognized command. I gotta paste this. Well, you don't need the time on there. But yeah, there you go. Adam is a proud father. Yeah, so it's just Alt-R, and I wanted it, what, this is here so you can't reverse words in the find panel. Oh yeah, the reason for that, and you might not want this line here, but when I'm searching for something, I want Alt-R to be regex or not. And so I don't let you reverse words in this particular panel. So just keep that in mind. Okay, so render, we have ref main. Do we even need that? No, we don't. I guess we can keep the style on there. The rest of that's fine. Okay, cool. Yeah, we don't even need all of the props in here because we're going to end up with, I don't know, it's not that much. It'll have cosmetics and it'll have whatever else, and eventually we might need it for rendering. Okay, fine. So we're good there. What about this? So blueprint, these are icons that show up in the blueprint selector. Oh, what's this? No, I commented this, but this should have been put in the other class completely. Add drag listeners. We don't have a draggable element. Man. Okay, well, this was in the wrong class. So this should have been here, and this should have been here. And then we can just delete all of this code from here. There. Okay, great. Yeah, I never got that done. So whatever. Selected item looks good, good, and good. Yeah, okay, everything's good. All right, nice. I don't think that was actually all that bad. Not completely, at least. So let's lint everything. probably something about alphabetical. Yeah. Yep, exactly. That's always the case. So we're going to do this. F9. I'm go change this. This is just to get the buttons to be the right height. Did I not? Huh, weird. In-game dot less. Property ordering is still not alphabetized. Is it now? Does that work? Do I know alphabetical order? Good, cool. So interact is defined but never used. Looks good. Underscore is not defined. Looks good. Cool. Let's do one final linting pass. Yeah, all those are good. All right, nice. Everything is all fixed, and we can check this in. Started to work on the blueprint selector that shows on the left side of the screen when you're in a game. Nothing is really functional yet. Okay, so when you click an icon, show the hardware loadout if showing nothing. If already showing something, then update the current loadouts for the selected bot. So where does this come from? Here, I guess. So if you select a new blueprint, if nothing was currently being edited, so I guess we need to check the current state, right? If this dot state dot blueprint panel visible equals blueprint panel visible dot none, then we're gonna set state to show the loadout. If you were already showing something, then it's going to be a little bit different. But for now, let's just test that. So now by clicking one of these, it makes this panel fly out here. Why does this look like it's draggable? Oh, no. What, so by dragging one of these that happens? No, it's just clicking. And then the drag thing gets set. Whatever. I'll have to fix that later. Hey, awesome Indian kid. Whoops. I think I'm doing something wrong. What's going on here? And it's not working for you. You're using Sublime 3, so I don't know how that differs from how you install things in Sublime 2. So yeah, I'm sorry. I really should have just made it a package on GitHub or something, and that way it wouldn't be such a big deal. But I didn't do that. I apologize for not making it easier. I'm gonna go use the bathroom really fast. And then I'm gonna work on the rest of the UI that I can get done today. So I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. And Ozzy, thanks for following. Okay, let's get these things back so the people who do follow can actually have lights to control on here. Plus, it's just now a thing. Oh, cool. Great, noob. Glad you got that working. I confused you, Digitate? About promises? Okay, so let's take a look. So when you click an icon, show the current loadout if nothing's selected. If already showing something. Okay, so we've got to do the part where, let's just duplicate this. So this part's done. So when you click an icon, when you click a blueprint icon, show the and one is already selected. Show the loadout and possibly the inventory of the newly selected blueprint. There. What did your wife say about the pictures? She laughed at them. I mean, I was telling her like a bunch of news all at once. I think a lot of stuff happened yesterday. The light strip people got to you. Okay. So I'm showing just the hardware loadout. Change the icon into an edit button. Yeah, and then what happens after that? So when you click one of these, it turns into edit. And when you click edit, it turns into restore and update. I think we're going to change it to update. So if showing the hardware inventory, change it to an update button. So that's the icon itself that I'm talking about. I'll show you guys here. There's an image only if, how do I want to do this? Yeah, there's an image, but only if you're not in edit mode. So now we need to tell it whether it's in edit mode. So is selected, and then we need to know what mode we're in, and what mode we're in is here. So something like, it should really just be told show edit button or show update button. Okay, fine. So let show edit button on selected blueprint icon equals false, and show update button. So if you're here, then this becomes true. And if you're here, then this becomes true. And if you're in the script editor, then what happens? Then it grays it out. I don't know how I feel about that. I guess it could show something else. Or yeah, gray it out. I don't know. We'll worry about that later. So now over here, when we make, so blueprint selector, let's say this equals this, this equals this. And now if that's true, I guess we just pass these here. This dot props dot, very verbose names for these things. This is unnecessary. We can just get rid of that. Show edit button and show update button. There. And then over here, we can have those things work. So what we can say is this dot render like main content, I guess. So now we're going to push this thing up into this. We're going to call this render main content. So if this dot props dot show edit button, then return button edit. Cool. If show update button, and otherwise we return an image. Cool. Can someone attempt to explain this to me, please? If I use value a in var temp var, then only uses the first value, it returns all the way through. If I use I in tempVar, it'll only use the 8th. Right, so what I was saying here is you have this problem with functions, right? So it was that bpaste that I linked to earlier. Let me see if I can show you what it was I was talking about. Let me find that bpaste again. Yeah, here it is. So what do we have here? Windows.onload, window.onload. So yeah, I can just paste this in and you can take a look at this. So check this out. We'll go into desktop, let me close out of that. Desktop, Dell, Lepco, Digite, and we'll make index.html here. Cool. And then we'll make main.js here and we'll put this code in. Cool. So now let's go load this up. We load this in the browser, and what do we see? We see functions is not defined. Let me find out why. Oh, functions.push. Yeah, so we just gotta make functions. Okay, so what did we see happen here? I ran it and I just didn't get it or understand how I push it forward. Well, first I'll go through this step by step and I'll explain what's going on. So we have some strings. Hello there, how are you? And what we're ostensibly doing, what we think we're going to do as we go through this is we're going to iterate over each string and we're going to add a function to our list here that logs I. So what you'd expect this to be is 0 the first time and then 1 the next time, and then 2 and 3 and 4. And then we're going to try to log that string at that index. So you'd expect it to say 0 hello, like then 1 there, then 2 how, 3 are, 4 you. But that doesn't happen because of how this gets bound here. So this is what I believe is called lexical binding. And what you want it to be is something like this, of course, where when I run this, you see it print out exactly what we want. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, hello there, how are you? So the difference is how you're calling this function that you have in the screenshot. So right now you have code typed out the way I have it, which is, like I said, lexical binding, and you need to change it. So you currently have function MySQL error, MySQL res. Like you have a for loop, I equals 0, I is less than 5, I plus plus. And you call a function and you eventually try calling some function there. So foo, bar, comma, and then you specify your function. And in this function, you're trying to do console.log I. And I can show you this code right up here. We can just make the foo function, foo ignored, and then there's a function to call. And we just call the function. So what does this do when you type it into Chrome? It actually does print 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, great. Must be how your query function looks. Well, anyway, so the easy fix could be for you to do something like this. Instead of using function, I think you could just use arrow functions here. Let me try that out, because that would be probably the easiest way for you to fix this. So here's the broken code. If we just change this into an arrow, pretty sure we'll fix this. No, we didn't. Okay, never mind. All right, well, fine. This is why I shouldn't teach things on stream. You can export all of this code into another function and then use that there. So that's probably the second easiest way to fix this. So here was the broken code that I had, and I had console.log I and strings I. If I put this into some other function here, like log I and strings I, and I pass in I and strings, I can paste this code in here. And then in here I can just call there. And that should work. It's still not. All right, I give up. Oh, because I'm doing functions.push here. That's why. Yeah. If I had just called this immediately, it would have worked fine. Let me just find you an article on this, because I think that'll explain this better than I can right now. Lexical binding JavaScript. Well, it would be different how you do that, Digite. I'm sorry, for some reason I don't have it in me right now to be able to explain this. So I'm leaving you high and dry, and I apologize for that. I think I've fried my brain earlier from transitioning from scripting UI into this. And it's just not great. I have about an hour left, and I do want to get this stuff working as much as possible. So what's going on right now? Show edit button. This is in-game show edit button. Yeah. So this needs to be changed, and this needs to be changed, and then we should be good. Let's try it out. So we connect, we click this. It replaced them all with edit buttons. That shouldn't be the case. It's only if it's selected that we do that. So we could do this, return this, right? What am I missing here? Another parenthesis in the map. Yeah, there we go. Okay, and then in here I can also say const is selected equals this part here. And that way, what happened? Oh man. All right, there we go. Hey, BioAim. It's going okay. I think I've been making pretty slow progress here. Okay, so here we go. This looks a little bit weird. Actually, it looks very weird. And then if we were to click edit, it needs to do something, of course. So when we have these things showing up, I guess we just need to give this the right style, which would be the same width and height that we had for the icon. So this class is blueprint selector icon. So we could say width. What is the width and height on this stuff? So let's just try to keep that as is for now. It's going to be based on the image. It's 96 by 96. What if I made it width like 5%? Oh, I see what that's going to do. So we want a min width here. But I guess the minimum width would be 5% of the whole page. Yeah. Let's try that out. Min width, min height. I feel like I tell you how to accomplish what you're trying to do, but understanding it is a different story. Oh, I see. Yeah, so this doesn't work the way I want it to. I want this to have a minimum height. Min height 50px. Yeah, something like that. So if we cut that out, one of these divs should have a minimum height. This one does. And what, is this not high enough? What is the minimum height of this thing? Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't think this is even being used right now. Like, we could give it a minimum height in pixel values if I wanted. Let me cut this out and change this back over here. Minimum height of 5%. Yeah. This basically isn't used at all. All right, well, for now, then the easiest thing to do is just set a minimum height of 50 pixels and eventually change this. That way, when you get an edit button, you're not totally confused as to, wait, where did that come from? And in fact, setting this to 96 pixels is probably a better idea. Yeah, so that's clearer about what's going on. As for centering content and everything, we could do that. I'm not going to worry about that yet. So when you do click one of these buttons, we need to say onClick equals this.props.onEdit. And over here, this.props.onUpdate. Okay, now we need to pass in an onUpdate and onEdit. OnEdit equals this.props.onEdit and onUpdate. So when you click an edit button, what are we going to do? I guess we need to pass in the ID. And we don't currently have a way for you to do that. Yeah, we don't. So edit item. This.props.onEdit. This.props.bay.id. Yeah, there we go. I want the final result. So man, yeah, I'm sorry. Hey, Musa. Yeah, CSS is pretty ridiculous sometimes. Or at least that's how I feel. Again, this is one of those things where it's like someone who does this every single day probably has no trouble at all doing this. Okay, so this should be on update. And then these should be changed. And Gasoline, thanks for following. This should be changed to... We can do this cleverly with Sublime if we feel like it. I can do this and then change this to item and then bind this. Alright, well, whatever. Saves a minor amount of time. So on edit and on update, those are passed in. And then these should be this dot edit bot bar icon. Oh, darn it, I didn't rename these. Make sure bot bar icon doesn't show up in the code any longer. It's still there, at least in function name. See you, Digite. I should just name this something differently right now. But on edit, on update. So when you go to edit this, we're going to change something, and when you go to update it, I'm going to say that I just never coded this. Window.alert, never coded this. So when you click edit, you will go from showing the hardware loadout to showing the loadout and inventory. All right, let's try it. So we click this, and now we click the edit button. And yeah, now we're looking at this. And then there's the update button, which I never coded. Okay, so not too bad. Now we can use this to show the components that we'd already made before. So all I wanted to do at first was make it so you could deploy bots and play the game again. I suppose, though, that's pointless because we're going to need the UI in place anyway. Getting the whole queue system to work, too, is going to be pretty tough, I think. Wait, what? So this is selected, but okay, yeah, I see. There's no reason to have this be visually different when it's selected, I guess. Yeah, there's no point in that, is there? But as soon as you've clicked this, it should populate the entire UI over there. But we don't know whether you're in edit mode or not. Well, let's take this one step at a time. We're going to do the view, I think. I think viewing this is the easiest thing. We got to get a hardware loadout in here. We need a bot icon. We need the name. We need what script you're using. And then I guess we need life values and stuff. I don't know what these icons are supposed to be. And the life value would be of a bot that actually exists. So this isn't even correct. This is not how this should work. There shouldn't be a life value here, because that makes no sense. Yeah, the only place there should be a life value is if you've clicked one of these things. And when you've done that, it shouldn't show you anything else here. Yeah, here. Yeah, I think you just copy pasted the UI from there. All right, so we're not going to do that, but we will get the hardware loadout in there. And that should be a drag target eventually too. This is going to be pretty tough. It's got to call completely different functions. It's got different data. I'll probably want to just check this in so far. Yeah, let's get rid of bot bar icon. So let's just put this with the same casing. So this is going to be blueprint icon selected. Blueprint icon selected. Okay, and we also have bot bar icon somewhere else. Bot bar icon. Yep, so let's search for this, case sensitive. Blueprint icon. So bot bar shouldn't show up anywhere. Yeah, this can't be the case. How did I not catch this though? Oh, because I just changed it. Selected blueprint icon, is that correct? Yes, it is. Okay, so let's try this out. If it works, we move on to the next part. Looking good there. Can click that. Cool. And you can close everything. So now that you can do all of this from here, you don't need this hide all, show first, and show both. That doesn't make any sense. Especially because this will probably break once you... No, it doesn't break when you do that. But either way, it shouldn't be there. So let's get rid of those extra buttons now. So we have these buttons. Delete them all. And delete all of this. There. So those will be gone. And we'll still have the same functionality that we had before. And no matter how big the window is, you'll still be able to see all of this. Of course, you can see more information here. It won't really matter. And then you can close it by just clicking away from this. Okay, yeah, that's working. Looks good. Let's check it in. Linting the CSS passed and linting the code has passed. Okay, so we're not going to check that in, not going to check that in. Helping people out isn't usually so bad when I can just talk to people. I do think it's easier when they can say things back though. But in this case, me trying to help Digitate right there was just like, I clearly am not as aware as I think I am of what was going on there. And it just feels bad, man. Alright, so now edit and update buttons show up correctly. Yep, looks good. We renamed all of those. Okay. Yep. Okay. Edit and update buttons now show in the blueprint selector icon depending on the state of, depending on what you've clicked. I got rid of the debug buttons since they're no longer needed. How's it feeling? Just wouldn't you have to be the one who's asynchronous in that case? Like, I think it's a funny joke, right? I don't think it's I don't think it's been polished yet. All right, so just showing this, changing to edit, good, good. Clicking the edit button should show the hardware inventory. Okay. Yeah, this is gonna be tough. Well, I guess this is, yeah. All right, well, we have a hardware loadout. Wait, is that even correct? Yeah, clicking edit should show the hardware inventory. Okay, so populate the real hardware loadout. What are you resident sleepering me for that? And Fino TV, thanks for following. So populate the real hardware loadout. Thankfully, we at least have hardware loadout.js, but I'm afraid that this takes so much from props that we won't be able to use it very well. Get item template ID, add hardware to configuration, on level selected. This is called when the user chooses which level of hardware they're dropping in. Yep, okay, so that's fine. Let's just put this in and figure out that it's all broken. Oh man, this is just so like nerve-wracking right now, because this is all the work that I put in for this before, and I've got to use this, and we'll hope that it works. So here goes nothing. So we currently have a div that says what? Inventory content here? That's not even correct. Hardware loadout here. Those were reversed to begin with. Hardware loadout here should have gone first. Yeah. So then this one, inventory content here, that's what we want. We've got to make this thing be here and somehow get it to work. So if I can get this done in the next 50 minutes, I think I'd be pretty happy. And it shouldn't take that long, I hope, but whoops. But you never know when it comes to code. Okay, so is editable, we'll set to false by default. This is really not the case. It's editable if you have the update button showing. So show update button on Blueprint is whether or not it's editable. Okay, get hardware configuration. This .props.route.get hardware configuration, and then the hardware string that you're actually modifying. So we need to know which blueprint you have selected. Now we should know that at this point. Right, let's close out of these things and that and that. Anyway, selected beta hardware, get selected bay. Workbench state. Yeah, I'll probably want to do something like this. Get the workbench state, get the selected bay ID. This is not correct though. This is going to be changed into this dot state dot this one. Get the selected bay ID. Okay, there. So we've got that information. Const selected bay equals that. And now we need the hardware string from there, which we should have done over here, right? If util.exist, then get the name and the hardware string. Otherwise it'll be null. I don't know why we'd have to do that. What if we just pass in null there? Oh, because we were trying to access. Okay, never mind. I understand. I could change this completely, though. But let's do this for right now. Okay, and then finally, get hardware configuration. So let's search for this. This should be in setup React. Get hardware configuration. Here it is. So we want to pass this to the in-game UI. Okay, well, let's try it out. Connect. It just immediately crashes. Util is not defined. Oh, that's an easy problem to fix. Okay, let's try again. Still a problem. Serialized config is not a string. Cannot read property hardware slots of null. Oh, because these are off screen no matter what. We only want to show this. What? So how are we going to do this? And oh man. Yeah, this is going to be hard. Because this is, we're going to be able to edit this. So where else do we have a hardware loadout like this? In Edit Blueprint. And that's where we need a whole bunch of other things. All right, Bay hardware. Well, that's a good place to start. Why don't we use that? We'll take the hardware string from there, which doesn't necessarily have to exist. And that means none of this stuff is going to be needed. Bay hardware, all right. So edit blueprint. Where do we set this? Set. So bound actions dot set. Set editing Bay hardware. Wow. All right, that's one. But then there's this set editing script. That's not correct. None of this is correct. Something has to do this. It might be blueprints.js that does this. Set editing Bay hardware. Here it is. And set is making new Bay. So this is what we would do from the in-game UI. Do we have bound actions here? No. We have everything else that we need. Just don't have bound actions. Okay. I know what we have to do. Gotta copy paste this into the constructor here. We've got to go include the couple of things that I need for this to work. And then when you set editing Bay hardware, this comes from blueprints. So let's try just this bit, and this will come from here. Hey, Walshy. Want to explain the red lights around your neck? No, I don't. So when you click the edit button, where does this even happen? Yeah, here's where we would get the selected Bay that you have. So it's not a matter of that. Let's get selected Bay, but that's based on the state that we have there. Okay, so this should be pretty much immediate. Okay, so let's get on selected Bay equals this. Util.exist. Select a Bay.hardware string. Okay, so I guess that's step number one. The problem is this exists no matter what, and I'm sure it's having trouble just displaying it, especially because I need all of this stuff here. So is editable we have already set. Get hardware configuration we have set. Hardware string we now have set. But then these we don't. On edit equals toggle hardware loadout. What in the world is that? Oh right, there's an edit button at the top of it. Yeah, I guess I can put this somewhere. This could be something like the same as on edit, right? Edit blueprint icon.bind this. But we need to pass in an ID as well. Or just change the edit mode or something. I'll just say I didn't code this. Change to edit mode. Hey, Snake Eyes. How you doing? Okay, so delete slot. This dot remove hardware dot bind this. What did that used to do? Oh yeah, this should be somewhere else. Somewhere else entirely. I don't think we're going to worry about this right now. But yeah, that needs to be refactored. So we don't have this function. I guess we just change to edit mode. Get item template. This dot props route to get item template. That's probably still going to be needed over here. I'm not positive, but let's put it there for now anyway. Get item template. So we'll put this into the main game page. Okay, so that now exists. And add hardware to configuration. So these two things we're just going to not put in yet, because you can't edit this anyway. And I still think this is going to fail, because I don't know what shows up when you... Ooh, it actually doesn't look terrible. Oh man, and then how are we going to verify this stuff? Like, what happens when you change this in a game, or you change it for all future games? It's going to be a lot wrong. Hardware level select. Is there anything in this? I mean, the theming of this is, of course, completely wrong. Yeah, it's this. Hardware loadout. This has display flex, but the parent doesn't have display flex. There we go. Flex direction column. Yeah, alright. Well, that looks slightly better, I guess. So let's go do that. So there's a selector. And then there's the in-game list. Here, yeah. So I think these will have display flex and flex direction column. Original Pepper, that doesn't usually happen for me, I feel. Okay, so this is fine, but I find it hard to believe that none of these bots have hardware. So either something's breaking or they just really don't have any hardware in them. Do you know about React in browser debugger? Yeah, I do. I might want to use it more, but for right now, yeah, I'm clearly not using it as much as maybe I should be. No, so every single bot except for one has hardware, and the one that doesn't, it's not duplicated 4 times, of course, so we should be seeing hardware in here, and we're not, which means this hardware string right here, this is wrong. Oh, that's not even being called. Well, that's the problem, right? Edit blueprint icon. On edit equals this dot edit blueprint icon to bind this. Oh, we're in view mode right now. Oh, so this is as soon as you click this, that's what should happen. I see. Yeah, there we go. Let's try that. Hardware slot configuration. What is our hardware string right now? It's undefined. I think I know what's going on. I think we need to potentially not render anything in here if this thing doesn't exist. So if this is not defined, then we just consider everything to be empty. Or we just don't render anything? No, I know what's going on. We need this to be set somewhere. This is what's a little bit annoying about this. If we don't have a hardware string, we don't want to render anything at all, but then transitions won't work in the DOM. So this needs to either know how to handle having no hardware configuration, or I need to add it into the DOM dynamically. Well, there's something we could do here. Let's try passing in hardware string bay hardware. Let's try, oh, it's already an empty string by default. I don't know. What if we just said like lasers 3 in here? What happens? Does this break or no? Well, it shows lasers 3, so that part's working. Hardware slot configuration. How does deserialize work on an empty string? Actually, it should work with an empty string. So the problem is coming from here. Yeah, let's try that out. Hey again, Sean. It's going well. Going well enough, at least. All right, let's take a look at this. So selected bay is null somehow. Well, that answers our first question. So let's refresh the page and try again. So why is this null? Oh, because we're pulling it from workbench state. That was never correct. No, are we? Wait a second, what? No, this is null. The state didn't get updated? Bay ID. Oh. Set state is not an immediate, it's not an immediate function. So when we say get selected bay, this won't actually work the way I want it to. But that's the only place we're calling this from, right? Worked for the NSA, no. And we could potentially pass in like the blueprint icon selected ID. We could just say this equals this or the one that's saved in the state. And then we can get rid of this. Where's the chair VOD? Is it gone? Oh, this is an odd shot. It's day 65. So you can find it if you go through that first playlist. So connect and we click this and now we should have the selected bay. No, we don't. I forgot to pass this in. Whoops. The entire point of this was to type in bay ID here. All right, there we go. Okay, so now what? Selected bay dot hardware string should be valid. Oh, it's just hardware. Fine. And I think it should be working. Let's take a look. Cool. All right, nice. So now we're showing all of the hardware you have for these bots. That's pretty good. Eventually you'll be able to edit them here. So this should be draggable, but it's not. I don't know why it's not. Oh, because I don't have a remove function, do I? Do you have a target release date? So it was supposed to be March of next year. But then something like relatively big changed. And I haven't told you guys about what it is yet. I want to do that at some point. It'll probably happen in about a week or two. We'll see how things go. I think once the beta's out, what's going to be nice is that we'll know whether people find it fun and it's in the form that it's in for beta, which is going to be just team deathmatch. So beta is going to be team deathmatch, like customizing bots, so cosmetics, hardware, writing Blockly in JavaScript. There's going to be like solo queue. That's it. Yeah, Serbian Ninjas. I haven't shared that yet. I will at some point. It's not like super interesting or anything. So this is what beta will probably consist of from a feature perspective. So it might be more interesting to list what won't be there. There won't be any sort of ranking. There won't be purchasing yet. There won't be. Oh, we gotta write salvage pack stuff too. There won't be like no social features outside of in-game chat. No other game modes, unfortunately. Anyway, yeah. So there's not gonna be too much. It's basically what you see here. So imagine what you guys have been able to play the whole time, but with a much better inventory, or sorry, much better UI and real matchmaking. Visual novel games. So this will be beta, and then the difference between beta and release. So release should add in ranking, purchasing, and I guess I should write here polish and content. So yeah, there's not going to be a whole lot in August for beta. But I think that as long as the core experience is good, I hope people have fun and they give good feedback and everything. And what I'm most concerned about is the longevity of the players who are playing. I'm not even that concerned about new players, really. Not for beta, at least. For release, I will be. Anyway, what's going wrong here? Oh, nothing is. It's that you can't drag things away from here. And I think it's because it's calling into a function. No, wait. It's not calling in any of these functions. Shouldn't ranking not be that horrible to implement? I don't know. Yeah, maybe it won't be. Like, we'll have to see. We have to design it first. Designing ranking, I think, is one of the few things that's going to be harder than implementing it. So, like, wait, is that true? No. I think there are a lot of things that are like that. Give us new content, we'll play. Anyway, how did I screw this up? Never coded this, sure. But when I click one of these things, yeah, so they're not draggable right now. And then I hit the edit button and now they become draggable, and yet it's not really working. Can we still buy a pre-beta account? You can. It's 0 points and like nobody ever plays. But that's because I haven't added new features for what, 5 months or something. It's game, not buy. So there are no errors printing out when I try to do this. Oh, what? 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 I don't know why that didn't work on the other pods. Why is lasers 3 there for everything? No, it should be there. What's going on right now? Why can't I drag this particular slot? There's no drag control on this either. What does this do? Never coded this. Okay, fine. I can drag these however I want. So it's anything that's not the first slot is draggable for some. Whoa, wait, what? That one is. What is going on? Cottrell, just don't ask. You're making a game that has a very specific target audience. I'm sure you'll pick up some hardcore players. There's a good chance a lot of people just won't be interested. So I'm trying not to target such a specific audience. I'm trying to target strategy gamers, which I feel is a much larger audience. And I know that it seems like, wait a second, who's going to want to write JavaScript for a game? But that's why the answer is don't write JavaScript for a game. When you're editing your bots here, like, this is something I expect basically any gamer to be able to do, picking hardware for stuff. So like, oh, I understand what teleport does, I'm going to put that on my bot. I understand what lasers does, I'm going to put that on my bot. And for the last couple of things, like, let's go with cloaking. So that's something that I expect basically any strategy gamer to be able to work out. Now, the issue where things get a little bit more complicated is where you're like, oh, what the heck is going on? And what I'm going to say at first is there's going to be something in here. I don't know where we're going to put it, but it's just going to say, like, I don't feel like coming up with any of this. And so you'll drag that thing onto here. Let's just say it's this, you know, figure it out for me. You're going to say this, and you're going to hit create, and that's it. You won't have to worry about the automation part of this game. Now, when you go into the game, you're going to use that script that you came up with, the figure it out script, and that's it. You'll just choose that. Oh, that didn't work. Oh, I found a bug. Okay, fine. So, bug renaming a script. Renaming a script and updating it will not update the script library dropdown. Have you implemented a point system yet? No. Where's my point? No. It counts it as a point. That's only half a point, Snake Eyes. Yeah, so anyway, the whole point of me saying that was gamers don't have to worry about writing a script, and they certainly don't have to worry about JavaScript. If they want to, they can go from this into, okay, I found this cool script on Reddit. Let me go make that. And when all's said and done, you've got, maybe by then we have an import and an export function, and you import all this Blockly in, and you're like, wow, like awesome. But now I want to change this. Like the order of this should be up here. And you're actually modifying strategy without really worrying about the automation or the code that you're writing. Tag says, I've stopped by your stream now and then, but never seen what you're actually making. What are you making? Oh, sorry. So someone already linked this in. I didn't even read chat afterward. But it's the Botland video, not the Boatland video. If you wanna look at Boatland, look at that afterward. Are you planning on keeping the word Blockly in the game? I don't know. It's a question of S versus LY. Do I want people to consider it to just be blocks or to be called Blockly? I don't actually know if we can use the word Blockly now that I think about it. Because they might consider that as something of like marketing the game, and that might be against their license. Am I making sprites? No. You would not want me making sprites, which is why we had the Adam Art emoticon. I have some artists making sprites, and the sprites that they make are these modular ones so that you can come up with a bunch of different kinds of bots from just a very few parts. Yeah, got some cool stuff. Neat. Oh, I put the max zoom at like something huge here. Thinking something closer to Visual Editor? Oh, I'd probably call it just blocks instead of that. I don't know. And thanks, Elguz. This is why I said I'm really, really excited about beta. I can't wait until people are playing the game with the new UI. Right now, yes, you can play Botland if you want to, but you're playing with this obnoxious UI that I was talking about. You have to actually type in your hardware loadouts. You hit join game, and you're in a game with everybody else, which is Horforia, and you don't want to play against Horforia. He's played this game way too much, so I basically can't beat him at all. But let's just put down a script so you can see bots fight, even though I won't be winning or anything. I don't even have code to use my hardware. All I have is artillery, basically. So they will shoot artillery. Yeah, then they'll just sit around and do nothing, basically. Anyway, we haven't balanced the game yet either. So what is going on that's causing this to not be draggable? I don't know. I know beta is out. You want to have a place to submit feedback. Yeah, it'll mostly just be the stream at first. I think setting up something like user voice would be pretty cool, but I don't I don't know. There's gonna be a lot to manage. That's all. How far would you say you're into the programming of Botland specifically? Because oh, that's weird. Just spam chat. Uh, I've been working on Botland for about 9.5 months now, and until beta, I think there's another 2 months, and until release, there's probably at least 8 months. So we're just past the halfway point. Is implementing UI more demanding than the game itself? It depends. They're just different mental stresses. Like I don't know what's going on right now. Why I can't drag this thing, and we got to figure that out. And we don't have a whole lot to go off of here. So yeah, I'm in update mode, and I should be able to edit this, but I can't. I know that when I try dragging this always works. But for some reason, the first slot only works in what? And yeah, preventing select is a good idea eventually. It'll be a free to play. It won't be like totally free. There's monetization. And yeah, that's a bug, Mike. I don't know why that's happening either. I just don't know. I just don't know why you can drag this sometimes but not always. It's just super weird. And I use Windows just because it's the OS that I'm most comfortable with. And I happen to be on Windows 10 because I just wanted the newest version. I don't want to get too far behind on features. Okay, see you, Snake Eyes. And maybe eventually, when I get to making it, populate the real hardware loadout. So there's a bug. I can't drag the first item from the hardware loadout. Sometimes, but only sometimes. Why would that be? Let's take a look. So a hardware loadout is a set of hardware slots, and each hardware slot should be draggable. What makes it draggable? What does make it draggable? What? So confused. There's no drag code in here at all. Oh, I'm in the wrong hardware slot, that's why. Tisk. Here we go. So ref hardware slot. I wonder if this is not getting set up for lasers somehow. We should probably take a look at it. Yeah, I know, Mike. And that is a bug, definitely. I'll have to look into that in the future. And see you, Ramy. Well, we have a really simple repro here. It's just connect, click one of these, click edit, and then try dragging this away, and you can't. So why can't you? Is it a style thing? Does that even make any sense? What style thing would prevent me from doing this? Yeah, I don't think that's the case. But I don't know what else could be causing this. There's only one hardware slot, so let's just put a breakpoint in the render function. Maybe something's undefined that needs to be defined. Not sure. So we click this. I don't actually care about that. It's when I click edit that then I care about this. Source map screwed up. I think we're kind of good, I guess. Yeah, these things exist. So in component did not, this is empty hardware slot. What's going on? This isn't the right place to break in. Okay, let's try this manually. Just go in a hardware slot. Client and game server hardware slot. It's not that one. It's this one. Yeah, and the render function is just broken. This isn't even the full class. So bad. I think I might have to go fix source maps for this to work. Class name equals draggable filled slot. And when you attempt to drag it, it would be in here somewhere. On move equals drag move listener. Wait. What? Is something missing here? Where does... Oh, I don't have a manual start. So then this should just be draggable by default, and it's not. I don't know. We're not cloning the element at all, though. That part's fine. We're setting the transform on this thing. Is this even getting a transform? And how would this work? It directly sets the style. Yeah, so it's not getting a transform. And now the drag handler went away on it completely. What a puzzle. How did this happen? Oh, and that shouldn't be allowed. Token BWFC Walshy dev. There. I have a feeling my lights are about to change into pink. Tag Patrol says, if I were to make a simple shooter RPG single player with basic coding knowledge, which language would you recommend? Will I be able to learn it myself or take courses to learn the language? Yeah, I think you'd be able to do it yourself or take courses like you said. And I think the language doesn't really matter. I would probably suggest Unity and C# because I think it's easier to get started with that for games specifically. So what do I do here? It always works with these slots, right? So maybe this is just a problem with, for some reason, the first slot, because I have no proof of the first slot consistently working. Except for that just worked, but that's not consistent. Maybe something's not getting disposed correctly. If I click this and I click edit, yeah, I can't drag now. But if I click down to here and come up to here again, then it works. It does tag, but it's not like... It's not going to be super easy to do that stuff, but it won't be as difficult as writing everything yourself. All right, have I broken some other part of this? Like, if you're editing a blueprint, can I drag these things out? Yes. And there's no problem with if I had lasers 3 here, right? Yeah, this always works. So what is different? Here's when it's not editable, and then I set it to edit. Oh, that's the problem, isn't it? The problem is that I'm setting it to editable without unmounting the component. So when I click any of these things, that was a bad idea. I meant to click one with hardware. So if I click the third one and I click edit, this is not going to work. Aha! That's the bug. Okay. Oh, thank goodness. And no, Elgas, I haven't. Okay, so that's what the bug is. This is a bug with changing editable while the component is mounted. It won't add drag listeners. So if I go to hardware loadout and we have this is editable, that's in hardware slot is editable, but this hardware slot, yeah, right here, set up drag listener. So when looking at all of your blueprints in the overview page, the hardware loadout shouldn't be editable, so we don't allow dragging. Yeah, but you can make it editable, and then we should add the drag listener. So I did this in another place somewhere in the code, and I don't remember where, and we need to figure out where, and then copy that. And then that's it. I think that's it for today. So let's figure this bug out. Oh, where do I do this? It's gotta be here. I've got to do this somewhere. So let's just search through these. This is duplicated code. We don't care about that. This is hardware inv item. And we add the drag listeners no matter what. Did I put a comment here saying why or how this works? Prevent the user from dragging anything on. We can't just not add the drag. Yep, that's it. Right there. Got it. Got it. Oh, all right. So we had the drag listeners no matter what. Good. Then we have a manual start somewhere like this on drag move event. We don't want it to be a clone necessarily. So we gotta copy all of this stuff. Okay, surfing ninjas. There you go. Okay, so on drag move, this is coming from hardware inv item. Man, I'm glad I figured out what's causing this bug. So now we just got to make our interactable that way. So we have manual start, good. We have on move, good. On move and on end. This dot props dot on delete, yeah, that works. Okay, good. Now this, we don't want to clone this at all. All we want to do is probably say event.current target here, and I think we're good. We get rid of all this clone stuff. Let's try that out. I think I fixed the bug. So we click one of these. It broke. Wait, no, wait. Did it break? Yeah, it did break. It's breaking here though. Why? Oh, quantity owned is not a thing. What is it supposed to say? Something about is editable? This dot props dot is editable? Or if it's not editable, return. Let's do that. So we can't drag it here. Then we click edit, and now we can drag it. So close. Yeah, that create element didn't work. All right, what is this supposed to say? Interaction.start. Also, what is this? This doesn't even exist. No, that works. What did I even change? Oh, I guess I get rid of the props there. Okay, good. Yeah, cool. So we got it. That was it. Nice, nice, nice. So now when you click one of these bots, you can't drag to begin with because we're not in edit mode. When you click edit, you can now drag it, but I never made it actually remove yet. I just wrote never coded that. But that's not a bug. That's just I didn't get to it yet. Ooh. Ooh, indeed. And Monkey, thanks for following. Man, okay. Well, I am probably going to work on this a little bit tomorrow. I won't be streaming tomorrow, but I'm going to probably be working on it a little bit tomorrow. So I fixed this bug by always adding the drag listeners and just not allowing the drag to start unless the slot is editable. There's so much work left to do on this UI. I mean, in general, it's mostly components that I've coded before. So like I've coded this entire thing, which is why I didn't have to ever worry about like, hey, why isn't the slot resizing to be correct? No, that's all done. This thing, this is also done. Like these things are mostly done too. So it's going to be a lot of refactoring work to get this totally complete. But then unfortunately, there are a bunch of new components too. For example, the queue, these bot icons, there's going to be the way you can set up like auto queuing and leaderboards are going to be changed, all that stuff. So there's still plenty of stuff to do. The UI work was slated to take all of June, and I still think that's going to be the case. It won't be fully polished by the end of that time, but we'll have it working, and I, again, very much hope that the game is playable by the end of June with a new UI. Then we'll focus on art in July. So I am going to go host someone. Actually, I am probably going to give you a raid message if I find someone to host. So yeah, let's go with Narcos versus Zombies. Actually, just anything involving Mr. Destructoid. Just put that in the chat. So yeah, thanks again for watching, everybody. I'll see you guys on Friday. It'll be another 8-hour stream then. Take care. Have a good time.